Hello. Let's see. How's my evening going? Well, I guess it just got started evening wise. Finished some work both inside and out, and said I was going to come on around this time anyway, so I figured I'd pop on. See if anyone has any thoughts, questions, anything they want to run through. Oop. Talk about wrong. Let's see. Someone asks, "Who am I?" And then somebody else asked about Ronald Reagan and Hinduism. Let's see if I can remember all those. Ooh, I lost my pen. Where's my pen go? Let me grab that. Let's see. Reagan, Hinduism, and who the heck am I? I'm Liam O'Mara. I'm a history professor, and I got sucked into the TikTok world just a few weeks ago by a former student of mine who's been on here for a long time, has millions of people following his account, and said, "Hey, you should really pop on there and talk about the Palestine situation." So I did. I've done I guess this is the fifth evening I've gone live, and each time there's been a variety of questions, a lot of them on the Israel and Palestine issue, and then people bounce around asking all kinds of other things because I have diverse interests. I am, by discipline, a historian of ideas and cultures. By regional focuses, teaching fields, whatever, I'm a Middle East and European historian, but I study philosophy, science, economics, things like that, big ideas, nationalism, socialism, all kinds of crazy stuff. Pardon me. Let's see. Reagan and Hinduism are the two first I saw there on there. Okay, so simple thoughts on Reagan. Gosh, where do you start there? Few U.S. presidents have done more damage, both to the country and to the world. It's one of those interesting things that people talk about with, there were so many people that were shocked by Trump and like, oh gosh, how can things get this bad? How can we have somebody this awful in the White House? And like, did you sleep through, W. Bush, Reagan, Nixon? I mean, we've had a lot of terrifying people in there. Question and thought. I'll come back to that one. On Reagan kind of picked up where Carter left off in dismantling the New Deal. People often talk about Reagan doing a lot of that, but it actually started under Carter. There's a significant shift in both of the U.S.'s two major parties in the 1970s and 80s to embracing neoliberalism. I mean, some of that really starts end of the 1960s, but it's all the way through the 1960s. Democratic and Republican presidents had pretty much defended the New Deal and the welfare state. Nixon actually came in intending to expand it and proposed universal health care along the lines of the British NHS, and actually had tossed around the idea of a universal basic income. But During Nixon's tenure, the Chicago School of Economics kind of gained sway. That ended up affecting both parties, such that by the end of the 1970s, under Carter, and then really rapidly under Reagan, everything started being torn apart. And people basically had forgotten why the welfare state existed, which is fascinating. People often think that the basic benefits that started being, started appearing in a lot of the Western countries in the 30s, 40s, 50s are somehow leftist or left-wing, but they're actually right-wing capitalist ideas as a way to neuter the appeal of socialism by dealing with some of the worst problems or flaws of capitalist economics, where it really leaves huge numbers of people behind, causes all kinds of problems. And when they started dismantling these things in the US and the UK and a handful of other places, it's actually seen massive increases in income and wealth inequality and significantly declining living standards. So Reagan is fascinating for really inaugurating the US's decline. We're down to 62nd in freedom, 27th in social mobility. Our tons of things. Our infrastructure is frequently rated a D, even by our own government. We just stopped investing in Americans and started letting this country go straight to hell. On top of that, Reagan was also a massive, massive conspiracy theorist and racist. He referred to African diplomats as like monkeys with shoes. I mean, really terrible person. And a kind of John Birch Society conspiracy theorist. And if you look at the kind of conspiracy theories that have really gripped the Republican Party in the last few decades, ultimately culminating in the popularity of someone as completely batshit crazy as Trump, Reagan is a big part of the reason for that, because up until Reagan, I mean, if you go back into the 1960s when Reagan was a hardcore bircher, the Republicans understood that was like nonsense. They did not like that shit. They didn't want to normalize it. They didn't want to support it. But there's also a significant shift beginning in the 1960s to reach out to a lot of the hardcore racists that were unhappy with civil rights, and Reagan was a big part of that too. Reagan opposed the Civil Rights Act, all kinds of horrifying shit when he was governor of California too. And a combination of the conspiracy theories that he was comfortable with, and then the hardcore racism that the Republican Party was willing to chase after. Originally, the racists were evenly divided between both parties, and what largely separated them was, economic policy issues and some social issues. Since then, they have mostly agreed on economics, and the Republican Party has embraced the racism, and the Democratic Party has embraced the, let's be a little less dickish to people. But it is, essentially a uniparty in the sense that they both support war, they both support neoliberal capitalism, they're both for American empire and corporate control, but one of them wants to slap a rainbow flag on it, and the other one is essentially pretending it isn't still wearing a Klan hood. So the racists have congregated in one party more than the other, and Reagan is a big part of that shift. So that's the short, I guess. Me a little rambling here about Reagan. I'm not a fan. Quick question there. Someone's asking, following on there, why can't we get a real left-wing party in the U.S.? We've tried a few times, or at least especially the American brand of the left. If you think about left populism, which is on like the People's Party in the late 19th century, the problem is we have a voting system written in the 18th century for an elite planters republic that doesn't really expect multiple political parties. In fact, it wasn't written for any political parties. So its bizarre winner-take-all structure makes it almost impossible for different parties to compete. When other parties have gotten strong, they've tended to replace weaker parties. So the Federalist Party disappeared and the Whigs showed up, and then the Whigs disappeared and were replaced by the Republican Party. But since the Republican Party showed up there, we've essentially been stuck with these two, and all other attempts to create a new one hasn't really worked out. I do like ranked choice. If someone's asking about ranked choice voting system, that would help a lot. It doesn't solve all the constitutional problems, but it does help. And it kind of needs more states to take it up. I think it's only like 3, maybe. There's a handful that are doing this. So, hello. Someone asked, what is this? What is this is a history professor fielding questions. My doctorate is in history. My discipline is the history of ideas and cultures, but my teaching field's in the Middle East and Europe. But I study economics, philosophy, biology, all kinds of things. Because again, I'm a historian of ideas, of the big constructs that link things together, and the way ideas change over time. Okay, there's probably a quicker one. Somebody had asked a moment ago about Sartre. Most of what I have on Sartre is on this shelf, and then there's a handful of it over here as well, like this one, these here. Sartre is an existential thinker. I have a lot of existentialist thought. The same shelf with Sartre has a bunch of Kierkegaard on it, and then there's 4 shelves of Nietzsche above there. There's a bunch of shit like that in here. Again, I studied the development of philosophical systems and whatnot, and existentialism was, I thought, a very fascinating set of ideas, and quite influential on me when I was younger. For anyone who doesn't know, existentialists, the basic idea is that we make ourselves through our choices and our actions, instead of being born with a completely planned out set sort of nature or whatever. We have a significant impact on who we become, and have a certain responsibility to make choices based on that, rather than, making excuses. Oh, it's just human nature, it's God's plan, etc., etc. Instead, take responsibility for who you are and make yourself in every action. That's, I guess, the simplest way I could put existentialism. I think bad short-term memory, but I think the exact question is, what is that Sartre book? And these are just the Cambridge Companions. It's right next to the Cambridge Companion to Kierkegaard, because they're on the same shelf. But it's just a series of essays on the figure, and kind of on the same shelf with a bunch of his works. Okay, so there's that. Let's make sure that no one is trying to come up yet. It's always a little slow before people want to actually be in video or whatever. And until then, I'll field any questions that pop in there. You haven't missed much. Maggie's Garden. I've only been on for a few minutes here. I talked a little bit. Somebody asked about my thoughts on Reagan, so I rambled on a bit about how much damage Reagan did. What do I want to discuss? Largely what will come up. I think once we get past the point where a lot of people are super concerned with the Palestine issue, I might start setting particular themes or ideas for a given day. But I haven't done that yet. And I've genuinely enjoyed the kinds of questions people have asked so far. So somebody asked me about Reagan. Somebody else asked about Hinduism. Somebody asked what this Sartre book was. And then, I just saw something about the Bronze Age. I'll come back to that. Okay, so knocked out two so far. And then somebody asking about nationality, and sure, yeah, okay, so let's see, if you wanted to pop up into the panel for discussion, we can do that. Otherwise, I can just ramble on with some basic ideas. The Hinduism. What is my opinion on Hinduism? I think was the question. I'm not sure what to say in terms of my opinion on it, but I have a lot of thoughts on it, and I teach some of its history and origins. There's a shelf over there on it, near the section where I've got a whole bunch of stuff on Zoroastrianism as well, because they both spring out of the same Aryan lineage. The Indo-Europeans, as they're kind of migrating, south through Central Asia, and then they split. Part of it goes into the Iranian Plateau, part goes through the Khyber Pass into South Asia. What's interesting about Hinduism, I think, as a faith or religion, is that it's not really a religion. It's a whole collection of religions. It's a bunch of them that have a common lineage or ancestry. Ooh, good question about Zoroastrianism. I'll come back to that. It's a bunch of religions that have a common lineage that goes back to an interesting blending of those Indo-European or Aryan beliefs that they brought in and the Dravidian beliefs that were already there, which is where things like reincarnation will come in. And it goes off in a whole bunch of different directions. There are some forms of Hinduism that are literally monotheistic, and others that are massively polytheistic. Some that are very, very philosophical, some that are focused much more on experiential aspects. They have some common basis in scriptures. So the significance of like the Rig Veda, the hymns that compile some of the stories of the original Aryan peoples that came in. This is where you can see a significant overlap between the Zoroastrians and the Hindus, because the Sanskrit of the Rig Veda and the Avestan of the earliest Zoroastrian scriptures is essentially the same language. I mean, they're almost identical at that point still, and have only begin diverging later. You know, the languages of northern India, if anybody doesn't know, they're Indo-European, just like most of the languages of Europe. But yeah, I think Hinduism is particularly interesting just as a phenomenon overall because it... Ooh, interesting question on Israeli food. This is the fun part about this, is they bounce all over the place. So I'm going to go from Hinduism, I'm going to answer a question on Zoroastrianism and monotheism, and then Israeli food. That'll be fascinating. And then, yeah, we can either get back to some rambles on nation, race, and ethnicity, or conversation if that person wanted to pop into the video part. But what's, I think, most interesting about Hinduism as a broad cultural phenomenon is the way that you can actually trace different stages in its evolution. Like the earliest stages, it's essentially Aryan religion. There's still a significant amount of, like, fire is super sacred, just like it is for the Zoroastrians. There's a common use of hallucinogens. What in South Asia they called soma was halma in Avestan, but it's the same thing. It's like, we're going to trip balls here and we're going to experience the gods being in the room with us. And a lot of that stuff just gets lost over time. And part of that is it begins to adopt certain ideas from its local context, and to develop certain ideological constructs like the caste system, which is essentially the first racist social hierarchy in the world. It sort of imagines everyone being part of like this single body politic, kind of driven by, they're all like elements of Purusha, but the different castes represent different parts of the body. So like the Brahmins are the mouth, because they're the priests and they recite the hymns and whatnot, and the Kshatriya are the arms, because they're like the warriors, and then the Vaishya are like the legs, because they're the motor of the economy, because they're the merchants and artisans, people who make and sell stuff. And then the Shudra are all the way down to the feet. And they're like 70% of the population. They're the peasants. And what's interesting about it is that they looked at the darker skin of people who lived in South Asia for longer periods of time, because South Asia is pretty close to the tropics, and that will darken your skin over many generations, because the genes that set our skin tone is present in all of us, but over generations will lighten or darken depending on how close we are to the equator. So the people who are already there for quite a while, the people speaking these Dravidian languages, they're darker. So they associated them with dirt because they were also farmers. And the Aryans were originally pastoral nomads. They moved with their herds. They lived on animal products, like Turkic peoples and Mongolic peoples and things like that. So they were further north, and they lived on animal products. And then they moved down there, and they come into a much older, settled civilization that's already been farming. They already know farming. And like, cool, so I guess you're the dirt people who farm. And they started locking people into various roles. So that the development of the caste system is honestly a fascinating means of social control that comes out of that process. But it's a lot more complicated than sometimes people put it, like a conquest or something. It's more like a long period of settlement and people moving in and some mixing and blending. What really makes Hinduism interesting, so kind of like the last point I'll make in terms of like what is my opinion on Hinduism, is one of the things I think that gets most interesting about it is that the original Brahman faith that emerged out of this blending together of the Aryan and Dravidian religious traditions is that it was very fatalistic. So you're stuck on that wheel forever. They abandoned the linear notion that the Aryans had, with a house of clay like an underworld, and instead adopted the idea of reincarnation from the Dravidians. But you just kept reincarnating again and again in the same position, and it just goes on forever, which was really depressing to a lot of people. Like, because there's a lot of suffering in life, and there's a lot of bullshit we go through, and then you're just stuck with like, oh my god, again and again, I have to keep repeating this shit again and again and again. And because of that, you end up seeing two significant religions developing out of that same, cultural blending, and giving us Jainism and Buddhism. So the Mahavira creates Jainism, which has that notion of radical nonviolence, ahimsa, a sense of like everything has a soul, and I don't want to hurt things. So even the rice has a soul, but I'm going to say prayers or whatever, and then eat the rice. But no one will ever like kill a cat, because cats have souls, and cats are intelligent beings. So the Jains are like super, super pacifist. It's a very, very difficult life, but why people chose to do it was that A, they rejected the caste system, and B, they gave a way of getting off of the wheel of life, death, and rebirth. And Buddhism does the same thing. Buddhism also is a difficult life, not quite as difficult as Jainism, but through the very disciplined philosophical model that it adopts, it allows, again, it rejects the caste system, so both of these have that in common. But it allows a way to break off that cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Eventually you get, yes, cats are quite intelligent. Technically, mammals as a whole are quite intelligent. It allows people to kind of break out of that, to eventually reach a point of enlightenment where you then can merge into the universe. And that's nirvana. So it's not like heaven, but you basically stop reincarnating, and yay. That is ultimately what triggered the creation of Hinduism. Before that, Hinduism we can't really say exists. It's essentially like, corvids, a lot of birds are as well. Some birds are are not very bright, but a lot of bird species are a lot smarter than you think. So the entire corvid family, so crows, rooks, ravens, really smart, wicked smart critters. Anyway, what the Brahmins do to avoid people continuing to convert into Jainism and Buddhism is they reform their faith and create a way of changing where you are in the caste system based on how well you live your life. If you follow the Dharma, your basic duty to caste and jati, you can reincarnate in a better position or a worse position. And eventually you can get to a point where you stop reincarnating. So that moksha is kind of like the Hindu version of like nirvana. So it's very similar in that way. And that kind of stemmed the flow outward of people, because the new Hindu faiths were much easier on people than Buddhism and Jainism were in terms of how you have to live, what demands it makes of you. But still, it got rid of the very fatalistic element that was present in Brahmanism and gave you a sense of hope, of a way out of things. And in terms of, again, my opinion of it, what I think is fascinating is the way that it responds constantly to all of these different challenges and threats and different beliefs, and then adapts and makes its own version of things. And again, Hinduism, not a single religion, a whole bunch of them, so there's tremendous variation in terms of what people believe within it. And I think that also is fascinating. Ultimately, when Muslims end up ruling South Asia for centuries, the reason they were able to kind of get away from the technical injunctions to convert polytheists, because polytheism bad, according to Islam, they specifically chose to look at the monotheistic versions of Hinduism and to ignore the rest. And because there were monotheistic variants of Hinduism, like, okay, I guess these guys are monotheists too, and they also have their own scriptures, so I guess they're also Ahlul Kitab, peoples of the book. Like, okay, cool, like, so we'll give them a pass and get by. Islam is also a lot more flexible than people give it credit for. But yeah, Hinduism's flexibility is honestly fascinating, I think, and the way that it's responded to challenges. But yeah, it's a broad spectrum of beliefs. And there's close relations between it as well, and with like Jainism and Buddhism. They're both also indigenous South Asian religions. So, there's my long-ass ramble on what is your opinion of Hinduism. You see what I can do with like a very open-ended question like that? Just ramble on forever. Let's see. Somebody wants to pop up, so we'll do that. Oh, there was no. Not only are there older monotheistic traditions like Atonism in Egypt, for example, but Zoroastrianism isn't actually monotheistic. It's just often described as that because it functionally is. You only worship the one God, so you're going to worship Lord Mazda. Incidentally, the Japanese car company is literally named for the ancient Iranian god, which I think is hilariously cool. So Lord Mazda is the one god you worship, but there's also an evil force, Ahriman. And so it's technically a dualistic religion. And what's interesting about dualism, too, is that it escapes the philosophical problem of evil that bedevils all the monotheistic faiths. So Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, they have to explain all the bad shit in the world as part of God's plan. Where for Zoroastrian cosmology, there's like a giant cosmic egg being built up that, Lord Maz has put together, and Ahriman pokes a hole in it and dumps some evil shit into it, and he's actually responsible for all the evil. And then there's a fight between good and evil throughout time, and eventually there's going to be a fight that plays that out. So there's a lot of interesting influences of Zoroastrianism on the later monotheistic faiths, but it does have a few distinct quirks, one of which is it is explicitly dualistic. So the short answer is the first monotheistic faith is no, it's actually dualistic. The much longer answer is that it has a lot in common with the Abrahamic faiths and a lot of influence on them, and it is functionally monotheistic because you only worship the good God. You're not supposed to, serve Druj, the bad side, chaos and disorder. So technically, yeah, not supposed to be the same thing there. Okay. There was a quick question. Is there such a thing as Israeli food? Well, there'd have to be eventually because there have been Israelis for 75 years and any new foods developed there could be theirs. But, in many colonial systems like the US, Canada, Israel, where you're kind of a blend of cultures and people coming from all different places, I don't know. Does anyone seriously consider Taco Bell to be Mexican? Because it's not. It's definitely American food, so a lot of things done in specific ways in Israel can be Israeli food, but of course, like couscous is from the Maghreb. So when you go to Trader Joe's and it says Israeli couscous, well, it's only because it's imported from Israel. Couscous is like Moroccan and Algerian. It's from the Maghreb. Or like falafel was already done in the Levant, or hummus is already done all through the Levant. They're original Levantine foods that Israelis have adopted as their national foods. But obviously, some of their own things are developing over time too, their own takes, their own approaches to things, and that kind of makes sense. In the same way that, like, pizza is ultimately Neapolitan. It's from southern Italy, but Neapolitan pizza is nothing like what you get here. So Pizza Hut is American food. It's not Italian food. It's our variant of pizza, but there are pizzas in southern Italy as well. So they're different. So the short answer in like what is Israeli food would be things done in their specific way that just take influences from other places in the same way that like American food is taking it. Oh, meatloaf is that's pretty American. But yeah, there's a lot of things that have been created here, even if they have influences from other places. So I give at least credit in that way. Grilled cheese. Yeah, that seems pretty American. Okay, let's see. I think that covers the ones I had written down so far that I saw. So let's see. I'm bad eyes here. So is it Malika?
Yeah, thank you.
Hey.
Sorry, I actually wanted to kind of loop sort of back around to the Hinduism
Oh,
conversation.
cool.
Um, Question, I guess, is more general though, because you were kind of talking about how it's somewhat unique in that it's also kind of a way of life, a culture, not just a religion. It seems like that's kind of an indigenous thing, right? Like when people start, their culture and religion are kind of one. And then when religions sweep through, then they might convert and keep parts of their culture or give up parts, depending. Is that like a common pattern? And is it weird that Japanese people will do too? Like they won't give up their native religion, and they'll also
Right. Yeah, there's something fascinating about that whole process. As cultures develop, they do have a cosmology, a sort of religious worldview that's part of them. But in a world where we interact across cultural lines, not only do cultures continuously evolve and religions continuously evolve, but eventually you break the link between them. So people can convert to Hinduism anywhere in the world now. Like, I don't know, what's her nose, the fascist Hawaiian gal, Tulsi Gabbard. Um, she's Hindu, but she's not of South Asian origin. Her family had converted to it. One of her parents, I think, was a convert. Maybe her mother. I'm not sure. I remember, but people can adopt Hinduism now, so it's separated from some of its original cultural tie, because it's no longer like, as you said, an indigenous religion just for a particular people. Eventually that happens to essentially any religion. There's almost none that really maintain a kind of link there, and the ones that do end up, it's an almost kind of racial view to it. Like it's effectively impossible to convert to Zoroastrianism, which is one of the reasons the religion has declined so much and is in danger of eventually disappearing. Um, or like Samaritanism, even smaller. There's only a few hundred Samaritans out there because for a long time they refused any converts either. So it was still had a kind of like ethnic and cultural component and a religious component. Most religions, that doesn't say the case. The religions that don't want to die out eventually become more transnational in a sense. They become deterritorialized, and I think that's just a normal phenomenon. Um, some places try to hold on to a specific strain, like you mentioned Japan. So Shinto. Shinto is honestly fascinating in that it's actually an animistic religion. It's like a shamanic faith, and most of those tend to suffer when competing with scriptural religions. But what the Japanese did was they turned Shinto into a kind of scriptural faith. They started documenting things, and they try to hold on to it and not let it go. But at the same time, Japan was heavily influenced by a ton of Chinese and Korean ideas, bringing in tons of Confucian elements, and eventually Buddhism hops in. And so Shinto is also evolved within Japan. And a number of the weird Buddhist strains that exist in Japan are actually like hybrids with Shintoism too. So there's a lot of like interesting crossover back and forth there. But it hasn't deterritorialized in the way most have. It's still, Shinto is heavily associated with Japanese traditional culture, even though most Japanese tend to practice other religions at this point. So that's kind of a short there. I think it is kind of normal that culture and religion are linked, but religions that survive long term, they break that link and tend to spread around. Hello, Minerva. Oof.
I've always
Salve.
Oh, somebody else wants to pop up. Let's do that. Da-da-da-da. Oh, hello, Lisa. Salve, Lisa.
Hello. What a beautiful cat
Yeah,
that is always supporting you.
she's a
And
good kid.
I always think, have you heard people talk about orange cats are not that smart? You heard that
No,
online?
I've never heard
Not
that.
trying to offend you, but I think your cat is probably the smartest. It
She,
hears a lot.
she's wicked smart. And she actually knows rather a lot of words. Um, cats can learn words the same way that dogs can, but they just tend not to respond to them in the same way because we didn't breed them for obedience. Cats domesticated themselves. They basically made a compromise with us back in the Neolithic. Like, hey, I'll hang out here and I'm gonna like kill rodents for you if you like, and let you pet me every now and then. We'll just kind of live together. Where we consciously bred wolves into dogs.
Mm-hmm.
So cats don't have the same desire to please and be obedient. It's more like cats are roommates. You choose to cohabitate with a cat, um,
Mm-hmm.
rather than but they understand a lot, and she actually responds to a lot of things. I mean,
Yeah.
most of the commands she'll respond to are actually in Latin, which is annoying to people. But she'll run around, and I can call out things to her, and she'll respond, and she'll pop down, and so she knows when there's food, or when I want her to get off of something or whatever.
Just for the record, I don't believe the people who say this. I'm not trying to push that agenda.
Oh no, totally understood.
Cats
Honestly,
are the
what I
best.
have heard is that orange cats are pattern of orange cat
Patty?
are more often male than female, which is interesting because
I've heard that too.
he is definitely
Yeah.
not male. uh,
Oh yeah, she's a lady. She's a
yeah,
queen.
yeah, she is definitely.
Um, at some point, I think you mentioned maybe like some personal experience or whatever about Islam and and perhaps maybe you even did you well, I don't know if this is I mean you mentioned it on a live, so I'm going to guess that it's not totally private, but that you explored that. Am I getting that wrong?
I'm not sure I understood. Like,
Did you convert to Islam briefly?
oh
Or were you
no,
married to a
no,
Muslim?
I
Okay.
I was married to a Muslim,
Oh, okay, okay.
but I didn't convert. We just kind of
Oh,
ignored.
right.
We
Okay.
ignored the
Okay.
fact that she was not supposed to marry me. Uh,
But so
in,
isn't it that it's
in
more
my first
common for
wife, in my first wife, I'd converted to Judaism.
uh-huh.
Although again, not religiously, but still according to halakha or whatever. Um, so I was raised Catholic, married Jewish, and married Muslim, but
Hmm.
I never actually became Muslim.
Okay. I'm sure I'm sure you know a little bit about it.
Yeah,
So I
there's.
also
I mean, I teach its history, so I'd
yeah.
have to.
So I grew up with one side of the family was Catholic. The other side of the family was Jewish. But as the generations kind of passed on, they became less and less religious. So less and less, devout, ritualistic about everything. So
That can be.
anyway, that's kind
That
of
can
my
be.
background. And I know I'm not the only one right now that is really just questioning um, Islam and all the things that we've been told, as Americans. I know a lot of Americans, maybe people um, in other states are also just looking into it. And I was just going to say there's some things that I really like about it in contrast with what I feel like I've been my whole life, the religion that's been pushed at me with this, which is Christianity. And so there's a few things. I'm reading the Quran and I'm just exploring it and seeing like what I like and what I question. Um, and this is more a personal question. I have a hard time asking you direct questions. And I know that you say that that's kind of hard for you.
It's just
Um,
easier. I'll roll with it. I'll ask follow up questions where I need to.
okay. Okay. Um, because what I'm finding out is it's very different than what I've been told to believe it is. You know, we get told so much about the most extreme,
I'm right with you,
types.
Lisa. I'm with you there. I
Yeah.
try to level the playing field between the Christians and the Muslims because it is actually a very beautiful religion.
It is. Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
guess if you wanted to speak kind of on that for a
Yeah.
little bit,
Sure.
I would love just in my exploration, and I think maybe perhaps other people's, it might be an interesting thing to talk about.
Sure. That sounds like a lot of fun, actually. Pardon me. I guess the main reason I didn't have to convert in that second marriage, and the hardest part about going back to these things is just just thinking about the people themselves. I uh, I don't know what it is about it, but I have a tendency to fall in with people that have many of their own challenges. I mean, my first wife was schizoaffective and got worse and worse, and eventually she's a ward of the state. And my second marriage, she had a very traumatic upbringing that really affected how we could interact. So it caused our issues clashed. Our own particular failings clashed, and it's still very sad for me. But the reason that I didn't have to convert there was that her approach to Islam was quite a bit like my approach to Judaism, or really to religion at all, which is essentially that we're both Spinozist, essentially like pantheists. God is nature, God is the cosmos. So for me, a religious experience is staring at the stars or walking in the trees, in the forest here, like experiencing the world around me. And there's a great deal of serenity and beauty that I take in there. And it's why I can stay open to people just in general too, because I mean, really, everything and everybody is God in that sense. So I don't want to harm it. I've essentially sacralized nature, So that's my approach to my approach to Judaism is basically like Spinoza's heretical Judaism, and her approach to Islam was very similar. So we're both pretty heterodox in that sense. The fun thing about Islam, just as a general point, is something I can take back to the discussion on Hinduism. But from the beginning, is that, and this is a point I make in my class on like Islamic history and the golden age of Islam. Where I have a class that doesn't run very often because sadly, too few Americans actually give a shit about this stuff. So it's been a few years since I've been able to run this particular class, but it's basically from the late classical period through to the early modern. And there's a lot of discussion of the variation in Islam, where I like to say it's not, there isn't such a thing as Islam. There are Islams, plural. There's various forms of it. And that's true from the very, very beginning. A lot of the Sufi traditions, they actually take themselves all the way back to Muhammad, say, Muhammad's the first Sufi. But his mysticism, those different forms of mysticism, every different tariqah has its own particular path to enlightenment and, its own particular approach to touching God. Islamic mysticism, that Sufism, all mystical traditions are about experiencing God directly, like kind of touching the divine in some way. And the methods can vary tremendously from the extremely ascetic kind of monastic elements all the way to let's get thoroughly stoned and touch God that way. There's all kinds of approaches to it, but they're like particular disciplined orders intend on finding a way to experience God directly. Other forms of Islam become extremely legalistic. So they're very concerned with following all the different rules and whatnot and, mastering that sort of thing. And there's one of the things I find hilarious about Americans, like shitting themselves over Sharia law, is that I mean, there's like 4 major Sunni schools of Sharia, a couple in Shia forms, and then there's like the Abadis approach. And there's just tons of different. Sharia isn't one thing. There's a ton of ways to interpret the same passages and the same ideas, and there's massive variation there. And then there's built-in methods for reform in Islam too, that mean it's constantly evolving or changing. So on the one hand, you can take into account the needs of the community through maslahah, the sense of like, well, if this thing may be like the way that we're supposed to do it, but that would present a massive burden on everybody, then we should just interpret it a little differently and play with it a bit. Or like the sense of tajdeed, the sense that there's going to be every century or so, there's a major reformer that you can point to, and then that reformer introduces new ways of living, new ways of doing things. So Islam is constantly evolving, like really any religion, but it's very conscious of that fact, which I think is interesting. And Muslims can generally get along relatively well, even if they have wildly different interpretations of things, because Islam, unlike Christianity, is orthopraxic. It focuses on what you do. So as long as you live a Muslim life, as long as you're like, if you pray or whatever, like you're doing the handful of things that Muslims are told to do, then your specific beliefs don't matter as much. How you think of God and what you think God is doesn't matter as much. It's why, in the Middle Ages, you could have explicitly humanistic Muslim philosophers that had a very, Aristotelian understanding of God, or even a kind of entirely humanistic version of it. There was one significant thinker that the Caliph actually put in charge of the first hospitals in the world, and you ended up with, and this guy was actually saying that all prophets are essentially charlatans. I mean, and you could still kind of get away with that as long as you're basically living according to certain Islamic tenets, as long as you're basically practicing in certain ways, then it's more or less fine with a lot of people what the specific beliefs are. Where Christianity is orthodoxic, and Christians get really toxic about differences in belief. They'll attack each other. There's been countless wars and people slaughtering each other over minor differences in Christology or something, because it's focused much more on belief than it is on practice. Islam has a lot more in common with Judaism in that way, where the specifics of belief don't matter as much to making you a good Muslim or a Jew. What you do, how you live, that's what matters the most. And yeah, the sense of like tawheed, the sense of like the absolute oneness of God. And what's neat about that is that you could not only use it in the way it was used early on in a lot of discussions here as a explicit critique of Christianity and its Trinitarian view, but it also can allow for various interpretations of religion, up to and including the kind of philosophical models, the kind of Aristotle's unmoved mover idea that you can see present in Ibn Sina's philosophy or Ibn Rushd's philosophy, where God is kind of like the center of all things, but isn't really a personality. Or the kind of pantheistic Spinozist type version there, where, okay, God's absolute oneness is actually a oneness with nature and everything. So that God is one can still be understood differently. And that also is something I think that's fascinating about it, where there's a ton of Christian theological work, studies of like the nature of God and, what specifically to believe, what is true. There's not a whole lot of Islamic theology, kalam, just like there isn't a whole lot for Judaism. It's focused much, much more on practice, which means it leaves itself open to a wide range of interpretations, and people can take it in many different ways. So I think that gives it a kind of inherent flexibility that's lacking in many others. It still has a few core things that you're supposed to do to be Muslim, in the same way that there's a handful for Judaism, for people to really take you seriously as practicing Judaism. There's a handful of things that you're supposed to do, but even there, I've met a lot of people in the Muslim world, like living in the Arab world, who in their belief systems, they're atheists and they don't practice much either, but they maintain a kind of cultural link to Islam. And in that way, it's actually quite similar to the cultural interpretations of Judaism that are focused a lot less on belief and ritual, and a lot more on a sense of like common peoplehood and ancestry and everything else. So anyway, for me, I guess in terms of like the exploration of it, there are so many different forms of Islam that if you're interested in the faith, you can search them out and try on different ones and see what seems to make sense to you in terms of how you'd practice or what you'd believe. But don't feel constrained by them either, because a lot of people have their own understandings. And Islam is one of those religions that kind of puts a lot of the onus on you to interpret the religion for yourself.
Well, I came at it with this background of, I grew up where anyone that I knew that practiced a Christian religion kind of weaponized the language and weaponized the ideas. And even this idea that there are certain things that you must do before you die or you will not get into heaven, is just so crazy.
Like in the Catholic or Orthodox traditions, for sure.
Yeah.
There's a lot less of that in not all forms of Christianity focus on that, though.
Right. But what I've been experiencing growing up in the US. So, also, like, what I've been noticing is this sort of like, rather than sticking to it and being like, you cannot do this, if you do this, you need to punish yourself for doing it in these different ways. But I'm hearing sort of more, especially from maybe newer generations now of Muslims that are around my age, this kind of idea of like a balance. Like if you do something that's not suggested, that could bring about negative things for other people or yourself, it's important to do other good deeds, but it's not this, you cannot ever do this type of vibe is what I'm kind of getting. And and I think I was just taught that when you are a certain religion, you have to live that way all the time, or bad things will happen to you. Like you're not accepted, you're
Yeah.
going to be kicked out, your family will disown you, you know, all of this stuff. And I'm just not getting that vibe from the people I'm talking to. And I feel like you just put everything that I've been experiencing and exploring it like so much more eloquently than I could, especially the, and was there a name for, you were talking about the, I think the legal, you know, the more like legal focus, like you cannot do this whole list of things. And then there was the one that you were, is there a name or names for the types of Muslims that it's more, you were talking about, it's more like about connection with God, like more about that reaching out.
Isn't like an experience of
Feeling
God?
it. Yeah.
If you're talking about the direct experience of God, you're basically looking at various forms of Sufism, like the different mystical traditions within Islam. And there's a lot of them. Every tariqah has its own approach. So you'd kind of want to shop around and think about what's involved in those communities, what's involved in their beliefs and practices and whatnot, because there's a tremendous amount of variation there.
Okay.
But they're definitely much more personal religions in that sense. They're more experiential. But in terms of a sense of community or people being ostracized from communities, technically that can happen in any religion. That's more of like the local social structure as well as the different family structures. And you can run into those kind of problems really anywhere. Mm-hmm. And technically there are different ways that all these religions can be somewhat flexible. I mean, somebody saw a moment ago about this question of like hell, you'll go to hell if this, that, or the other thing. Honestly, there's been a lot of literature in Christianity for 400 years, you know, criticizing the concept of hell and saying it's not not real, but they're still Christians. So it's not a universal belief within Christianity either. All religions evolve and change, and they take on different forms, and they shift. And it's not even true that the actual texts themselves have to truly constrain you. For some groups, okay, so if you look at the whole question of like fundamentalism as an idea, fundamentalism is go back to the fundamentals of the religion. So somebody asked about Salafists earlier. That's what the Salafis do. They want to go back to the early time of the companions, look at that text there. But it's not a matter of like staying with them. It's looking at their influence, their example, and then take that and use it to understand where you are in the contemporary world. So it's always inherently modernist in that sense too, which means it can shift and change. It just says cut out all the time in between all the other interpretations, because those might not fit your own way of doing things. And that's something that you can do outside of these more fundamentalist type, more structured religions anyway, especially since many of them, while they start off, I have fun with this one too, because people often have this view of like the Wahhabism as like extremely rigid. And it is today very ossified, like locked in, stuck with power structures and whatnot. But originally it started with Ibn Abdul Wahhab saying, we have a personal responsibility to look at these texts and interpret them for ourselves and find our meaning in them. It was much more open, and then it got locked in. And that tends to happen anytime power structures get involved in anything. So one way to look at all these religions is to find your own path in them, find your own approach to them. People can read these different texts. You can find your own interpretations of them, make them work. If you're not sure how, whether you're reading something very, the right way, it really depends on what you're after. If you want to know how did people mean it at the time, you're essentially asking a historical question, not a religious question. And you can turn to historians of ideas and we'll talk about, okay, this is what people meant by that at different times. But that doesn't mean, your mileage may vary. That doesn't mean that's how you have to look at it. People will do things in different ways. And will find different ways to use things. And in really all religions, even ones that think of themselves as literal, like it's like some of the Wahhabists or whatever that being mentioned right there, or many forms of Christianity, they still don't take them exactly literally, because they're taking them in a particular way that makes sense to them literally, which may not be the way that the author intended it. It may not be the way it was originally understood. And sometimes cultural shifts play a part there. Sometimes translation shifts play a part there. There's a lot of places where the way that we understand certain words shifts over time with the culture and the language as a whole.
I have
And
a
that means
question about
we can look at it differently as we go along, too.
why do you think that polytheism changed to monotheism?
The, um, the trend toward monotheism long predates the rise of Christianity. And there have been a lot of different groups adopting it and experimenting with it for a long time before it finally took off. By the time that the Christians really started spreading their faith, quite a few different monotheistic religions already existed in the Greco-Roman world. It was a general trend driven largely by philosophers, because they're trying to get past a lot of the simpler stories. A lot of earlier religions, when you're thinking about all these different gods, and their original purposes were more to explain different forces of nature, to they were there to explain why things happen in particular ways. So there's like etiological purposes that they teach certain moral lessons, but they can end up becoming like caricatures. I like using the Greeks as an example here, because they quite early on realized that a lot of their gods and goddesses were basically clowns. Like, what the fuck? How can you take seriously these people? Zeus is a total douche nozzle. Like, he's basically an example of like what you're not supposed to do. Don't be like this guy. And that made it very difficult for people who got to know more and more about the universe, like studying more. They're more literate, they're better informed. It made it hard to take it very literally, take it seriously. So I started looking for different ways to do that. So it's largely a trend driven by simply more knowledge of the universe, a greater sophistication philosophically. And many traditions just develop their own distinct forms of monotheism. So there are a whole bunch of, like I said, indigenous Greek and Roman monotheisms. There was Egyptian monotheisms. There was a whole bunch of different ones that showed up here. I think somebody said Amen. I think they might have been Aten. Akhenaten, originally Amenhotep IV, created Atenism, which was a form of monotheism in ancient Egypt. There's been a lot of experiments along those lines, but what ends up causing a general spread more broadly is that certain religions outcompete others, and scriptural traditions helped. When you say, like, this is my holy book, this is the truth, and oh, you don't have a holy book? Oh, you see, your religion must be bullshit. All those priests are just making that shit up as they go. So it made it a lot harder you're spreading amongst, like, I don't know, the followers of like Asatru in Northern Europe, like the Germanic faiths, or like Swomenusko or Rodneveri, like the Slavic paganism. They're like, oh, your shamans are just like making this shit up as they go. Oh, now see, if you just had a holy book, you just know what the truth was, man, and that's why you should check out our religion. So they outcompeted a lot of them at a very particular time. This hurt a lot of indigenous polytheistic traditions. So, like the the Akan faiths of like West Africa, for example, right, or the different polytheistic traditions of the Americas when the Spanish got here. They were hit at a particular time by a religion that came in with a book, and that made it hard. And yeah, they're very difficult to get good information in the past, because they didn't write a lot of stuff down originally. It was passed on from person to person, which meant that it evolved. Some writings do exist, some things survive, but not a lot, because they never produced a definitive scripture that laid everything out. And that's, I think, the single biggest reason that the larger monotheistic faiths spread into different areas. Like, how did Christianity and Islam become like the big dominant faiths that they are? They moved into areas where people didn't have that already. So there's two main reasons.
Okay, that was good. I wasn't expecting that response. That's really interesting. So do you believe in a divine creator?
In a creator? Me personally?
Yeah, like, do you believe in a creator?
No.
What about like the divine design?
No, I don't think that the concept of design is really holds up philosophically or scientifically. Um, I like I said, I can sacralize nature in a sense. I can see a kind of beauty, majesty, a kind of spiritual aspect to the natural world, but I don't think that there's an intelligence driving it or that created it per se. I don't,
Okay.
and honestly, the one problem there's, and this is one of the reasons. I guess if you use them, there's been some fun studies, I guess, in the looking just at, for example, top scientists in the U.S., like the National Institute of Sciences or whatever. They look
Yeah.
at the numbers there, and the biologists have the lowest level of traditional religiosity. The more that you actually look at the way that evolution works in nature, the harder it is to rationalize a sense of purpose or design or a teleology, like that there's a direction or a purpose to it. Yeah, because it
That
just
I've
doesn't
always
fit me.
questioned that as well. I've always questioned there being a direction or a purpose. One of the, I mean, not that there's no, and not purpose. I've always questioned that there was a direction, though. I do think that there's purpose, or that we can at least assign purpose, but I have questioned that direction. Like we as humans always just innately want to assign meaning to everything.
Right.
But one of the best things I heard was that life could be like a dance, and there's no direction of a dance. It's a thing that's happening, and
Right. Yeah. I
yeah.
mean,
So that's
our brains evolved as like pattern engines. We will find meaning in things. Whether it is there or not ultimately doesn't matter. We will create meanings
we
to
will
in order to
assign it.
give ourselves
Yes,
purpose. Yeah.
yes.
So
So it's
so there are
okay if there's
purposes,
something.
but ultimately we put them there instead of discovering them in nature.
And so, what my next question for you
Oh,
was,
there's a somebody had before I lose it. There was somebody asked a question about do I think there's a beginning, um,
oh yeah,
and just because it kind of fits where you were, right? There's definitely a beginning to our universe. Whether there's things before that is something we don't have the ability to see. I think that mathematically there's a lot behind a potential of like a multiverse sort of ideal, that there are other universes, but because we are constrained by the senses and an empirical reality, we can't see them. Our universe is all we can perceive. But mathematically, it's possible that there are other universes, that there wasn't a universe before ours. Maybe even if there's a single one, the universe could expand and then contract and then and then blow up again and become another universe. It could be constantly doing this. So there's a beginning for
do,
us, though. Very much a beginning to
yeah,
our
oh
universe.
for sure.
Whether
Do
there's a
you
beginning to like
think?
all,
Do you think the
I don't know.
your consciousness continues on after this life?
So again, like me personally,
You personally, yeah, just you personally.
no. It would be nice, I guess, because I kind of want to live another 5,000 years and see more things. I'm a historian. I love change, but I I think that what I am ultimately is tied up in this meat computer here. So I don't think that I'm carrying on. Um, as much as I think the idea would be nice, I I can't find a way to justify accepting it. So I tend to focus more on what I can get out of this life, what I can do here, how I can be the best version of myself, in this life. And if there is more to it, great. I'll be surprised and happy. And if there isn't, I'll have still done the best that I could.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. And that's how I felt for a long time too. I've definitely changed my perspective on that a bit. I do feel like we our consciousness continues on, and that had of course had changed because I was an atheist for a very long time and only believed that our bodies are, that's where we are, and once they're gone, so is our consciousness. But kind of delving into some different things and just experimenting with stuff, and how realizing deeply that we are restricted by our meat computer, that there are other things, I believe, that exist than what we can perceive with our human senses. And just kind of diving into that, it makes me feel like we do continue on. But it's interesting. I like hearing your perspectives on things too, though, and getting open to everything. And one specific, I've been waiting to talk to you because I wanted to ask you this. This is kind of derails a little bit, but it plays into religion. And because it's something I've been trying to dig up, and I know your opinion of it is very, it's important to me. So, I am trying to do some research. Now, I'm not saying that I go by what is said in any of the religions regarding this, but because of the conflict that's going on, it's something that I want to dive into, because one of my main goals is to bridge that Christianity and Muslim gap and kind of get people to see each other's sides a little bit more. Um, so I was looking up the where the I understand the word Jew came from the tribe of Judea, right?
Right. Well, the
But
country, yeah.
yeah, well, like, okay, so I was doing research into the Israelites, the Israel in the Bible, and trying to see if I could dispel or broaden the um, description of who the Jews and Israelites were. Um, and I was looking up old maps of Judea, and there was a discrepancy. So there's some maps that showed Judea going all the way to the sea underneath ancient Israel, which
Yeah.
would include Palestine and Arabs.
Yeah.
And then
Well, not
the
Arabs,
other
yeah.
maps, or I guess newer maps, were showing that it didn't include that part. It was sectioned off. So my question to you is, was Judea actually encompassing of Palestine in the Bible?
Okay. Let's see. So, for people just to know, I'm trying to catch a few of the questions that go along there, and we can every now and then I can stop and touch on a couple of those. So I saw questions on where did I study, on USS Liberty, on the supernatural and unexplained, things like that. And there's actually something you had a moment ago about the concept of atheism that I want to circle back to just briefly,
Oh yeah.
because I wouldn't actually use the label for myself at all. I think people could accuse me of it, but I don't personally like it. So if anyone's interested, I can talk about why. Um, but Yuda did have different territory at different times. And the key for a lot of it has to do with them slowly taking in different chunks of territory, and the way that the term itself was applied in different ways at different times. But if you go back to the earlier periods, if you're looking at Yisrael and Judah in the hill country, they are specifically states of the hill country, the northern and southern hill country. And then you have Ammon and Moab and Edom, and so there's a whole bunch of separate states in that area that are all basically Canaanite states. And they have a lot in common culturally. A lot of their basic belief systems, everything is very similar for a while, but they slowly diverge. In many ways, I think that the Samaritan culture probably descends from the Israelite culture in the north, and what eventually becomes Judaism descends from Judah in the south. And the religious perspectives of the other populations around them eventually die out because the borders shift. Like, especially once you bring in like the Persian period and then the Roman period, the larger state of Judah, it absorbs a ton of that territory and then slowly assimilates that population. And a lot of all the way through into the Roman period, you still saw in a whole lot of that territory, a lot of the people were polytheists still. And you dig up their houses and you find tons of like idols and whatnot. But the elite culture was monotheistic. And over time, that interpretation ends up predominating and getting rid of the other ones. As far as specifically Philistia along the coast and Judah, the key there is that Philistia actually goes into decline. It survives for a number of centuries. It goes through multiple layers archaeologically, where you can see significant shifts in its material culture and in its own development there. But eventually, it's assimilated. It gets sucked into, and because the one it's closest to is Judah eventually comes to encompass that area culturally. But it's not really a form of conquest. It's definitely not like the biblical. There's no like David and Goliath kind of shit. It's not like a conquest of that territory. That itself does. We have no evidence of that happening at all. But it does eventually come to encompass that area.
So, where the Bible talks about Jews being the chosen people and receiving the Holy Land, what do you think about who that was talking about?
Well, it's an element of that can be seen evolving in the traditions all through the Hill Country, which is it's present in both the E and J sources that go into Torah. So it was a belief held in common already, but one that evolved in that area as a way to relate to the broader cultural context, which is why Abraham is placed in a Mesopotamian origin. It helps to explain the Mesopotamian influences on the Canaanites. But there's always a sense that particular groups of people, different cultures, want to see themselves as somehow different, as distinct, as having a particular special destiny. And that was the way that it was initially understood there. So you've got similar ideas existing in a whole lot of ancient religions. It's not unique to a biblical worldview. It's just the one that more people are familiar with. Over time, it takes on a whole lot of other layers of meaning, especially once you get to the later stages where Judah ends up absorbing Yisrael to the north and has to justify that. And then with the later, in the Persian period, when the entire area becomes the satrapy of Judah and it takes on a new, more monotheistic interpretation, the sense of chosenness takes on a very different understanding too, because then it's like we have a special mission. We're the only ones who really understand the nature of God, and everyone else is full of shit, which is that kind of universalism is something adopted from the Zoroastrians, because the Zoroastrians thought that they had the truth, but they weren't trying to spread it to other people. Judaism adopts a very similar tribal understanding. This is a religion for us, but everyone else's is just wrong, where most ancient religions don't do that. They think this is the truth for us. You have yours. Oh, there's some similarities. Cool. Let's be influenced by that. And, the ideas just shift around, but it's very culturally specific. That sense of chosenness takes on a lot more significance when you start thinking that you're the only people who have the truth. And then it becomes like we have a special obligation to hold to God's laws, to show that some humans can hold to God's laws, where everyone else has failed. And that's kind of like the special mission of Jews in the world, is to hold on to those Torah laws and to carry them forward. But what chosenness means has changed a lot over the last 3,000 years.
Okay, that's interesting. So it seems like what you're saying is that it kind of goes back into the more innate feelings of people to wanting to be special, and because most people do even individually want to be special, and so
Right.
I could see how it would come about that
there's a
way,
sense
like
of
we're
that
special people. And
it's present in ancient Egyptian religion too. I mean, there's a lot of ones that have it. The ones that are more likely to develop it are ones that have a more positive view of their relationship to the gods. So, for example, Mesopotamians did not have a sense of that, because for the Mesopotamians, the gods were capricious and cruel and just tyrants and didn't give a shit how you lived. They didn't want to change how you were thinking. It was a very, very different understanding of the gods and our relationship to them. But places where you have a more positive understanding, and the god or gods wants you to do well, you'll tend to adopt a sense of special destiny like that. Oh, the god is looking out for me. The god is going to take care of me. And the Egyptians had that. The ancient Levantine cultures developing in Canaan had that. There are senses of that you can see in parts of South Asia. You can see that in Japan. There's a number of places you can find a similar kind of vibe. But what it means specifically within a particular faith culture, that still evolves it still shifts and changes over time. So what chosenness actually means has always been pretty flexible. It still really is. Within Judaism, there's a lot of interpretations of it now. For some, like there are some extreme, you can see this among some of the religious Zionists in Israel today, where it's essentially racist. Like non-Jews have inferior blood and you can't take transfusions. I mean, it's a really fucked up sense of chosenness. But for others, it's just like we're to be a light among the nations and, a good example, and we can follow Torah and others cannot. And people will see that we're doing well and God will eventually bless the entire world because he'll see that we're doing a good job. It can mean a whole lot of different things, from being a sense of like you are super cool to being you have a special responsibility or an obligation.
Can I actually, I had, so there's a gentleman on here that's a biblical scholar, Dan McClellan, and he was talking about this. And he was saying that a lot of the context of chosen is related to the fact that in the beginning of this time, there were other gods. Israel had this God. And so they were the chosen people of a God. Other countries had other gods.
Yeah, in that way, yeah, and that's where okay, so if you guys want a slightly more complicated version, where I was saying it, I'm placing it amongst the Canaanites as an idea. It's part of the henotheistic trends that are developing there. So, if anybody doesn't familiar with like any of the in between sort of terms, and there's a few different terms for this depending on how you want to look at it. Polytheists say that there are a bunch of gods and you can worship any number of them. Monotheists say there's only one God and that's all there is. The rest are all fake. But there are a lot of intermediate positions. So henotheists will choose to worship one God without denying the existence of others. And there are several henotheistic trends existing among the different Canaanite peoples. And originally, the cults of El and the cults of Yahweh are different, right? And eventually that God sense merges together and becomes the same God. But they're both following a certain transition toward choosing only one God. So there's a sense of chosenness. This particular God, Yahweh, has chosen us. We're only able to worship Yahweh. And it doesn't matter that Yahweh is like a child of El and like part of a wider pantheon. He's the only one you're going to pay attention to. All other gods, you no longer have the option to shop around. And then some variants of El end up the same way. So El becomes El, the Most High. El's the one that you're supposed to worship. We only worship El. So in your Abraham story, you can see it as like, okay, so think of it this way. In a polytheistic tradition, so let's just stay inside the Levant, right? Maybe I am worshiping Asherah, and I want my wife to get pregnant, and I want rain to come and feed my crops. So I'm going to pray to Asherah, do the rituals there, right? But rain doesn't come, and my wife doesn't get pregnant, so I'm kind of like, damn it, I'll just worship Baal instead. And that's not a conversion experience. I don't have to be like, oh, I have to change my religion and become something else, because it's just another god in the pantheon. You're just choosing to worship a different god. And there's no sense that one god is more real than another god, because religion in most of the ancient world, it's ritual focused. It's transactional. You're giving something up to get something back. I will pray to the god of door locks to protect my house, and I'll make an offering to that god of door locks so my house doesn't get broken into. That's it. It's like I give them something, they give me something. It's not a sense of strong belief that has a whole bunch of like theological elements. There's no conversions involved. With henotheism, what you're doing is you're saying you can't shop around anymore. You're not saying other gods don't exist. And technically, all through the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bible, there are 0 monotheistic statements. And many places where the existence of other gods is explicitly acknowledged, but you can't worship them, because there's one God that's chosen us, and we can only worship that God. And that God says, worship only me, no matter how much bad shit happens. And if bad shit happens, that's just me testing you. You got to stay faithful. And if you're staying faithful, then eventually I'll turn it back around and good things will happen again. Where technically, in most of the ancient world, if bad shit happens, you would just pray to a different god. You'd look for another way to solve the problem. Because again, it's ritual based, it's transactional. So this sense of choosing a single god is where the sense of chosenness comes in. So when we're choosing to worship only this one God, obviously it makes sense to say that God picked us out. And that God said, you can't shop around anymore. I'm going to make a special covenant with you, a special deal, and you can only worship me. And that's this one God. And again, there's originally competing like variants of this with El and Yahweh, but they end up merging together. And that's part of what you can see around like the Moses stories. It blends these traditions together and says like El and Yahweh are the same God. Where originally El and Baal and Yahweh, they're all separate gods in the Canaanite pantheon. Like Baal was a child of El as well. And someone I saw going by in the scrolling thing, someone said Elohim. Elohim is today translated as God, but Elohim literally means God and his divine counsel. It means gods. The I am is a Hebrew masculine plural. So originally it meant gods. But today it doesn't, because there's a monotheistic understanding in Judaism as a religion that was not present amongst their Canaanite ancestors. So the earliest texts, they retain a lot of the elements of the original polytheistic roots of the religion, including a ton of language and words like Elohim. El is the Canaanite sky god, and we have a ton of other surviving ancient documents from people who worshipped El. And so El exists outside the Bible as well as in the Bible. El is the Canaanite high god. So Elohim would kind of mean like Zeus and the Olympians. It's like the chief sky god and his council of most important gods. And that would include things like Yahweh and Baal. But eventually the interpretations change. The way we understand them change. And that affects a lot of stories. One of the things that's sort of interesting about the way today we read stories like, the praying to the golden calf thing, like Moses goes up the mountain, comes back down, and they're worshiping a golden calf or whatever. The calf was actually a cultic symbol of El. So it actually was technically a way of worshiping the original God there, but he's talking about a different interpretation of God, and he's using the Yahweh term. So like, no, you're doing it wrong. You're using this older ritual, and you're not supposed to do that anymore. Where today we look at it as, no, they started worshiping a fake God. But that's not what it meant at all. So it's a long-term process. There's a ton of fascinating textual evidence within the Bible that shows the evolution and the understanding of God. And when you connect that to the archaeology and tons of the other surviving records from outside the Bible, you can kind of piece together how that evolution happens and how you end up with a single God. But yeah, long story short, the chosenness sense that you're bringing up there does go back to the Canaanites themselves, and it's part of them choosing a particular God and saying, we can't shop around anymore. This is one God, and even if other people are going to worship other gods, that's fine. This is ours, and it's because this God chose us. So
Interesting. Yeah, thank you for explaining that.
Layman Left has been here for a little bit. Did you want to talk, or Liam, did you want to talk about the supernatural? I think might have been next.
Yeah, there was a supernatural one, an atheism question, and then somebody asked about the liberty earlier. I think those are the ones that I can remember there. Oh, and I think was it? I don't know if it was. I don't know if it was Ro or Lisa, but somebody talked about. Oh, I think it was Ro. But like the background between like Islam and Christianity. There's a number of, if you're interested, there's a number of like essays or books I can point you to about like Islamo-Christian civilization, that there's so much more in common than not, that there are ways to like link these two traditions within kind of like on a civilizational level instead of thinking of them as fundamentally opposed. So if you want to have a conversation like that, or like, I can just give you some resources privately later. That's cool. I can hit the atheism and the supernatural one pretty quickly. I don't like atheism because it is a positive declaration in a sense. It technically can just mean, and for a lot of people it does, well, I don't have an actual belief in one, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't things. But in practice, that's kind of what it means. And that's oftentimes the way it's understood. So I don't like that. And for me, again, I prefer a kind of pantheist or Spinozist version. So it's not that I'm saying that I don't have a God, but my God is a very different, more abstract understanding than one that you would get with like a personal God or a savior God or like a scriptural, like a revealed sort of God. My God is the totality of existence. My God is the universe and all life within it. So it is a kind of spiritual understanding, and I can use the label God for it in the same way that Spinoza does, but it's more like his Deus sive natura, God or nature. Like it's essentially the same thing. So no, I wouldn't say that God is an idea. It's more like it's everything. It's all of reality. A technical term for it, if anyone wants to look into this, is monism. Monism is the belief that all things are technically of a common substance, that they're all fundamentally linked together, that we all come from the same thing. And you can take that in scientific ways too. Like technically we're all star stuff. Like, me and this table and the cat and the computer and everything, we're all made of the same constituent elements. So in a way, we are all connected on some deep level. And monism is basically giving a kind of philosophical / religious understanding of that, saying that, because everything is a totality, everything is all ultimately one, then why not think of that as essentially divine in itself, as being kind of like a sacred nature, as being something beautiful and worth preserving. And that's why, hey, I care about taking care of the natural world. I care about preserving trees and not killing a bunch of animals and, climate change and shit like that. Like, I care about the world that I'm in, and I want it to do well, because to me, all of it is ultimately sacred. So I wouldn't call myself an atheist, even though many sincerely religious people would make me an atheist and say I am. I think of myself more as a monist or a Spinozist or something. And yeah, I guess I'm kind of a tree hugger. I've got my little I'm a tree. I mean, I literally live in a forest. Like, I literally live in a national forest. So I guess that kind of makes me a tree hugger by nature. I mean, there's a bunch of big ass pine trees in the fucking property here. So
sounds like you might not also identify with agnostic, considering you do
I do have a perspective.
acknowledge and identify something. You identify some things.
I have a perspective. Yeah, agnosticism is usually like, I'm not going to, I won't make a decision. I won't take a particular position on this. And it could be true. It might not be true, but I'm just not going to think about it. That's oftentimes how it's used. Again, there's definitely other meanings. And if you go back to like the original, like, because this is term is coined by Thomas Huxley, it did have a different meaning before, but the way it's used today, like, so the way that atheist and the way agnostic are used today technically departs from their original philosophical meaning, but in the pop cultural sense, agnostics are basically fence sitters who won't pick a position. And I do have a philosophical position, so I wouldn't use that label either. But it does make it hard for me to explain things because what do you believe? Well, I'm a monist. What the fuck is that? Like, shit. How long do you have? Let's talk. And so I generally avoid the conversations because it can be complicated. The spirit, the unexplained or supernatural one, to me, I don't see a reason to take that kind of stuff seriously, because for me, it often ends up being sort of like the God of the gaps kind of thing. Well, we don't know what causes this, so that must be God. Well, I don't know. I mean, somebody might figure that out tomorrow, though. I mean, everything else that people have always said, it must have been God. We've always ended up finding an answer to it. So I don't really feel a need to do that. And I think a lot of the experiences people have, like the supernatural experiences, the things that we feel in the world, actually have neurological explanations. And I have like a whole shelf on the neurobiology of this, of the way that you can, if you stimulate different parts of the brain, it gives you particular experiences. And there are certain states that we go into where we can feel different things. We can feel connected. We can see something. So for me, that's kind of enough. What people want to do with that, how they need it, what thoughts they want to put into it, that's ultimately up to them. But for me, I'm very comfortable with gray areas. I don't, and that's one way, I guess, I'm kind of like the agnostics, but not really. But there's a sense in which I'm comfortable with ambiguity. I'm comfortable with unexplained things. So if I don't have an answer for something, that's fine. That's cool. It's good. Someone will figure it out. Whatever. I'm fine with what I know. I tend to, in some ways, I have a kind of what do you call it? A kind of Pyrrhonist view of things. Think about like ancient Pyrrhonian skepticism. It appears to me now, knowing what I know, that I am sitting in a chair in my house, on a mountain, in my library, talking to people through my phone on TikTok. But I could be a brain in a jar in Futurama, and I don't really know, right? Who knows? I mean, maybe this is all a weird, like, illusion or something. I don't know. But I'm comfortable taking the position that I'm actually sitting here and doing this. And that's good enough. Even though technically there is a certain inherent ambiguity to it. It could be other than it is. So there's always that possibility of change. And for me, my positions are always formed on best available evidence. So if the best available evidence suddenly proves that ghosts are real, cool, I'll accept that ghosts are real. Right now, all the evidence is that they're not real. And I'm comfortable saying they're not real. But that doesn't mean that I've permanently foreclosed the possibility, which is one of the reasons I'm also uncomfortable with terms like, theist or atheist. They seem like they're taking definitive positions on a subject where we need a certain flexibility in the way that we kind of proceed through life. So I'm kind of comfortable with gray areas. I'm comfortable with not knowing and with leaving things to be worked out as we go along. And I'll change my positions based on the evidence that's presented to me. So my view on tons of issues, like, historically, philosophically, it's shifted over the course of my life. I've taken in new material. I've thought about it. And like, well, okay, shit. That does make a better case than the one I had. Okay. Yeah, I can go with that. And there we are. Jess asks, just got here, what are we talking about? A little bit of everything. We've been on some of this spirituality, meaning of life, life, the universe, and everything kind of stuff there. The origins and evolution of several religious traditions. I think some of that started with initial questions were on Zoroastrianism and Hinduism, and then we got into like the evolution of Judaism, and then the nature of pantheism and atheism and things like that. So but these conversations always tend to bounce around a lot. The last one that's really, really short, and then I'll turn it over to Layman for a little while, is somebody just asked about the how long has it been live? I don't know, 90 minutes, something like that. I don't know, a little over that. Someone asked about the USS Liberty incident. For anybody who doesn't know, a U.S. spy ship was off the coast of Israel in 1967, and Israeli planes strafed the holy hell out of it and killed a whole bunch of American sailors. I can't remember the number there. It's somewhere around 100, maybe. I don't know. It was a lot of people, but I'm not good with numbers, honestly. But killed a bunch of sailors, put the ship out of commission. And this was, as we understand it, as a lot of the historian consensus on this is that this was done because the defense minister wanted to invade Syria. They'd already beaten the hell out of Egypt and Jordan, but when the war started, the Syrians kind of like shut up and didn't do anything. And the Israeli military command didn't want them to get away with talking a big talk and whatnot without getting a bloody nose. So they intended to invade the Golan in the process of this. And they knew that since the war had already been going on for days, the U.S. would have pushed against that, would have argued for, no, you need a ceasefire now. You need to end this. We have to remember that the U.S. did not have the kind of blank check policy it has toward Israel today back in the day. It just didn't. I mean, we didn't really start committing to them politically and economically until the 73 war. We were a lot more like, when they were useful, we'll work with them, but there's a lot of like complicated issues. But yes, they did want the heights from the start, and they were always intent on preventing Syria from having access to Lake Kinneret. But when they kept the Syrians away from the lake and refused to sign a peace deal that would have given them access to the lake, what the Syrians started doing was started planning a canal to divert the headwaters that flowed into the lake so they could still get the water for themselves. And the Israelis were like, fuck that. We're not going to allow that to happen. So taking control of the highlands was a strategic objective for them because they needed the water to make the area, to make the desert bloom and all that. You need the water sources. So it was a strategic objective to take it, and the Liberty was kind of in the way there because a U.S. spy ship would have immediately been able to radio this home, and then the U.S. president would have been like, hey, what the fuck? Do not do this. But by the time the U.S. knew about it, they'd already rolled pretty far to the goal line. It was a fait accompli. They couldn't do anything about it. Okay, so that turns us, I think that's the last of those. That turns us over to Layman.
Hey, what's up, Liam?
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for waiting.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. I was going to ask, because you usually got the answers on everything, and
Some things.
all right, so like with I have discussions on like I support Palestine. I have discussions on the issue quite a bit, and I like to cover things like completely objectively as possible. And sometimes like dudes will do conflationary statements, conflating what happened with Morocco and Iraq, right? And I wanted to know because I heard like someone stated once that the Zionist movement was doing trafficking of like children or something, and I wanted to know if that was like true, basically. And also like obviously doing conflationary shit is wrong because at the end of the day, Palestine is its own culture and it's
Right.
also Christian, Muslim, and Jewish. So it can't like the conflation is just racism entirely. But
Yeah, for sure.
yeah,
Yeah, I've never understood this constant desire to say that like Arabs are Arabs and so therefore Palestinians don't exist. It's just nonsense. People have always had a local identity. I mean, people, it's only for political reasons because no one's around there going saying like Syrians aren't Syrian or Egyptians aren't Egyptian. Like, why don't we say their identities are artificial? Technically, all nationalisms are artificial on some level, but they're all based on local history, local cultural distinctiveness. And the simple fact is, Palestinian culture is not Egyptian culture. It's not Iraqi culture. They have completely different histories. So, yeah, I've always been offended by that the way people squish all this stuff together. The trafficking of children, I'm not sure I know exactly what you mean, although I'm not quite sure. I'm unless I distinctly remember, I tend not to trust like the vague senses. But I think that honestly, no, yeah, I don't know. I don't recall any specific instances of like stealing kids. Um, there may be places where Palestinian kids have been taken or whatever, and a sense of like hostages, are also an issue that the Israelis have done many times, like just taking people in. It may be possible that some Palestinian children were taken and passed on there, but I don't recall. I don't have anything on that specifically to my head, so I'd have to look into it.
okay. And also, I was
I'll make a
raised.
note. I've gotten up places I can easily look. I can see if I can try to confirm or deny that. Because again, you want to make sure like something is solidly factual.
Yeah.
And even if it seems plausible, if I don't know it happened, I'm not going to say it happened. I'll only take position if I know some. So, but
Okay.
if you'd like, I'll look into it and it can come up another. I'll try to remember to bring it up another week when I see you or something.
Okay. Cool. Cause yeah, I like if I don't know about it, usually just like I'll just keep it pushing and try to stay on message. But yeah, and then let's see. There's that. Oh yeah. Also, did like I've heard it be debunked, but I want to know your perspective. Like, cause I was raised Jewish, so like sometimes this gets brought up if I'm debating evangelicals, and they'll just like start spewing hatred in both directions, cause they'll get pissed off. Did we kill Jesus? Yeah.
Oh, that is a funny question. Okay. I could go off on that one, but I'll try to keep this really short, as short as I can. If you look at the gospel accounts, okay, but they're written much later and they have a political purpose to them. The shortest answer to this is to look at what does Mashiach mean at the time, and there's a political meaning for Messiah within Judaism. A most common understanding would have been somebody who would have been a major reformer who could have like thrown out foreign occupiers or whatever. So somebody being called a Messiah is technically guilty of sedition. crucifixion, if you look at, was Jesus crucified? Okay, if you say Jesus was crucified, then you're stuck with something, because crucifixion was used for crimes against the state, not for other random crimes. Somebody like robbed their neighbor, that's not cause for crucifixion. Crucifixion had a very specific usage as a Roman punishment. So Jesus was, in all likelihood, if there is a historical Yeshu ben Yosef, so if we assume Jesus is a real person and lived at that time in the first century, then he would have been executed by the Romans for sedition, for having followers and being called a Messiah. The Jews would have had either they would have had no ability to do so, because Judah was under Roman control. After Herod's death and the fight between a couple of his kids, the Romans just said screw this, and they seized control of it and made it a province of the empire with a governor. So Jews had no legal ability to do that shit to people. They just didn't. They were under Roman imperial control. And crucifixion was a Roman punishment used for crimes against the state, not a Jewish punishment. So no, Jews could not have killed Christ. That's a Christian charge, and the charge of deicide is closely related to a specific theological shift, an argument that Christians start making only around the 2nd century, and it really kind of takes off in the 3rd century, of supersession, that the church is the new Israel, the church is the new chosen people, and not the Jews, because the Jews have rejected the Messiah. And what they've done is they've taken up, there was a variant strain within Judaism in the 1st century for a suffering Messiah. It wasn't the most common understanding of it, but it was one that existed. They took and ran with that, and it connected it to what they were doing, and basically said, like, we have found like the real Messiah, and this Messiah has this specific divine aspect, and the Jews rejected that, so they're no longer the chosen people. And in fact, they must have killed him. And that helps you to spread the religion in the Roman world, because if you're going around in the Roman world preaching to Romans that the Romans are the bad guys, what the fuck's going to adopt your religion? It's just not going to work. But if the Romans were kind of innocent bystanders of the whole process, and it was the Jews who rejected the Messiah sent to them, and then we can take that, we can believe in that real Messiah that they rejected, and therefore become the real chosen people, then it makes a certain amount of sense. So.
Okay. And then, oh shit, what was the other question? It's still relevant to.
There's a follow up here. Somebody asks, could the Messiah have threatened the Jewish faith? Could they have incurred? No, because Judaism has no problem with messianism at all. There are actually a whole bunch of messiahs in the Bible, and not all of them are even Jews. Cyrus the Great is called a messiah. Like King Josiah of Judah is called a messiah. There's a whole bunch of them. There's a whole bunch afterwards. Jews have always been okay with people being messiahs. Messiah doesn't have. The Mashiach in Judaism has a completely different meaning than the Christian Messiah. So no Christian Messiah could have threatened Judaism in that sense. From a Christological perspective, the question you've got there makes sense, but it doesn't fit the context of 1st century Palestine, no. Okay, sorry, Layman, I didn't want, because it was so close to your question, I wanted to bring that in.
My brain's still lagging anyways. I'm trying to remember my last question.
No, if I don't write shit down, I'm always trying to scribble notes when people are saying things. Otherwise, I won't keep track of it either.
Yeah. Damn. Hold on. Okay, so let's see. There was the. Okay. Oh yeah, the Romans. Didn't they crucify tens of thousands of in general? Like after the plague, didn't we get the blame for the plague? And
Jews have frequently been blamed for plagues in European history, and that comes out of the Christian strain of anti-Judaism. The fact that in their divorce, when they separated as religions, they basically turned the Jews into scapegoats for all kinds of shit. But the Roman authorities did crucify a shitload of people for different crimes, but always still for particular crimes against the state. So if you think about the aftermath of the Third Servile War, sometimes called the Spartan slave uprising, all the survivors who surrendered when his army finally collapsed, they were crucified. They just filled the entire road between Rome and Capua with crucified people all on the side of it, like lampposts or some shit. I mean, the Romans had no problem crucifying people and did it in a ton of places all over the place, but always specifically for particular types of crimes.
I thought there was like a concentrated point though for Jews because after like the Pope had this is what I heard. Supposedly the Pope unalived all the cats in Europe, which inherently led to the boom in the population of rats. Then after that, he turned around and said the Jews are like poisoning the water wells or something.
Yeah, there is a story about there is a question about cats that actually shows up at two different points in European history. There's also a later French story around this, and yeah, that does have an impact on the spread of diseases, but it wouldn't be tied to the Romans or crucifixion because crucifixion had already gone away as a particular punishment style. But it does lead to pogroms. It does lead to attacks on Jews, and there are a lot of those in European history where Jews are blamed for poisoning wells or, kidnapping Christian children and draining their blood to make Passover matzah, which is just a bizarre idea. There's all kinds of things Jews were. I mean, okay, can you believe like the most bland, tasteless fucking thing in the world? They think that the secret ingredient is Christian blood. What the fuck? And like, if you know anything about kashrus, it's like Jews are forbidden from consuming blood at all. But of course, they didn't know anything about Judaism. I mean, all they knew is like the rumors that'll go around, right? So tons of stories exist in European Christendom blaming the Jews for various catastrophes. And each time it does spark pogroms. It does spark race riots that kill a bunch of Jews. There's a lot of horrifying shit that happens that way. But yeah. But that's all after the collapse of the Roman state and the end of crucifixion. So they're different. They're technically different issues.
Okay, yeah, because medieval
a shitload of people, yeah. Christians murdered a shitload of Jews. So that both of those happen, but they're different things.
Okay, cool. All right, and then shoot, I don't know. I'll hang out for a little bit and see if I can actually, because these are what I had on my mind when I came in, but maybe I can think of a good question that's like really, really on topic.
Sure, everyone's always welcome to hop in here. And if you want, you can stay on the side there until somebody else really wants to come in. Right now, there's still 2 spaces, so no big deal there. So if you got something, just let me know. If one of the there's a few people that have played the role of moderators, collecting and fielding questions or whatever. Somebody can always watch for that too. But feel free to jump in with something later if you want. I've got a couple things that I've seen in the little chat line. And I can hit those briefly, and then we'll see if anybody has anything in the panel again, or if anything else has come up. Somebody asked about the Maccabees I saw, and then someone says, "Is it safe to assume the Abrahamic faith evolved like Judaism to Christianity to Islam?" The Maccabees one is easier, and this is sort of an interesting story. It's one that we really only know. The Jewish holiday of Hanukkah is the only one that's actually not present in the Hebrew Bible at all. It's largely preserved because of Catholics, holding on to the first 2 books there, and then 2 more books exist in the Ethiopian Bible. But the story actually goes back to the Seleucids, and it's around the birth of the Hasmonean state, which is technically the last actual Jewish state, in religious terms. So short of it here. Alexander and the Macedonians conquer the Persians. They defeat the Persian Empire, and that puts the Levant under Greek control. Alexander dies. They try to hold things together as a regency briefly, but that comes apart very quickly, and the generals start dividing it up. So you've got Seleucus I Nicator covering a whole lot of from India all the way through to Syria, and then you have Ptolemy in Egypt, and they're sort of strategic competitors in the Eastern Mediterranean for a while. Initially, Palestine was under the Ptolemies, and the Ptolemies are super tolerant. They look for a syncretic blending of Greek traditions and local traditions. So eventually that evolves into a very distinct form of Hellenistic Egyptian religion. If anyone's ever seen the god Serapis with the cool basket on his head and shit like that, that's part of the blending together of the Apis concept in Greece with the Greek gods. There's a whole lot of interesting things that develop in those 3 centuries. But initially, Palestine is under Ptolemaic control. And the Jewish community is actually patronized. In fact, the Greek translation of the Bible happens in that period. We call it the Septuagint. It happens in part because of Ptolemaic patronage. But the Seleucids seize control of it. They take it from the Ptolemies. And the Seleucids have a very different approach to religion and to control. Ultimately, what the Romans later used with their whole emperor worship idea is actually borrowing a Seleucid concept. What the Seleucids did was they took the practice of veneration of the emperor that existed for the Persians, and they combined it with the state cult or city cult that the ancient Greeks had. And they created like the emperor embodies the state, and your pledge of allegiance to the state is basically worshiping the emperor. And because of that, you kind of need to impose a Hellenistic worldview, otherwise you can't make that work. So they start trying to push their religion, and the Jews are a big problem there because the Jews are like, dude, we've got a religion, fuck you, we're fine. So they continually piss off the Seleucids, and the Seleucids eventually get so angry that under, I think it's Antiochus IV, he outlaws Judaism, seizes control of the temple in Jerusalem, reconsecrates it to Zeus, and actually has a pig sacrificed in the altar in the Holy of Holies. So massive, massive sacrilege. And this sparks what is probably the first war for religious freedom in world history, like a specific uprising about freeing people to worship their religion in their own way. So they push these guys out and change everything here. Somebody asked for specific book recommendations, like Maccabees and the Mishnah is a good one. There's a handful of good ones I've got here, but I'll get too distracted if I think about that. Send me a message. I can much more easily send. I can give you book recommendations. But the shift there, there's a big fight to try and chase out the Seleucids, and unlike some of the later fights they have with the Romans, this one actually works. They seize control of the central core in the hill country and then spiral outward from there and take more and more of the territory. And what they create is the Hasmonean monarchy, which was the last actual independent functioning temple monarchy. So the current state of Israel is a Jewish state because there's a lot of Jews there. But that it's not a Jewish state in the sense of being a religiously or halakhic Jewish state, because there's no temple, there's no monarchy under the line of David, there's no priesthood and animal sacrifice. These things don't exist. The Hasmonean state's the last time that exists. And it actually is a time when Judaism is expanding too. Actually, they forcibly convert people. Some of the last surviving holdouts of various polytheistic faiths. So if you go back to some of our discussions like the original Canaanite history, a number of the peoples around the hill country were forcibly converted to Judaism in that period, including the ancestors of Herod the Great. His family is Idumean. They were not originally Jews, but they became Jews. So it kind of consolidates a specific temple religion in that area. And that lasts until Herod and his Roman patronage, and Herod basically overthrows the Hasmoneans. But the Maccabees period is quite interesting because it actually does successfully throw off foreign control and creates a distinct faith there. Bilal asked what made the revolt work. Largely Seleucid weakness. The Seleucids had been facing constant revolts. They had to basically buy off the territories. They gave up their control in portions of northwest India. They basically hey, we'll give you back your land in exchange for some war elephants. Cool, now we're gone. But then there's a revolt that breaks away the Bactria region. So there's a separate Greco-Bactrian state for a long time. And then the eastern Iranian area is conquered by the Parthians. So the Parthian state comes into existence, born out of the Seleucid lands, which is why the Parthian state is both Iranian and kind of Hellenistic. There's a lot of their rulers were they called themselves Phile Hellenes. They loved Greek culture, but they were also Iranian. But everyone's breaking away. They're facing constant uprisings and revolts. And they couldn't fight everywhere at once. They just did not have the resources. So eventually they're restricted to Mesopotamia and Syria. Then they eventually lose Mesopotamia to the Parthians, and it's just Syria. And that's when the Romans come along and kick their asses. Over a 300-year history, they go from stretching from Syria all the way to northern India, and then get smaller and smaller and smaller until the Romans finally go, yep, you're mine now, and take the last little piece of it. But it's their weakness is why they and realistically, and this is sort of a fun historical factoid, because the Holy Land is so important to everyone today. it's a historic backwater. No one gave a shit about it for a long time because it's relatively unfertile. It's isolated. It's out of the fucking way. Who cares about Jerusalem in the ancient world? Because it's up in the hill country. It's hard to get to. It's not on any major trade routes. It's not really important. So when they've got a people revolting down there and trying to chase them out, it's not worth the trouble to fight for that when they also have to fight to hold on to Mesopotamia, which is a whole lot more valuable. So hopefully that makes sense there. Ooh, Ten Commandments tablets. No one knows if they even existed. I mean, there's nothing really. We have nothing to go on based on that. The entire story around them is in mythic literature written many centuries later. So we don't know. I mean, if there was some, cool. Maybe they were in an ark. Maybe that ark was originally in the temple. Cool. We don't know, but there's no way to say what happened to them because we have no evidence of them existing at all. It's a who the hell knows.
Hey, Doc, I have a question about that.
Sure.
I actually came up with a different question, but I actually have a question about that too. The Ten Commandment tablets, a lot of people are comparing them to the Sumerian tablets. Is there a comparison there or no? How are they similar?
To like Sumerian, as in like the type of clay tablets you have in Mesopotamia?
The Sumerian emerald tablets, the ones that state basically the same thing as the Ten Commandments, just in different context.
So like you mean for some Samaritans?
Yes.
Yeah. So those are produced later, but it is a way of showing them off. So there could have been something like that, but I don't think that the Samaritans have a claim to holding like an original Ten Commandments. No.
Okay.
Although there are places where Samaritanism actually does retain many of the older elements of the original religion. Their Torah is actually written in the original script. The script they use, what's called Paleo Hebrew. It looks like Phoenician. It's a Canaanite script. So because the Hebrew letters that are used today in Israel and used in all Jewish literature and whatnot, they're actually a late form of like Aramaic.
Modern day. Yeah.
They were adopted. They were adopted in like the exilic period they're a form of Aramaic. The original script from the indigenous script of Levant would have been the old Canaanite script, and the Samaritans do still use it.
And that was a Coptic, right? That was a Coptic script.
Not Coptic, no. Coptic, they have a common origin in ancient Egypt. So the oldest like Egyptian script, there's like simplified versions of it that are used in different areas. One of those becomes Sinaitic, so it's kind of it exists in like a few places where I don't know. You want to like be able to put simple signs over things for like workmen, like like go here, do things like that.
Right. Okay.
And that simplified language, that simplified script, becomes the basis for that Levantine script, the Canaanite script, and what becomes the Coptic script evolves also out of it in a different direction. Like the original Egyptian writing becomes like the hieratic script. The hieratic is kind of like for lack of a better term, like a cursive for ancient Egyptian. Most actual papyri, if you dig up ancient Egyptian scrolls and look at this shit, they're not in hieroglyphs. They're mostly in hieratic. But hieratic evolves into Demotic, which is a simpler, even more cursive looking one. And then Demotic evolves into Coptic. And one of the reasons that Coptic looks a little different from Demotic is actually some Greek influence. So there's an influence of some Greek letters. And weirdly enough, Greek evolves out of the Phoenician script. So Greek actually comes out of the original Paleo Hebrew. Yeah. But they took it in a different direction, added vowel signs and whatnot. So all these things end up mixing and merging over time. It gets really kind of like, wow. But a whole bunch of different writing systems are all related. And technically the writing system we're using here in this little chat does on some level go all the way back to the ancient Levant.
Wow. Okay, so the question that I came up here to ask was in regards to what's going on right now. So last week when they were talking about a humanitarian pause, everybody was excited, and I kept on telling them, stop getting so excited, because the history of humanitarian pauses shows us that, number one, it's not always a real humanitarian pause, and there's always danger involved within these pauses, because they create these corridors where innocent people think that they're able to pass through safely, and it's not always the case. And we saw this with the Bosnia and in Kosovo. We saw this with Russia and Ukraine. And today I wake up and I find that that's exactly what's happened. And so knowing that history has a very bad tendency to keep repeating itself because us humans can be quite illiterate when it comes to recognizing patterns of behavior, where do you see this going? Because I've got a very, very strange feeling. There is going to be no win in this. It's literally just going to go back to the way it was. Israel is eventually going to say, you know what, okay, we're not going to continue doing this. We're going to give you back the water and electricity, act like they're doing some kind of humanitarian thing. Palestine's going to feel a sense of relief and be like, okay, until the next attack. What is your opinion?
Well, that's always been how this was going to play out in some way. The only wild card in that is the current administration in Israel wants to completely change the administration in Gaza and put somebody else in charge. And they're committing to keeping control over it until they can orchestrate that. If it turns out to be too costly to them, whether that's in economic terms, in diplomatic terms, military terms, whatever, but if it turns out to be too costly and they end up stopping, then it'll go back to the indefinite status quo, like they just step out for a minute and then everything calms down for a bit, and then inevitably every single year they continue to shoot people and there's protests and whatnot, and then eventually there's another explosion of violence. Everyone acts every single time this happens, and this is one of the things that just like really, really frustrating from a historian standpoint, is like, didn't we do this shit 2 years ago? And then go back 2 years. Didn't we do this shit 4 years ago? Like over and over. Every now and then there's a huge explosion of fighting, but it's like it never actually ends. Whenever people say it's calmed down and there's a ceasefire, and I keep correcting people on this. So like, oh, there was a ceasefire, there was a truce. It was so calm. Like, and then Hamas broke that calm. Like, no, I mean, Israeli shot like 300 people last year. It's never not violent. It's never not a problem. It's never actually calm. It's just relatively calm for a while, and then it gets worse.
I wouldn't even say that it's relatively calm. I would just say that that's the norm for them.
Well, yeah, then the norm for them is systemic violence. But
Right.
relative to thousands of people dying under aircraft, you have apartheid laws and kids getting shot in the back and shit like that. I mean, there's still always some shit going down.
So what would have to happen? What would need to happen for things to change? What do you see needs to happen?
Either a major paradigm shift in the way people think about things, like change what Zionism means so it's not an ethno-state, and then find some way to like live together in a kind of binational or non-national state. So there's a way of, if they can unfuck their brains and think about it differently, they can end it that way. Or somebody has to impose it on them. And just the US, not arming them, honestly, it would only make the occupation more expensive. Right now, the occupation costs Israelis about $1 a year. I mean, because it's so heavily subsidized by the US taxpayer. But they could still afford it. I mean, they have the 17th highest living standard in the world. They could afford to maintain the occupation for a long, long time without us here. But if countries start cutting them off the way they started cutting off apartheid South Africa, that could ultimately change things. It's not, but a change in US policy wouldn't on its own do what needs to happen there, but it would be important if other countries start putting sanctions on it and the US doesn't, and that's a real prospect because Christian Zionism is super strong in the US.
I think that's starting to happen. They've already started to remove some of the Israeli embassies from South Africa and other countries around the world.
A handful of smaller countries doing it, yeah. But I mean, honestly, if they lose a few countries in Latin America, I don't think they're going to give a shit. If Europe cuts them off, if Japan cuts them off, if the US cuts them off, if China cuts them off, then they're fucked. They need the major economies to do it. India is another one. And some countries are getting closer. Like India, under the BJP, is actually tightening. India used to sympathize with the Palestinians because of their own history of an anti-colonial struggle. But under Modi and the BJP, they're getting closer and closer to Israel. So, if you lose a small country in Latin America and gain India, I mean, that's a net gain for them. So it's not, it doesn't really matter yet. If major economies start sanctioning them, that becomes a problem. But even there, the US could actually make up the difference. We could just give them more money. And because Christian Zionism is so important here, it controls a lot of the donor class in the US, the Christian donor class in the US, and our Congress is so in lockstep, we would just give them more and more money. The major US policy has been driven much more by our popular culture and by Congress than by any administration. You go back into the 1980s, and Reagan, again, super racist asshole, but Reagan actually opposed some of the money being given to Israel, and like after Sabra and Shatila in '82, Congress voted to give Israel even more money after they were proven to have committed significant war crimes. They're like, here, have some more cash, have some more guns. We have to change our culture here. Otherwise, the U.S. will simply make up the difference, and no matter how many countries in Europe cut them off, we'll just give them more cash, and they'll just carry on as normal. That was actually the case in South Africa too. A lot of countries cut off South Africa, and we kept up the trade with them. Reagan actually vetoed Congress's attempts to sanction South Africa, but when that veto was overridden and we joined the sanctions regime, that killed the apartheid regime there. So a change here does have to happen, but it can't just be us, but it also can't exclude us. It has to happen here as well. I don't know if that answers enough, but it's
No, it does. It does. It's just it's
either the
frustrating
Israelis have to
because
unfuck themselves, or
yeah.
the whole rest of the world does. One or the
Well,
other.
I mean, in terms of Israel, they've been marching since March. That didn't mean it like that, but they've been protesting since March to overthrow this government. They did a poll again, I think last week, where they said 76% of the Israeli population actually don't want this government. They want a more middle ground or lefty government.
Not lefty. I mean,
Not lefty, but
their
more
centrists are
middle.
still pretty right wing at this point. But yeah,
Right.
but not. This is the most extreme government in Israel's history, and people don't want this. The problem is they had 5 elections in 4 years, or 4 elections in 5 years. I can't remember, but it was like almost every year. They kept they couldn't form a coalition that was stable, and this is the first one that actually came together, and it's barely holding on. This is why, like the current government ministers who said shit like nuke Gaza, like really fucked up stuff, they haven't been kicked out because Netanyahu cannot lose anybody from his coalition without it collapsing.
Right, but they did kick out that one minister who said that that they needed to continue the humanitarian pause for longer. She was a female minister that they had.
Yeah, but they still had somebody else in the party that they could put in their place. It depends
Right.
on what party you're from and how many people are available in it. His current coalition depends upon a lot of very small extremist parties, and he can't lose any of those. So it's difficult there. But honestly, it doesn't really matter how many Israelis hate Bibi. If his government falls, another election happens, and it's likely to be again the same kind of massive. I mean, a whole bunch of different parties and no one agreeing, and you end up with another one of these clusterfuck coalitions. So it's.
So how do we get our I live here in America now. I've been here for almost 12 years. How do we get our leaders here in America to listen, to stop the aid, to stop start backtracking a little bit and saying, hey, hold on a minute, we can't do this? How do we make that happen?
All of that is driven by Congress. And that gets back to one of the single biggest problems that Americans have always faced. How do you get better representatives? Most of our representatives are bought and paid for by major corporations. They should all be wearing like NASCAR jackets with other owners on them because it's not us, it's all their donors. But what we have to do is we have to get involved in primaries. We have to choose the candidates who aren't bought and sold. And there are candidates like that running in every single election, but most people get the little party lists, like your party endorses these candidates, and people just go into the voting booths and like punch that ticket down the line, and that's all they do. Americans have to care enough to know who are the non-corrupt candidates running, and they have to pick those regardless of how much money gets thrown at them. It's possible, and we have shown over and over again that people can win with less money if they have a good ground game, if people actually get involved and care. But as long as the people ending up in Congress are the ones taking all that cash, and as long as that cash is tied to people who care about defense spending, so-called defense spending, or Christian Zionism, or all these different pet issues, nothing can change, right? It's because money talks, you know?
Do you know
Um,
any of them? Do you know any names off the top of your head?
in names of candidates.
Yeah.
Oh God, I tend to track a lot of them in different elections, but I keep a lot of that stuff on my computer and follow different ones. I've been heavily involved in politics for a long time. In fact, I briefly got involved myself and took a shot at it, which was hilarious. I actually got involved, and I literally ran for Congress as a long-haired, long-bearded, autistic nerd. Um,
You would have
and
had my vote.
yeah, I ran totally on on policies and issues, on an ability to like sit down and talk to and listen to anybody. But there were a lot of efforts to try and get rid of me, and I have a hard time keeping my mouth shut. And they looked for an excuse to finally get rid of me, and they found it because I called out a racist pundit in the U.S. in a pretty caustic way, and they kind of jumped on that. So
I would highly encourage you to try again.
oh, I'm it's again they generally don't want. I'm literally a leftist. And they don't want people like that running as Democrats usually. I got to do it because I was in a red district. I was in a district that had been Republican for 30 years. And they're like, well, whatever, we'll stuck with him. So I managed, I built up the ground game. I talked to everybody. I got all the clubs on my side. I got a unanimous endorsement from the California Democratic Party, but it was because no one expected us to win. And the crazy thing about it is, a long-bearded anarchist actually got 50,000 more votes than any Democrat had ever gotten in the district, which was hilarious. I mean, in a sense, I proved that you could do better and that you could do well by running to the left, but they don't want that lesson. And the person who followed running in that same district, after redistricting, he had more favorable demographics and he did worse. And that's,
Wow.
but he's the kind of candidate that they want. They'll jump on any kind of misstep, and I will always stumble in some way. I will always. I mean, I won't keep my mouth shut about fucking fascist or racist or whatever.
Yeah, but
I'm
I
very
think
much
that
a
we
call
need
it as it
that.
is.
No disrespect to anybody, but I think that
I
we
know,
need that. And
but
I'm
the
giving
party
my
doesn't want
experience only.
exactly the Candace Owens things. Yeah, and Candace Owens is a fucking racist.
No, no,
And
no. I
she,
didn't say Candace Owens. I
no,
said
no, they're
my
in the
experience.
chat. I
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
got canceled because I called out Candace Owens as a racist. Um, and she in the tweet I criticized, she used an anti-Semitic dog whistle. She used the clown world idea that came out of 4chan, which is literally an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory about Jews controlling the media, and then connected clown world to an accusation that black men are inherently violent and a threat to white and Asian lives. And I said, yeah, your clan hood is showing. Like, and and the fact that she's black and I used clan, that was enough for people to freak out and call me racist. I'm like, no, I'm saying she is using literal clan rhetoric, like literally paraphrasing clan rhetoric. And I have a whole shelf on white supremacist literature. I know what these motherfuckers have said over the years, and she uses their talking points in her posts. That's why she's popular on the far right. But the way I called her out was a problem for the Democrats, and they went after me. So I'm like, fuck them. I mean, whatever. I mean, if I can't call a racist, if I can't call a fascist, whatever. But again, I'm autistic. I'm going to call it as I see it. I'm not going to dance around bullshit I'm
But
not going to go.
what I was wanting to say is when I first, okay, the impression that we have of Americans over there in England, is that they don't stand for bullshit. Okay, they're very anti-government. This is the typical stereotype that we have when it comes to American people. They don't stand for bullshit. Look what they did with the founding fathers. Look at the reason why they left England. Look at their constitution. It's there to protect them. Surely there couldn't be as much corruption as people say. But when I came here, I realized that is not the case. People have forgotten their history. People have forgotten what their ancestors fought for. People have forgotten about the lives that have been lost. People have forgotten about the destruction of the natives that were here in order to give you the benefits that you have today. And you're literally acting like those deaths were in vain, which is not only a disrespect to the natives, but it's a disrespect to your own people. Do you see what I'm trying to say? And so when I see you speak, when I hear you speak, I'm like, hold on a minute. Why can't we have more people like this?
Uh, I'm, I'm not quite sure what you're asking because you it hit a whole bunch of different things. So I'm sorry. I mean, I maybe I just can't piece it together exactly.
I'm
But
trying to say is, why are people not standing up more against what the government is doing? Look at all the
God, yeah,
protests that are going on in the world. Look at all the
oh,
protests.
Americans are the most heavily propagandized people on this planet. Yeah, amusingly, we have the freest press in the world in constitutional terms because, like in the UK, you can sue for libel, you can't in the US. But in the US, we have heavily concentrated, corporate controlled for profit media, and it all knows what it can and cannot talk about. So the New York Times is never going to call Israel an apartheid state, but the Israeli press will, because it knows that its corporate donors won't tolerate that and will freak out about it. So it's all about chasing the money there, which means we get a very, very restricted set of information. We do not get enough material. Our media does not exist to inform, it exists to control, or, like, I don't know, to use like the old Herman and Chomsky line, to manufacture consent, to basically tell us what is possible to believe, what we can accept. Or, like, I don't know, in Foucauldian terms, the basic discursive framework in the US that kind of like shapes the bounds of the knowable, it does not admit the possibility of true freedom or actually informing Americans. What's more important is that we believe what's in the interests of power. This is why most Americans don't want to talk about the Amerindian genocides. It's not just like a 1492 shit. We were continuing that shit for a long... I mean, this is an apartheid state. We didn't give them citizenship until 1922. 1920 motherfucking 2 is when Amerindians got citizenship in the U.S. You know, it's fucked the way we've treated most people in this country's history, but no one wants to think about that. They all want to put it in the past. And you ignore that when these things exist for a long time, they leave behind residue. They affect the legal system, they affect the culture, which means that for every bit of progress we've made, there are still tons of unexamined elements of our history, unexamined elements of our culture that mean we continue to perpetuate deeply racist and imperialistic policies. And Americans don't really want to deal with that. It's not part of our founding myths. We want to believe that we're the land of the free. And that self-delusion is why we're down to 62nd place in the world. You moved here 12 years ago, you moved to a country that's considerably less free than anywhere else in the rich world. We're in 62nd place because Americans do this to what's actually happening and this to what's actually happening, and instead vote for whatever the party tells them, whatever the newspaper tells them, and ignore the fact that every one of these motherfuckers is steadily eroding our freedoms.
The UK and France are pretty adept too,
Add
though.
to that, Professor,
Yeah,
very quickly.
I'm going to be
Believe
completely
that
frank with
everything you
you.
just said. One second.
I'm going to be
Sorry,
completely frank.
three people at once here. We gotta take turns here somehow.
I was just gonna say, with everything you just said, do you think the philosophy given them, give them Panem, give them circuses, is actually controlling the mindset of Americans?
Yeah, I mean, bread and circus is definitely one of the things. The Panem circenses, yeah,
So,
bread and circus.
as Americans, we're very
much have in
distracted.
common with the Roman, and it's the same. And it's the same sources too. For the Romans, it was the rich doing it. It wasn't the state. It was rich people competing to offer spectacles, competing to offer free tickets to the hippodrome, free tickets to the theater, and like, you know, like sponsored by different. And we do it here too. All the sport, television, everything else sponsored by whatever. It's just to distract us from the really fucked up shit that's happening.
So that's the point I wanted to share with Girl Mom, that as Americans, we're pretty much, as a majority, distracted.
Yeah. Now there are
Yeah,
elements,
and that's why it was such a huge culture shock for me, because what we hear about America and England is not what I'm experiencing at all. It is not what it's completely the opposite.
It's not like the PR version, yeah. It's like,
Yeah, and I didn't
myth
even
of
come
America,
here.
and then there's the reality.
Yeah, and I didn't even come here with this this over embellished idea of what America would be. You know, I didn't come here thinking that the streets were paved with gold or anything. I just expected to be slightly more democratic, slightly more accepting, and it's not. It's really not. I don't even know.
It's and someone says America is today nothing like it was before in the chat there. There are ways in which things were better off before and ways in which they were worse. So it's a mixed bag. Some
Depending
things
on who you were.
Yeah, exactly. Things were definitely better for Black Americans, for example, than they were before. It's still fucked up, but it's definitely better than it was in 1930. But there also used to be a better standard of living for a lot of people too. We're used to be on the same basic track that a lot of Europe has been on for a long time. we were actually lowering poverty and improving our living standards, but our living standards have been in sharp decline for the last 45 years. We've been out of the top 20 for quite a long time. So the whole like we're the greatest country on earth, like, dude, we're not even in the top 20. The only thing we're in like the top 10 for is really horrifying shit like prison statistics. Um, we're not in the top 20 for anything good. And yeah, even during the Clinton years, the economy was growing, but all of the gains went to the top 10%. Literally all of them. During the Clinton administration, poverty grew among Americans. In the last 40 years, $1 trillion of wealth has been transferred from the bottom 50% to the top. So we've been in decline for a long fucking time, and we're surviving on credit cards.
Okay,
Yeah,
that
so
was
yeah,
going to be my last question. I'm so sorry, but that was going to be my last question. This movement that we have here in America of getting out of the matrix, of getting away from credit cards, getting away from debt, doing everything as natural as you can, getting out of mortgages and stuff, and literally like buying land and putting a home up on there, and using money that you've earned. Is that the way forward?
if you can, but most people can't. I mean, I'm almost 50, and I was never able to afford to buy a house in California. I mean, I took over my grandfather's old cabin. My mother inherited my grandfather's old cabin, and I'm inheriting it from her. That's how I got a house. I mean, most of the people I went to high school with, most of them never bought houses. One of them I know bought a condo, but most of us could never afford it. It's too expensive here for a lot of us because the jobs just don't pay as much. If you adjust for inflation, people in 1965 had a higher minimum wage than we do now.
And
It's
especially cost of living.
yeah, exactly. The cost of living has gone way up, and the pay has gone down relative to it. So for most professions in the U.S., the pay today is lower than it was 40 years ago, which is just fucked up. Because now we have all kinds of things we didn't have to before. Because can you imagine someone getting a job today without access to a mobile phone? That's not a luxury. Everyone's all like, "Well, you have an iPhone or whatever bullshit that is." Can you get a job without one? It's fucked up now. Like everything needs this stuff. We all need cars, we all need phones and whatnot. So the costs to live have gone up, but the pay has gone down. So sure, if you could afford land, I mean, hell, I could have bought land. I could have bought a house too. I mean, hell, there are you can buy a 6 room. I looked at this like with a girl from the time gosh, a dozen years ago. I was like in northern New York or Vermont, you can get like a 6 bedroom Victorian place for 150K at the time. And like,
Right.
shit, you can't get a shack for that in California, but there's also no jobs there. I couldn't do what I was doing. There's no work. So yeah, I could fucking move to Oklahoma, but I couldn't make a living. So why would I do it? You know, some people, if you have the kind of job where you can pick up and settle somewhere else, great, do it. That might be a way out, but it doesn't suit most of us. Like my job only works in some areas. I have to be where there's large populations because I teach at universities, which means I'm living in places where the cost of living is inherently higher. So it really just depends on where you are. It could be a way forward, but it won't fix the country. There's a
Yeah, I mean,
lot of
it
people
won't
who can't
fix
do it.
capitalism.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of factors that you can't get around that way. It's basically a way of like trying to tune out from it if you and and survive somehow. And there is in many ways a kind of privilege to that. Some
Right.
people can do it, but you tell somebody who's dirt poor in like South Chicago or Detroit, why don't you just move to Oklahoma? And they're like, cool,
Yeah.
yeah. Can you give me the cash to do that? Because I can barely make my rent here. I can't afford to move to Oklahoma. It
Right.
costs money to do that.
Yeah.
So no, I don't think it's a solution at all. But it is something that works for some people for sure.
Solution is unionizing your workplace.
That's one for sure. I mean, we have the union membership rate in the U.S. today is lower than at any time since before the Great Depression. We forgot how important they were in the first place. And union membership was never great in the US, but it was high enough that it affected the entire economic structure and it raised all of our living standards. But it's fallen so far, and most of the union members today, they're actually in public sector jobs. I mean, there's a significant chunk of them. There's not enough union members to really have the broader economic impact it used to have. So yeah, unionize the fuck out of every job in this country. That'll make a difference.
Right to work has really undermined the labor movement in this country.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it, in particularly in states like where I live in Idaho, the right to work law is super insidious here, and like they have to extend all benefits to non-union due paying employees.
Yep.
So it really makes it hard for unions to operate because
Right. Why would you join?
There's no reason to pay dues if the union has to give you the benefits no matter what.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
so
it's
you get
deliberate.
union shops that are only 50, or sometimes only 30% dues paying members, and everybody else is enjoying the benefits.
Yep.
And so, but they don't pay in, and they don't do anything to actually make the union work. So
Right, and because they've kept our pay so low relative to expenses, and again, since that's actually been declining, it's money people can't afford to put out. If it's an extra like $25 a month and you're barely making it, why are you going to do that? I mean, but when they invented so-called right to work, they did it very deliberately because they knew it would weaken unions, and they knew and it was also done for racist reasons too. The connection between right to work and white supremacy is really damn clear in the scholarship. But it's a really fucked up ideology, and the problem here is, for me, ultimately, I have a hard time with this in some levels, because yeah, a lot of the most fucked up stuff economically is coming out of the right and the far right, but liberals have consistently fucked up by not actually making a better argument to support their positions. They have frequently chased farther and farther to the right themselves, and leftists were systematically persecuted for a long time in the US, so they went into sharp decline, and people just haven't been out there making the case. So a lot of union members today, this is a problem with a lot of unions in our area. So I was a fourth generation longshoreman before I didn't go to college till I was 30. So I grew up like reflexively pro-union. My great-grandfather was one of the founders of the ILWU on the West Coast. And it used to be a fairly radical union, but the last really big strike was just before I was born. They haven't had the power for a long time because at this point, especially in shifts starting in the 70s and 80s, half the union membership is deeply conservative. They're Republicans. So they're only in the union because they get a good wage for it. But they don't believe in the idea of unions. They don't believe in the idea of working class solidarity. So the unions have lost the ability to really argue for things, and we don't have anything else in civil society doing that job. We aren't building the networks ourselves to talk to people and explain, you know what, unions are good for the economy. I've seen some signs of that reversing among younger people, and I've really been encouraged by like the new Amazon labor unions and the Starbucks labor unions, because they're outside of the traditional structures. And I'm hopeful in some way that we can start getting back there and work educating workers on this. But a lot of the working class has gotten more and more conservative in the last 40 years, and that's a real problem.
yeah, I think
And it's
big
either
problem
that.
too is that like when the labor movement took root in like the late 1800s, and there was just so many more jobs where you were likely to unalive while you were at work, right? So like there was, and I think that really solidified a lot of people behind the idea of like fighting for your right to like have a better workplace. And on both fortunately and unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, at this point in time, there's just not that many jobs where you're really super likely to go to work and not come home at the end of the day in the United States. So it's really hard to like be like, hey, like our working conditions really suck, because most of it just makes you like, especially from this kind of like the super macho masculine perspective, it just makes people look soft.
Yeah, exactly. it was a lot easier to make the case for unions in the 19th century, in the early 20th century, when going to work could get your arm cut off. Um, and people do get serious injuries today, but there are a lot of like repetitive motion injuries and things like that that just, yeah, who wants to complain about the carpal tunnel or something that they got? You know, a lot of
Yeah.
jobs they're still breaking us, but it's much less immediate.
It's less what's the word I'm looking for? It's less like spectacular injuries, right?
Yeah, it's less dramatic, less visceral. Yeah,
you're not losing an arm.
Right.
You're not dying. You're not.
The companies are just as corrupt as they were in the 19th century. And honestly, this is one of the things that I mean, I love putting this out to people because you just like, what? Yeah, anybody who studies like 19th century capitalism, the whole robber baron era and whatnot, wealth inequality today is worse than it was then. We were back in the same position. And at the time, there was a significant socialist movement in the US to overthrow the whole fucking system because they were so fucking corrupt. And you think they're not corrupt now? They just hide it in different ways. It used to be to walk onto the floor of Congress with an envelope stuffed with cash and hand it to people. Today they're like, no, we're just gonna like, I don't know, you can use my house in Tahiti or something, and you know, like, and all this weird lobbyist shit to disguise things, and the super PACs. It's less obvious. They've gotten more clever about it, but it's just as corrupt as it ever was. But because it's less obvious, it means that we have to do a better job at educating workers, and that's very difficult in such a propagandistic environment when people are getting like the major media blaring at them all the time, and then all these like, you know, loudmouths, well-funded loudmouths, and like the so-called minor presses on the internet while you're like big ass YouTube shows and shit. It's everything with all this stuff with money is like blaring in people's faces. How do you have enough of those conversations to really change things? And yeah, lobbying is literally corrupt. Now, technically, lobbying is just cornering your representative and saying, "Hey, I'd really like it if you voted to like hug the trees." Like, I that's a kind of lobbying. But most lobbying today is driven by money. So most of it is just like, "Hey, we really would like it if you would support this bill that we wrote, and here's a $20,000 check for your next reelection." I can't write a $20,000 check, so they're not going to listen to me.
Yeah. Well, and like the first lobbyists started to show up when, like, industry really started to like the technological aspects of industry really started to require specialist knowledge to understand, and they like initially they were in a lot of ways they were a force for good in the sense that like they helped the person who didn't have the exposure to a given industry understand, hey, this is a problem that we need to address.
Mhm.
But at some
Right.
point, it went from just being an informative thing to being
Right.
just pushing the interests of big business,
This guy's
and
corruption. Yeah.
that's where it corrupted itself.
Right. Lobbying started
It's
off as a great idea, a way to give ordinary people a voice. We would corner the representatives in the lobby as they're walking from room to room. It's like, hey, I would really love it if you took my issue seriously. But it just, somebody asked, like, how is this legal? I've often like pulled my hair out about that particular point too. It's legal because the people in the system benefit by it, and they're the only ones who can change the rules. Congress could outlaw this shit tomorrow, but
But
they don't want to because they're all sucking that corporate teat. They get
yeah,
that money.
when they get the $20,000 check under the
Right.
table of their $5,000 a plate dinner,
Right,
they don't
because
really care.
if they didn't have that, they would have to do what they used to do, which is go house to house, door to door, sit in diners, talk to ordinary people, and try to raise small dollar donations. That's what they did before. But for the last century and a half, like they've been taken in century and a quarter, like it really, like 1890s is when corporate control really started to take off, but it's gotten steadily worse ever since. But they don't have to talk to us anymore. They can completely ignore us, and they can take massive fucking checks and then completely ignore the constituents and then count on like blanketing us with ads with their names, so enough like zombies go in and punch that button. But while you can point to a lot of systemic factors, and I do, like the money is important, the propaganda is important, everything is important here. At the end of the day, we still have a certain responsibility. If we inform ourselves and we go in and we don't plunge it. So the question there, how do we fix that? We have to tune that shit out, find the non-corrupt candidates in your area. If anybody's curious, I track a ton of these things because this question came up much earlier and then we got sidetracked from it. I'm still connected to a whole lot of these different networks, and I still follow a lot of small dollar candidates who are pledging to talk only to voters and to take the small dollars only. We can choose them, and if we vote for them in the primaries, we'll get better choices in the general elections. If we don't vote for them in the primaries, it's always going to be a choice of like asshole A and asshole B in the general election. And that's just like that. At that point, all you can do is the strategic voting. Like I can vote for the lesser evil. But in the primaries, we can actually choose somebody who isn't evil. And if enough of us do that, we can get past this shit.
Dr. Liam for president.
I would be shot so fast. It's been 2.5 hours. I need to go get a drink. So if you guys want to figure out what your next questions are, whatever.
Yeah, I'm going to get off, but I just wanted to say thank you. I appreciate your knowledge.
Oh, thanks. I'm always happy to chat with people.
So thanks for talking with me for a few minutes, and I'm going to head out.
All right. Have a great night or day or whichever it is where you are. Okay, I'm going to go grab some drinks there if you guys want to figure out where we're going to go next with this. Excuse me, Miss Cat.
Yeah, I'm still here.
I don't know what you guys think, but I honestly think we need a whole new party because the Democrats and the Republicans are just not cutting it anymore. And the whole voting for the lesser of both evils doesn't make sense because you're still voting for evil at the end.
I mean, capitalism ultimately is the problem.
No, 100% agree with you.
With Mad Men.
America is really not what I meant by America is really not what it used to be. Is we all grew up. I mean, I'm a '90s child. We all grew up on the American dream. You go to school, you go to college, you get a good job, and you can build whatever you want. And that's the American dream. In today's world, the American dream is literally it's not realistic. It doesn't anymore.
It was never real.
Exactly.
It was never real.
Either it was just believed.
It was always bullshit.
Exactly.
Ralph Nader tried that. Since you're a '90s baby, Ralph Nader tried that, and he got to 4%, and he couldn't even hit the 5% mark to even invent a new party.
I voted Nader 3 times.
But also, like,
yeah, you remember?
as long as the corporate interests exist in the first place, it's an uphill battle. You know, it doesn't really matter. Like, you can vote in all the great candidates. You know, at the end of the day, power corrupts, money talks, and it's all going to be undone eventually, unless you get rid of the ownership of capital problem.
I agree 100% with you, and I think we need some like major legal disruption somehow to just knock the system, into sense. If you know what I mean.
I think that elections cost too much money. And because of that, they're always fundraising and they always need people to donate more money. They should only be allowed to accept donations up to $50 and only from individuals. And then they could spend less on their campaigns. It's wasteful. It's a waste of money in this country. Millions and millions of dollars on campaigns. And half of the money spent is to someone who doesn't win.
Yeah, but it's not just elected officials. Like the Supreme Court is totally, I mean, they passed like the ethics rules recently, but it's total nonsense. Like the Supreme Court ruled that it's free speech for corporations to lobby, basically, and it's like protected under the First Amendment. So it's not just elected officials. I mean, it's the Supreme Court, and it's also just the way people think. Like it's the way it's always been. So I think you really need
elected officials can remove Supreme Court justices. Right. Yeah. I feel like everyone forgets this, but like Supreme Court justices are appointed for life, but they can be removed. And like no one in this country wants to break these like, oh, it'd be so shameful for our country. But like, isn't it shameful to have someone who sits up there and just blatantly takes money and rules based on it? Isn't that more shameful?
Okay, but they're serving corporate interests, right? So if the corporate interests dictate the votes of the politicians, and the politicians appoint the justices and decide whether or not to get rid of them, what are you going to do? You're going to vote in like somehow enough people to change the rules about lobbying, like, and then get them to get rid of the like, it's not going to happen. You just need to get rid of, like, you need a more drastic measures, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you guys planning a revolution while I'm getting my drinks?
No, not at all. But it seems like it's going to be a long fight.
We definitely won't say it on social media.
Yeah, it's a long
We're
fight.
going to end up in prison.
There's nothing they can do about it.
I mean, the interest groups, the think tanks, you can go on and on. It's incredible. It's probably going to be a really long fight. I mean, the term limitations. Oh, there's
That's
so
the
much
big
we can say.
problem. Also, that I hate to say this, but also the fact that we don't have restrictions on the age limit drives me crazy.
But sooner or later, like, capitalism descends into fascism or some sort of socialism sooner or later, because it either, like, there's a need to unite the capitalists and working classes under the banner of nationalism, and it just turns into ultranationalism and fascism, or you have socialism, which seeks to, like, dismantle the system in the first place. So it's kind of, and in the U.S., it's probably going to be fascism, realistically.
I think it's happening now.
Last president was a clear example of the country going through fascism.
Did you enjoy our conversation, Professor?
I heard bits of it. I'm glad you guys kept it going. This is great. Yeah.
It's worrisome. I mean, like we're like, it's heartfelt. The whole situation is unbelievable.
Yeah, there is a. I mean, yeah. I have been politically aware and active since the 80s, and I have been consistently furious. Like, it's never stopped. I mean, anger about our politics is just a way of life for me at this point. We deserve so much better than we have, but the only way we're going to get it is if enough people start caring. And more than that, not just caring, because a lot of people do, but they still feel a sense of powerlessness. They still feel that, well, what can I do about it? There's a sense that it's hopeless because, well, I don't have $1 billion to lobby people, but we have a great deal of power, not only to, again, I mentioned the primaries before, so there's a way that we can get involved in the political system, but there's also street power matters. I mean, we would not have gotten a lot of the good legislation that we have without a significant threat. We got the New Deal because there were people actually pushing for socialist revolution in the U.S. at the time. We got the Civil Rights Act because there were people burning shit down in cities. There's always has to be some kind of pressure put on the system as a whole. And it's a mix of street power and political power that actually gets change. And we have to be able to work with both overall.
The closest thing I see as far as disruption these days is closing off highways. That's the only thing.
That's a nice step forward because we hadn't been doing that shit since the 70s. I was actually pretty happy about that because we need a lot more of that shit.
Right.
I mean, when you're getting permission for your protest and you're planning it and you're being very careful to be not disruptive, that doesn't work. You got to hurt the companies, and you have to cost people money. If you cost them money, that will cause the people who have money to force the government to change shit. But if it doesn't cost any fucking money to the people who have it in this country, the politicians have no reason to give a shit about what we're doing. When people were willing to burn shit down and block highways, we got somewhere. If we had mass civil disobedience, again, this goes back to 19th century tactics, and Americans used to understand that we had power and we used it. In labor protests from the mid 19th century on, people were tearing up train tracks and burning shit down. And guess what? Eventually unions were legalized and we started getting better benefits and public education, all kinds of things started improving because people had an incentive to change it. But if you don't give the powerful an incentive to change things, they have no reason to give you a goddamn thing because they know they can keep profiting without giving any part of it to us. So yeah, it's really fucked up. Oh, there was this is a really weird tangent, but if the person still here is still here who asked this, and I think they might be, I think somebody asked before, did Ge'ez come out of Coptic or something, or the relationship between that? Like, Ge'ez is it's an ancient Ethiopic script. If that person's still here, just Ge'ez actually evolved out of the South Arabian scripts. The South Arabian writing system influenced a lot of the indigenous writing systems of East Africa. So it's a completely different lineage. So short answer, no. They have a different origin. Anyway, so back to our regularly scheduled revolutionary talk.
If this wasn't so determined to be racist, we could have had a much better setup. But they just wanted so many people not to have that they would just not let themselves have things.
Yeah, and some of that really it comes down to us choosing not to fall for that shit. As long as somebody is always willing to blame immigrants or other poor people for their problems and not the people who actually caused it, and that's how they've broken the solidarity of like significant movements all along. We had a real chance at a significant third party that could have destroyed one of the major parties in the late 19th century. The People's Party was growing and it was getting more and more powerful. And ultimately, what ended up happening was the Democratic Party co-opted a lot of its rhetoric and got a lot more progressive for a while and then gave that up eventually. But we got a more progressive Democratic Party because of the threat of the People's Party. But what broke a lot of that movement nationally, and this is one of the reasons you got to be able to tie these things together, and not please avoid conspiracy theories. They're all bullshit. But but scholars do track this shit down and see, because there are basic causal relations. The Jim Crow stuff, like think about all those Confederate monuments people are still complaining about now, right? And we're starting to tear down Confederate monuments. Yay. A lot of that shit went up in the late 19th and early 20th century. And it went up because of the People's Party, because they were organizing black and white workers together across the South. And they had to break that apart. And they did that by fostering a much more racist culture. And if you can't organize nationally, if a whole bunch of states are going to fall for that racist shit, then the People's Party can't become a national force and couldn't actually get the change that we needed. So it was a combination of the Democrats co-opting some of their fire with people like James Bryan or whatever, but also Jim Crow. Jim Crow is ultimately a response to our economic objectives. So you're entirely right to say that racism is a significant part of it, and it's why racism is such a deeply divisive issue today. The reason that they've drawn so much of the working class out of supporting unions and out of Democrats or anything else here is because of that shit. It's because of playing on people's fears of someone different from them.
You really see it in Europe. You really see in Europe today with Muslim people, like and like with the recent elections, but in general, like because Europe as a continent, or Western Europe at least, is kind of farther along, I guess in capitalism, and it's sort of kind of starting to decay a little bit into fascism, like a little bit ahead of the U.S.
It has in many ways a better safety net, which will make it harder for those parties ultimately to capture majorities in most places, which is why they've done better in the poorer countries of Europe so far. So if more of that safety net disappears, then yeah, that's the only conceivable way France could go fascist. You can see a third of voters can turn out for Le Pen now, but she won't win.
They're going after it. They are going after it though, because they're like, well, the people seeking asylum, because the people seek asylum, and then they basically take stuff from the state because there's no path to citizenship, and then they're going to complain about that, and then get rid. You know,
and the more popular that rhetoric will get with the fringe parties, the more that major parties will start co-opting it, which is one of the problems you've got with like Macron and whatnot. So there is elements of that. But it won't become outright fascist. It's not going to be like Orban or something. The poorer countries can fall for it a little bit more easily right now because they're suffering more economically. And fascism kind of needs some kind of major social disruption in order to really turn the page into outright authoritarianism. But Europe is getting a lot more racist in its politics for sure, and a lot more anti-immigrant. And one of the reasons that you see that kind of shit is that Europe has been dependent upon migrants for more than a century. It just has, because the birth rate wasn't up. I mean, by the beginning of the 20th century, France is already not replacing itself. But it used to be its migrants would come from other parts of Europe. And now they're increasingly coming from Africa, from the Muslim world. And that's bringing out a lot of the same kind of dynamics you saw in the US before in the 19th century. So Europeans liked to think that they weren't as fucking racist as us, but they were. They just didn't have as much of the proximate call. They didn't have it right in their faces or whatever. So now you're seeing a lot of that horse shit coming up. And
it's probably worse.
People do need to do better at fighting back about that kind of shit. It's terrible, but it's a lot more like the nativist rhetoric that we saw in the U.S. in the later 19th and early 20th century. You're seeing a lot of that stuff in Europe now. And it's disturbing too. Again, some of the parallels, and this is one of the things that bugs me about the U.S. Right, and like I saw somebody saying Trump 2024 in the chats there. One of the things that pisses me off about this shit is just that, I mean, Trump's rhetoric is literally paraphrasing Klan rhetoric. It's the same, or some of it goes back to the Know Nothings in the 19th century. It's like the same shit. It's like not even they just slightly update the targets of things, but it's the same fucking nonsense that people used then, and it was wrong then. It was wrong 200 years ago. It's definitely wrong now. But a lot of Europeans are falling for the same kind of shit that the nativist shit that worked with the Know Nothings and the Klan here back then, because they don't have as long a history of taking migrants from all over the world. And now they're getting that, and it's bringing out the same kind of horrifying shit that it did here.
I
Can I ask
thank you for
a
inviting me
house?
up.
I have a
But I
really
had
quick.
some.
Sorry, hold on. It
Oh,
was that Maggie talking right there, or should I,
yeah.
who was that? Okay,
I
so
I had a really quick like housekeeping question. I have to go, but I don't think you have another mod.
yeah,
So I was asking Malika if she was available, or Cactus Boy Man. Is
yeah,
anyone available to mod?
yeah. If somebody else would want to, that'd be great, because we do get trolls in the chat every now and then, and
Or that awkward plant girl? Are you available to mod?
Sorry. Simultaneously, I wouldn't be the best for that.
Okay.
I don't know the name, but Cactus, do you want to do it?
Cactus Dude?
Do what?
Yeah,
Moderate?
be a moderator, which means you can watch the chat and see if there's somebody trolling or spamming or some awful shit there that can get us shut down, and
I
then
don't think
also
I would be. I would probably just wind up trolling them back. I don't think I'm much enough to do
Hey,
that.
you know what? That's what I thought. That's what I thought, but it helps you be a little bit of a better person. Okay.
No, but like the no, the Trump 2024 guy, I just like spammed like hammer and sickles at it. Like, no, I'm not the right man for the job, I don't think.
Rather than just deleting him.
if there's a,
No.
wonder if I can.
I mean, I'll do my
What
best
about
if no
Fight
one
the
else wants
Power?
to.
Fight the Power has been coming in strong and positive.
I've never been one. I could probably do it. I'll be on for
Ooh,
a while.
Apprentice has been in here for like almost since you started.
Oh yeah. I've seen Apprentice a number of times in the with questions too. Yeah,
Okay.
so yeah.
I don't
Can you just
have like a
tap on
question
one?
about that.
Or let's see. I think Kimberly Ann's been here before, hasn't she? So that's a possibility too.
Cool.
But yeah, if anybody else wants to, please let me know. Fight the Power says yes. Okay, yes, I'll do that. I can. Let's bring that up for now. Where's that at? That's here, and then mod. Okay, so that's one there, and then who else said that?
Apprentice and Kristen.
Oh, Apprentice said two. Okay, there's that name. Okay, cool. Okay, so that gets us at least two in case somebody drops out for a minute. So I'll do that, and there we go. So that brings us two mods up. Okay, cool. So
Also, Liam, thank you so much, and everyone here. You're all very inspiring.
yeah, these are a lot of fun in part because it's nice to see so many people who actually give a shit about the world. I think that's why a lot of powerful people have been attacking TikTok lately too, because we're getting people talking about issues that they really don't want us to talk about. So yay! But we
Can
do have
I ask a
watch
quick
for the rules
question?
too. So
Sorry, I know I'm new. Like, obviously, I'm new to this uh, forum. What are your thoughts on the Gaza situation, the West Bank, and who's killing who? Because I have a very hard time trying to decide which one's doing what and trying to defend it in social situations.
We
okay,
stand
so
with Israel.
I'm not sure on the beginning part of the question. So you're just asking like who's killing who in terms of like what's happening in the West Bank and Gaza?
Yeah.
Well, most of the killing just structurally over the last 75 years has been Israeli forces killing,
Yes,
Palestinians.
I
But
know that. Since
but
I'll say this, I'm sorry, I'll
they're
add this.
fight
Since
back.
October 7th, we'll go from there.
The biggest threat since then, in on the 7th there were 5 groups involved. So not just the big H1, but there were 3 Islamist groups and 2 socialist groups that were involved in that fight. And for some reason, we only talk about the H group in the media.
Right.
But there's that. And there's also been a shitload of settler attacks. So there's a whole bunch of Kahanists and religious Zionists that have been attacking and killing people there in the West Bank, and that has spread a lot of violence there as well. So there's a whole bunch of like revenge attacks, and some of that's been beginning to happen in within 1948 Israel as well. Attacks by Jewish militia against people. There hasn't been as much organized fighting back in the West Bank, and I think a lot of that is because the PA is involved, and the PA basically Israel outsourced a lot of its policing responsibility to some Palestinians. So they have been arresting and beating people up to stop them from fighting because they know that if they don't, and if they start fighting back against the settlers, then that will bring the Israeli army full on into the West Bank in the same way that it is in Gaza. And they want to hold on to their control in those areas. They don't want the Israelis taking direct control of them again. So the PA has also been, beating up and arresting tons of people. Yeah, unaliving. I keep trying to do that. I'm trying to learn all their little censorship tricks, but
Yeah, it's hard. It's
I'm
hard. I guess what's hard for me is I am a
Amina.
white woman born in America, right? But I feel very deeply, and I have so much empathy and sympathy and everything for anything anyone's going through in other countries that is as this horrific. And I'm having a very hard time trying to explain this to my family and my friends that I support Palestinians, and they called me a terrorist for supporting Palestinians
Yeah.
instead of supporting the Israeli government. What would your response be to that? Like, how the fuck do I say that to them with,
It's hard, especially in a U.S. context, but it's problematic in a number of places. I know you have a hard time turning around. I know.
you a puppy?
Yeah, I have
Sorry,
a
go ahead.
my dog's a senior citizen. She's asking to
Oh,
go
I
outside
have
again
one of
too,
those
so
too. He's
gonna
14. His name is Charlie.
I'm gonna let her out in a second here, but I'll try to answer your question first here.
Thank
Um,
you.
the 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 biggest problem you've got is decades of propaganda that is focused on what is actually a perfectly legitimate um, uh, Jewish position about generational trauma and persecution that they faced all over the world, and we in the U.S. and the Europeans understand that because Americans and Europeans have done that for so long. I mean, we've literally elected a shit ton of anti-Semitic presidents in our history. Um, so there is a sense of like trying to make up for that by supporting whatever the Israelis sort of need. And that narrative is one that we're more familiar with. Americans have simply not been informed that Israel is a settler colonial project and has spent 75 years oppressing an indigenous population. So what it seems like is, well, people tend to believe a lot of the stories that show up in media. This is where, again, our propaganda model in our media is a problem because people keep saying, well, the Palestinians have been offered a state over and over and they don't want to do it because they just want to kill Jews or whatever. And people can believe that. The simple fact is, they have literally never been offered a sovereign state at any point in the last century.
Oh, they've
But,
just been prisoners.
but people have been told that. They've been told that since the mandate period on, they've been offered independence and they've turned it down. So it gets scary. And yeah, people think that, yeah, Jennifer, I get what your grandma's saying because Fox News is saying that shit, and a lot of the internet programs are saying that. The H group is a nationalist group. They have no interest in attacking Americans. It's not going to happen. But that plays into a history of Islamophobia in the U.S. It plays into our racist history as well. And no, they were not offered I mean, if you're thinking about the Camp David process in '99 and 2000, and then leading up to if you're with the 2002 question, no. Barack was told going into those negotiations that he couldn't get any kind of deal through, even for a demilitarized, only partially sovereign state, that his own government wouldn't support it.
Liam,
There has never been an
Liam,
actual offer.
if I'm being real with you, right now, I'm talking about what's happening right now and what's been happening since October 7th, right?
Yep.
And maybe a few months before that as well. Why doesn't the American government and military go in and save these people? Because we are the ones that have funded
We're the active
the
oppressor.
Israelis for so long. Let's just go in, save all the innocents, and then you can bomb it.
But we don't. But there's no innocence from the American perspective.
America's more culpable.
Yeah,
I'm American, and there are innocents there.
I know, but our politics, Congress is in lockstep with the Israelis because the Congress's donors are in lockstep with the Israelis, both for the military-industrial complex and especially in the Republican Party because of Christian Zionism. So we want them to oppress people there. The Christian Zionist movement among evangelical Christians in the
That's
U.S.
so gross.
want an apocalyptic war to happen here, and that'll only happen if you kill enough or unalive enough Muslims that it turns into a giant war, and then Jesus.
That's so gross.
It's super gross, but that is a portion of the American electorate. It's not a majority, but it is a portion of the American electorate, and it's powerful within the Republican Party. And among the Democratic Party, it's a whole lot of wealthy donors in Wall Street and the military-industrial complex.
It's in the Democratic Party, too.
Exactly.
It's both parties.
For slightly different reasons, but they both have a reason to support the oppressor here.
It's not right, though.
I know. I'm completely with you. I've been screaming about this for decades.
Why can't we fix it?
We can, though. I mean, ordinary people can. We do have power. We have to though find a way to use our power again. As long as we step back and wait for the government to fix it, it's going to keep getting worse.
I protest. I send money to everyone. I do all the things, and it doesn't fix anything.
Yeah, I'm with you. I've been in this fight for a while. I'm gonna let the dog outside. I think she really needs to go.
We've also been occupying. We still militarily occupied directly 2 huge areas of Syria too, and Israel serves the U.S.'s geopolitical interests in the Middle East. It's not and North Africa. I mean, if you look at the Suez Canal crisis, where there's a war between. Well, I mean, it's right next to the Suez Canal too, which is the second most valuable or one of the most valuable trade routes in the world. So, there's geopolitical and economic reasons why the U.S. is invested and interested in securing the existence of Israel as it exists currently. It's not
actually
just
in the West Bank and Gaza. The Suez Canal comes out of Gaza.
No, it's in Egypt. It's to the west of it, but
it connects the two.
No, the Suez Canal's it's in Egypt. It's actually it's pretty far away from Israel, but it's close enough to where you can deploy troops to secure it. I mean, if Egypt decided to just not let ships through from a certain Western country or something. I mean, Egypt's a pretty strong U.S. ally as well, but there's
Google
still
it. Google it. It goes through Gaza.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It goes through. It cuts between the Sinai Peninsula and the rest of Egypt, but.
Shannon,
Israel's still close enough.
Shannon, I think you're thinking about the proposed Ben Gurion.
Oh, yeah,
that's not happening.
That's
either.
not going to happen.
That's not happening.
Yeah, that was shut down decades ago.
No, that stuff annoys me. And when people say it's it's all because of the natural gas in Gaza or the canal, it's no, it's not. It's just they just don't want them there. They just want to kill or force people.
It's well, again, this goes back to an earlier point we had today about our brains being pattern engines. We're trying to make sense of it, and people don't want to think that of Israel as an ethno-state. They don't want to think that that's what's driving a lot of this. So you're looking for a more logical reason for it. The natural gas fields they're already exploiting because Gaza is not sovereign. It can't control its territorial waters anyway. They can do whatever the fuck they want. And the Ben Gurion Canal was shut down a long time ago for economic reasons. And if they tried to do it now, it wouldn't be viable. It'd be a giant waste of money. So it's not a project either.
No, it would make no sense. It would involve destroying tons of communities inside Israel, and I mean, it wouldn't even be profitable because it'd be
No,
two
it
canals
wouldn't.
instead of one. Yeah,
And
but
because especially if it tries to go through to Gaza, because there would be such an international outcry about that that no one would use the fucking canal.
yeah, and even like yeah, I had a very frustrating. I've had very frustrating conversations with people about like the natural gas or the canal, where they're like, no, 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 they're just trying to do this. It's like they just want to force people out and grow as a. I mean, that's what all the institutions in the country are built on. The
Yeah.
country cannot work without expansion and militarization. Like that's all it is. You know, it's not like. But people are like, oh well, the U.S. just went into Iraq for oil, and but you know that's what it's all about. It's like it's more complicated. Yeah.
Yeah, it's always much more complicated. Yeah, but the specific case within Palestine, it's driven a lot more by the the ethnocratic structure of the state, and the fact that they've always wanted that territory. They've tried to take it repeatedly. They tried to annex
If
Gaza in
they just wanted to force
1956.
people out, they could have let them out. There's nowhere for them to go. You
But
can't force people
well,
out when there's nowhere for them to go.
a people don't want to leave. It's actually one of the reasons that the birth rate has
You
stayed
think
so
they don't
high.
want to leave?
No,
You
why
think
would
they don't want to
They live
leave?
there. They
it's
live
their
there.
home? A lot of the people who were chased out want to come back.
But
They're
during these conditions, you don't think that
well,
they want to leave.
I
it's
mean, would
the
you leave your home?
it's
During those conditions? Yes, absolutely.
a lot of people would prefer to fight back against it and change the system, because if you leave, you can never come home, which means
I
you're
have tried
simply
to
Your
fight the
kids can
system
never
here in
come home.
America for
so,
abortion rights and women's rights and people of color rights. And guess what? I'm
it's
about at my wit's end and I'm ready to leave because
I
I
hear you.
can't even do it here in the United
I know.
States.
I feel you, and there are Palestinians who do leave. I have a number of Palestinian friends, and I actually have a lot of Palestinian friends in California, and I know who do leave. But a majority of the population wants to stay, and it's always going to be that way because most people never want to leave their homes. It's always a small minority of people who prefer to emigrate, and there's different reasons
So
for that.
you think the people of the West Bank
I think,
want to stay
yeah,
there with what's going on right
yeah, and I
now?
think millions of
And you think
people,
they have that
and I think
choice? You
millions
think
of
they have
people
that
want to move
choice?
back in. I think millions of people would choose to move in if they could.
You think they have the
And
choice?
They don't have a choice.
can
They
I
can't come back. They're not allowed. So,
can I say something, Liam?
sure.
Um, Shannon, the other thing too that's kind of different from our perspective in America is like our country is still so young, but Palestinians had been on that land in that area for hundreds and hundreds of years. Like they've been there when the Ottoman Empire was around. And so like our concept of like leaving home is very different than their concept of leaving home because they have been on that land for generations and they have olive trees older than our government. So it's just a very like
They
different
have
thing.
olive trees going back to, I mean, they have 2,000-year-old olive trees in the West Bank. Uh,
I'm not saying, oh, they just choose to leave. I'm saying if your choice is you're being bombed and genocided and desecrated as a community, you should have the choice to leave. They don't
but
have that.
if they leave, they will not be allowed to return, and they know that, and that's the fear. So these fights are, honestly, a lot of these fights are provoked, knowing the Israelis will act like this, and they will unalive tons of people. The goal is ultimately to get enough people around the world to give a shit that we stop it, because otherwise, nothing of this
How
will
do we
happen.
do that?
The
How do we
Israelis,
do that, sir?
well,
I have
again,
been fucking protesting
I know.
and going out to pro-Palestinian protests. I
Each of
skipped fucking Thanksgiving
the
for this.
the
Like
pro,
I am trying to
just
help as much as
protesting
I
won't do it.
can.
I mean, as many times, protesting is great because it raises awareness of the issue, but it won't change anything. We need to change things economically. We have to put pressure on the people who actually benefit from the system here. So,
Okay, how do we do that? Give us a plan. Let's do it.
well,
Don't spend your money.
yeah,
Hold
there's
on to your money.
boycotts are one thing, but honestly, this is where, I mean, and honestly, I can't directly advocate the sort of tactics that would work because it would be illegal to do so. But
That's not
property damage
illegal. It's
works.
not illegal to come up with a plan.
It is illegal when the plans involve illegal acts, because historically, and I'll tell you as a historian, what
Then
has
what are you
worked,
even doing
it,
here?
what has
Like,
worked
let's
is large
fucking
scale
go.
property damage.
No, let's fucking
You
go. Let's do this.
I would I'd like to say something in regards to some of the things that Shannon is talking about. Um, I'm indigenous, so like I'm Lakota. I live in South Dakota. We're from this land, and so when like I can relate to the Palestinians that you're from that land, so you're going to stay in that land, and if that means you're going to die in that land, then that's what happens because you're going to die there anyways. And so being here, we live in really, our reservation life isn't much better. We have a lot of the same things going on right here in South
Yep.
Dakota on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. We have a meth epidemic, we have a fentanyl epidemic, we have an alcohol epidemic, we have high rates of poverty, we have homelessness, we have failing education, we have failing healthcare, we have
Mm-hmm.
probably about a 70% unemployment rate. You know, there's a lot of similarities that we have. Our life expectancy for men is 48. For women, it's 54. And so we have a lot of parallels. And these things are hard, but it's things that, like, I look at that and I think about the motives. So the motives that I know of that happened to us had to do with the Black Hills, had to do with land claims, it had to do with gold, it had to do with all of these different things. And so when I think of what Israel is doing, I can just go right there and think this is what they're doing.
It's the
They want to
same.
remove them. They want to
Yeah.
remove them. They want the land. They want whatever that land has so that they can claim it for themselves. And if they do not remove all Palestinians, they will eventually get them to a population rate of what is very similar that has happened to the American Indian. And
Absolutely.
I
then
know.
you just put them on a reservation, and then you just, just continue on. So
They are on
that's just what
reservations.
I wanted to share because
Yeah,
that there's no,
They've,
I mean, the change has to come from us, but at the same time, there's this realization because it's happening in America.
I
yeah. There's a
appreciate your share. Like I really do. And I know I'm white, and I'll say it the right way, which is white. Um, but I don't agree with anything we've ever done as white people. Like,
But I mean, it's also like, I mean, well, this is a point before what you said, but like everything Christian was saying is totally on the nose, and also like the Al Aqsa Mosque is, it's like the third holiest site in Islam. Like
right.
it's some of the oldest human cities ever are in that region. It's like one of the most historic parts of the world. Very beautiful in some places. You know, like people have a very strong emotional connection to it. Like
For
a
sure.
lot of different groups of people.
There's a
So.
there's a point I need to make here that relates to something Kristen said earlier, and then to two different things I've seen in the chat. There's been some things going back and forth here that all tie into this question of indigeneity. And thank you. What was it? Maggie, is it? For the connection here to the Native American situation. I mean, it's the parallels are extremely apt, because what the West Bank and Gaza are reservations. I mean, the closest thing we got parallels to it is the reservations and the Bantustans in apartheid South Africa. It's the only really good models for that. But there was a question. Kristen raised the point about the indigeneity of Palestinians, and that they've been there for hundreds of years, and why would they leave? It's much clearer than that, and that gets back to a point that Mark raised, saying, but Jews are indigenous to the land too. Well, but the problem here is that Palestinians and Jews have the same ancestry. They're literally the same motherfucking people at a genetic level. It's not just that they've been there for hundreds of years. The Palestinians are descendants of people who lived there in the Neolithic era, when at early settlement. Jericho has been continuously inhabited for 11,000 years. It's the same fucking people. They've been there continuously throughout. They are descendants of exactly the same people who a portion of it became the Jewish people. So a portion of them are Jews, right? And some of the people that are in Palestine are descendants of people who were Jews and then converted to Christianity and then Islam too. So they are all interconnected. So it gets to a question there too about Dexter asking, well, how can then the Jews who aren't indigenous, who weren't there all along, how can they be native? Well, their ancestry, their DNA still goes back to it. So yes, it is a settler colony in the sense that some of them came back in and took the land by force, but they are still all mixed. And
They're religions, though. They're religions. They're not countries.
Right, exactly. They're specific like ethnic and religious identities. But I'm just saying, like, at this point, the question about Israelis is twofold. First off, they all do carry ancestry that goes back to the Levant. They're not, so somebody's saying they're Eastern European, and then people always bring up that kind of shit. Jews have intermarried everywhere they've gone, but they still carry the same fucking genes. So the white European Jews, they still carry Levantine DNA, and Palestinians have tons of DNA from other peoples who've passed through the area as well and settled in. It's always going to be mixed everywhere you go in the world, but they all carry the same basic code going back to the ancient Levant. We've dug up 5,000-year-old bodies, checked the DNA, and Lebanese, Palestinians, and Jews are the same fucking people at a genetic level.
But look. Let's stop just like talking about, oh, this is what everything is. This is what everything is. Let's actually do something to fix.
That's a different issue here, and one of the
it's the only issue. The only issue is we fix it.
What I talk a lot about, but it gets to another point there too about the question of like. So what about the descendants of the colonizing Jews who moved in? So Zionism was a settler colonial project. It did bring things in, but the simple fact is most Israelis were born there. And you don't correct one injustice with another. So a point relevant to what came up about the Lakota issue.
They should own the United States of America.
Should the Dakotas have been taken away? No, absolutely not. But
the indigenous Native Americans should own America, and us stupid white people should let them own it.
Okay, but you can't chase all the people. I mean, what about all the people who've been born here? I mean, California was the site of the largest single like genocides in like Amerindia, like in terms of proportions of population. The tribes here were just massacred in huge numbers. But should 39 million Californians be chased out because of that? No, they are here now too.
Yeah,
I don't think
they fucking should.
But you don't correct one injustice with a new injustice. It's not.
It's not an injustice. It's justice.
It is.
It's also like
it's an injustice to the people who live here now. I did not unalive.
I would gladly give up my home to someone that was born.
I would give sovereignty and control of certain territories to people, and I would come up with find some way to do justice for the damage done.
That's the problem.
I have the sign on my window facing the street here, that I live on indigenous land, noting the tribe that used to live here. I mean, I'm aware of the issues.
You think that makes them feel good?
But that doesn't.
You think that makes them feel good? This is their land.
But it doesn't solve the problem. The problem here requires serious justice and restitution for it.
Who do you think is going to give that to them?
Again, ultimately, that's up to us in changing the political system. But if you chase other people out, so an issue here again. So, example. So if you give me another,
okay.
So think about the situation. Okay, so Algeria was seized by force by France. The mountainous area and the coast areas, the northern part of Algeria was seized and forcibly annexed to France, beginning in 1830,
Great.
and it was held for 130 years. As part of France. In that time, significant numbers of Europeans moved to it, such that by the time the Algerians were waging a war for independence, there were people whose great-grandparents had taken land. They were simply born there. When Algeria gained its independence, the situation had been so violent, so bloody. There was so much devastation and discontent on all sides that a majority of those people left. And they weren't
because they were simply born there.
They weren't
because they
going
were
home
simply
to
born
France. They were
there.
going to a place that they'd never been. They were born there. They literally were Algerian, but they were of European ancestry. Their great grandparents stole someone's land, but they were born there. So some kind of solution with justice needed to actually give sovereignty back to the indigenous population, give them control, give them actual reparations for it, and solve that problem. But you don't.
No,
But you don't
not
answer
at
that by
all.
creating another.
I was simply
If you're
born
chasing
here.
people
I was
out,
simply born here. Everyone in Gaza and the West Bank was simply born there. I was simply born here. We were all just born where we were born. That is not
right?
our fault.
No, it's
Yeah.
not.
Every
It's not our fault. So you should not be chased out by force from where you live. I don't want you to go
No,
to your home
but
by
I would
force.
gladly give it up for the people that my people stole it from.
Okay, but
And
you know,
maybe I'm rare in saying that or thinking that, but I would
320
So
gladly
what
give
million
my
is
home
this?
Americans.
up to
I mean, I'm
What
not.
is
indigenous
this
people that I
motivated by?
You have
genocide
to under,
out by. Are you not listening to
what do I
me?
do? What do I do with 320 million Americans?
What do
Do you
you do
understand?
with your home? You start with one home.
320 million Americans would have to leave. Most of the population is not indigenous,
You start with one home.
and oh,
Okay,
Then obviously you're not going to run the country. So you start with one home and you just let them have their fucking land back.
Shannon, if you talk
It's
to
that
actual indigenous
fucking
people,
simple.
most of them don't even want that. Like, it's not anyone's responsibility to satiate your white guilt and you feeling bad
It's
for
not my
being
white
white
guilt. They want
by
their
just
land
like,
back.
Shannon, can I
I
please
don't think
explain
the
that someone
average
who has
most of them
indigenous
don't
documented
person
me?
want to create
wants
the kind
that.
of an injustice in the
Most of them
state.
don't want their land back.
Shannon, I'm
It's
pro I'm pro Palestinian. I'm Arab. I'm from Jordan. I have Jordanian citizenship. I have
We're talking about
Palestinian
the
family
U.S. We're
in
talking about the
Etta.
U.S.
In
We're
Yeah,
talking
Etta,
but
I
about the
have Palestinian
U.S.
family. There are 48 Palestinians. I also have Palestinian family in the West Bank, very close to them. And I speak Arabic fluently, and I'm a first generation American. It's not the ideal solution if you're thinking that you should expel everyone that exists in the state of Israel that you would identify as non-indigenous. That doesn't make any sense. What does make sense is reparations in terms of fiscal or the physical land that is entitled to them that is evaluated on a case-to-case scenario.
mhm.
All the infrastructure that's
Yes.
built up in Israel, all of that could be attributed directly to those who were settler colonialists. Those people are now dying out. That's an entirely different generation that we're now entering into. 2 generations, as a matter of fact. You cannot invalidate all the infrastructure that has built there and then say this infrastructure now belongs to the. Sorry, I got a battery notification that this infrastructure now belongs to the Palestinians.
Again.
That doesn't make any sense, and that's what the professor is trying to say. And I agree with him as someone of Arab descent who has Palestinian family. That's not the way you go about it. It's
And it's the
only
same
going
thing
to
for
create a
indigenous
cycle.
land back. I mean, in the U.S., we should honor the 200 treaties. We should give over. I mean, those treaties were supposed to make sovereign control over those territories. We should give that real control back. We should give massive reparations, build up those areas, build new infrastructure for people. But
Yeah,
chasing out 320 million people doesn't make sense. I can't go back anywhere because my ancestors come from 24 different countries. So what I mean, what am I supposed to do?
Okay,
I mean,
so
and
it doesn't solve
I'd
the
like to
problem.
say something about all of that. Like land back is like a very large complex thing, and I think maybe there should be a different time for that conversation. But I did want to say something in regards to some of the conversation that you guys were having here, because it was the main reason why I wanted to come up and ask the questions.
Mhm.
Um, but so in 1934, Congress passed the Indian Reorganization Act. The Indian Reorganization Act gave tribes the right to create their own constitutions and then to try to govern themselves. So self-determination comes into play, all of these different things. Well, this has just really been interesting to me that I think last week, or I believe it was last week, there was a news report that said Joe Biden and Bibi were in conversations about making or deciding the sovereignty and the democracy of the Palestinians. And I was just sitting there thinking, oh, great, they're going to get they're going to get an IRA government, that they're going to get somebody. So then they need a puppet. Who's the puppet? Who's going to be the ones that are going to be a part of that? And that's what people should be aware of now, that the people who they need to make sure whoever the people are going to be at that table are going to be people that actually represent their voice.
Yes.
Because what we got was a whole bunch of, I mean, we had our leaders say this is what we want, but then it gets all turned around once it goes into Congress. Everything gets all, shaded, and it comes back and it's like, oh, and so our people voted for our Constitution, and then we didn't want to ratify it. So we had 2 votes. The second vote failed. So we get a Constitution that isn't really incorporated, or so we're kind of this quirky way. But that's what people should be concerned about in Palestine, is that there's 2 people talking about creating something over there that's going to probably just continue the subjugation of them. And so they should be concerned about that.
Right, exactly. The people we need at the table in all these discussions. So whether we're talking about land back for indigenous people in the U.S., whether we're talking about the situations in Ireland, in Palestine, anywhere else, it needs to be the people directly affected. If you're leaving them out of it, and most of the discussions around Palestine for the last half century have not actually involved Palestinians. It's just, somebody said like Western paternalism. It's just somebody else like trying to go in there and we're going to fix the system in our way. And it completely ignores what people actually want. And whenever they're doing that, they're setting things up that advantage them. There's always parts of it that just fuck people out of things. What we need to do is actually give real self-determination to populations. And that's true for Native American populations just as much as it's true for Palestinians. We need to actually have them at the table, hear their concerns, hear their interests, and do what they want, not what makes anybody else feel happy about this. And if anybody cares I have been paying attention to this issue for a long time. It's something that I actually give a shit about too. It's something I think we all should actually give a shit about. But ultimately, I can't solve the problems for the Lakota. They need to be represented in fucking Washington, and Washington needs to listen to what they want. Period.
It's also like colonial projection. Can I say something? Because I was going to say it's also like colonial projection to think that like, well, any indigenous people are going to want to like wipe everyone out and force all of us out or whatever and like do what we did to them, because that's what our institutions and mindset and cultures were set up around doing. And then to say just like, well, we should just let them do that is kind of infantilizing, and then also, again, colonial projection, because you're not really accommodating to that actual perspective or listening to what that what kinds of sentiments that perspective has created.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Sir, have you heard of Cori Bush, Congresswoman Cori Bush?
Yeah.
She supports all of these things. I've worked on her campaign. She supports all of these things. She's not respected by the main United States government because she's a woman and she's black and she's also Jewish. So obviously she's not respected, but she does support all of these like strong standing points. And if everyone could just like rally around her, maybe that could be a starting point. I don't know.
Well, an individual Congress critter doesn't do it, but you're right in the sense of like pointing to people like that. What we need is more of the small donor supported candidates in there. And you need a lot of them, because as long as there's only a handful, they're always going to have to bend to the interests of the majority. But if you got 100 people like them in there, then the rest of the Democratic Party would be bent in their direction because they wouldn't want to lose power. We need to primary and remove a shitload of Democrats. If you had
Yeah.
a
She's one
handful of
of the, I
squad
think,
members,
12
it's
that
not enough.
voted.
Doesn't actually
She,
fix anything, but a
she's
lot of
one of
them
like the
would.
12 that voted for the ceasefire in Gaza.
Yeah, it's a start.
Um,
But we need 100 of them. So if we get that,
I'm just saying support her.
yeah,
That's all I'm saying.
yeah, and I don't
Cori Bush.
I don't agree with any of the squad members on all issues, but I think all of them do better than most of the people that are currently in there. So there's a lot of
She was here on the ground with me in St. Louis when Black Lives Matter started with Michael Brown. And that's how she started her political career, which I just love because it's she stood up and was like, this is not right. And that's when I stood up and started protesting and everything during when Black Lives Matter started here in St. Louis. But yeah, Cori Bush.
anyway. Yeah, it's again. I'm not going to get into those kind of conversations, but in terms of like there are a handful of decent people in Congress, and I think we need a lot more of them. And they all have problems, but they're all better than the corporate owned one people in there across the board. And if you have enough of them, we can push back on things. But I'm not going to get involved in like supporting any particular one or talking about that because it's really not where we want to go in these discussions, and it doesn't solve the problem either. So either way, we need to get on to some other questions here. Let's see, who's watching this stuff? Because I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that's gone by in the chat that I'm missing too. And then
Earlier when you took your break,
mhm.
we were talking about capitalism. We were having a discussion about capitalism and kind of like how how much capitalism is kind of influencing and pushing a lot of these things today. And I think we were hoping for that conversation, and then some other things kind of
it
we
always
went off. So
it always bounces around a bit, but yeah, it's a good one to get back to because it's not a big topic that's come up much on these yet, but it's something I'd love to talk more about. I mean, I have an entire wall on economics. It's always been a significant interest. The one of the some of it gets back to honestly the in many ways the the development of the different welfare states, social democracy, improved living standards, and losing a lot of that is one of the reasons that so many countries, especially the U.S., but a handful of others, the U.K. is one of them, their living standards are actually in decline because they're moving away from that model and thinking that yay, free markets are better. But the problem ultimately is that the system itself is fundamentally flawed. It can't really be fixed. All you're doing is putting different band-aids on it. And it's one of the reasons that leftists actually opposed social democracy and opposed the welfare state, because it took our attention off of the real problem. And in many ways, these problems are pretty systemic too. I have these arguments a lot with the right libertarians, or like the big L libertarians. I still hate that they stole that word, but like the libertarians are like the ANCAP types because they're always thinking that the problem is only government. If you take government away, then the market will fix everything. And like wealth created government in the first place. That's if you actually go back to the Neolithic and look at the rise of territorial states, the reason we got powerful kings in the first place was people's desire to protect private wealth. So they've always gone hand in hand. The right libertarian position is fundamentally incoherent. The problem is that hierarchies build up together. The state and wealth hierarchies always work together, and one reinforces the other. The state exists to serve the wealthy. And all we do in trying to patch these band-aids on there is we leave in place these massive concentrations of power. Wealth is power. The money is power. And if you leave in place huge amounts of wealth, it doesn't matter at the end of the day how many things you try to correct. They're always going to find some way to bring the power back to themselves. So we do need some way out of this system. How we get there, that's a much more complicated question. But slapping band-aids on a broken model isn't really going to get us anywhere. And a lot of the current discussion takes us off in wrong-headed directions. The right libertarian model just makes things worse. The neoliberal model pursued by Democrats makes things worse. The right populist model, the kind of like Trumpist sort of like, throw a bone to the working class while you throw even more power to the wealthy. That obviously is bullshit. I mean, none of these things actually fix the real problem. They're all dancing around it in a way or making it worse. So
well, maybe we all get together and figure out how to make it right.
Well, that's kind of the point. Is people need to discuss things like that, find solutions, and then begin pursuing them. I have my ideas, but we need to have broader conversations on this. And the more people actually get involved in those discussions, the more people take up those concepts and push them forward, the better chance we actually have of getting somewhere. But as long as everyone has their own different idea and runs off in their own directions or just ignores the problem entirely, it's just going to keep getting worse.
Liam, a couple questions from the chat that I'm also curious about. What are alternatives to capitalism? And then somebody was asking about what is the history of Citizens United?
Citizens United basically allows unlimited contributions into politics. There's tons of restrictions on what individuals can donate and corporations and PACs can donate, but what they end up doing is allowing people to donate unlimited amounts of money as long as they organize them in different ways and spend in slightly different ways, and it just gets really, really problematic. We've had corporations have essentially controlled American politics since the 1890s. Citizens United basically handed them all the remaining power. They gave them a tremendous amount of influence. Look at the people brought up some of the questions around squad members a moment ago. So I'll just point out here that people are raising tens of millions of dollars to dump it into primary challenges to get rid of all of them. So as long as that money exists, I mean, you can't donate all that money directly to a campaign. They have to be. This is one of the issues around Citizens United is the whole super PAC model. It allows independent players to dump tons of money into advertising and activities and whatever here to try and advantage a particular campaign without directly giving it to them. So it skirts around our existing electoral laws. And the problem with a lot of that stuff, especially given it's not just Citizens United, there's a series of Supreme Court rulings going back almost a century that gave more and more power to the wealthy in these terms. You need constitutional reform to get rid of that shit. No law can do it. You actually need to fix the Constitution on some level. So it gets really, really problematic to deal with. What was the first one though? There was another question there. Kristen, what was the first one?
It was what are the alternatives to capitalism?
Oh gosh, yeah, that's a much bigger one.
Yeah, like what's your plan? What's your plan?
Well, there are the labels for a lot of them are ultimately problematic, especially given 2 centuries of propaganda around some of them. But there are different forms of socialism, communism, anarchism that all kind of like touch on these, and there's quite a few different models proposed there. And then there's a lot of more, I don't know, more modern sort of hybrid
That's
systems.
history. So, what's your plan? That is history. What is your plan?
I'm not going to give you one single idea because that's something that people have to talk about as a whole. But if you'll let me talk
but you're not giving any.
If you'll let me talk about it, I'll talk about it. If you'd rather talk.
You're giving history. I'm asking what your plan is.
I am a historian. That's what I'm going to talk about. So if this isn't the right life for you, then it isn't the right life for you.
Do you not have a plan?
I have my preferences. My job is not to give people plans. My job is not to tell you go do this because I'm not a demagogue. I'm not a leader. I'm not going to try and tell people what to do. I can lay out what I would prefer along the way of talking about some other aspects of this. But
lay it out. Lay it out then.
Then I will.
So some of the things, Shannon, I don't think you understand. Like, Dr. Liam, he started doing lives about a week or so ago. His whole intention, and it's for our benefit, is to give us some history in regards to the relationships of Palestine, of the Middle East, of Israel. And most of us kind of follow him for these reasons, and we get excited when he comes on live so that we could ask questions, so that we can better understand. So that's like, we're not here talking about plans, we're talking about, like, how did we get here? And then so maybe we'll get to a time when we could make plans, but he's never said he'd be the plan leader. We're just here to listen.
Well, and to talk, because I want conversations. And this is the fact that from my position where I am, I'm an anarchist. I prefer to deal in consensus. I prefer to get people talking and share ideas, and then together come up with an idea or a plan. I'm not interested in demagogues or leadership models. I don't. If anybody says I have the solution, I have the plan, I immediately don't want to talk to that person. That's bullshit. Anybody who thinks they've figured all this shit out themselves is lying to you about something. We have to work together. We have to put something together, and we have to put it into action together. And that means we have to build consensus, and we have to discuss the ideas. And as long as people are falling for different demagogues and people who have a plan, we're never going to get consensus on an alternative model. Now, yeah, I was going to get to one of the variations there too, because there again, I come out of the anarcho-syndicalist tradition, which means technically I'm an actual socialist, but I tend not to favor some of the classic communist approaches to socialism, where you're aiming for a moneyless economy, for example. I would much rather come up with a kind of hybrid that keeps some elements of market exchange intact, because commerce, basic markets, have been around for thousands of years. Capitalism, in its earliest forms, only goes back to the late Middle Ages. But commerce, the actual buying and selling of shit, that's been around forever. And people want to be able to do something like that. So the way forward there is to come up with a kind of market socialist model for me, which takes away the owner class or investor class. I don't think anyone should be able to sit on their ass and make money for having money. And that's what investors do. A capitalist is an investor. If you own a plumbing business, you're not a fucking capitalist. That's just not what the word means. A capitalist is somebody who invests and makes money from investments. So landowners who charge rent and make money off of that. People who own the factories and take money off of that from the work of the workers and managers and everybody else, but they just own it, so they make all their money off of that. Or investors who just dump their money into stocks and shit and own shares, and they make money off of that. All of that shit is predatory. I don't want a concept like rent. I don't think people should own land and rent to other people. I think people should all own where they live. Period. I think workers should all own where they work, which means I prefer a co-op model, and not one where it's just voluntary, where some people can create co-ops, but take away the legal framework that allows people to create the kind of like privately owned businesses. Because this is where the ANCAP types get it completely wrong. Without a legal framework that forces that, it's not possible for somebody to claim ownership of where somebody else lives or somebody else's business. Employment is a scam. This is why I've been an IWW member for decades. I think that the wage system is a scam, and people should never have fallen for it in the first place. So workers should own where they work, and their pay should come out of the profits, which means we'll all work harder to make that business a success because we all share in its profit. But if I'm working for somebody else's profit, why would I work really, really hard? It's fundamentally
Dude,
flawed in
we
economics.
all feel that way. We all feel that way.
No, we
No.
Come
don't.
up with a
Most people don't feel that way. That's the whole point. Most people are okay with employment. Most people are okay getting a job. In fact, huge amounts of the American populace defend the quote-unquote job creators, i.e. the rich. They don't create jobs. They've never created jobs. What they create are the structural conditions that keep us in wage slavery.
Look at the way
Cool.
people talk
Sit
about
there and
Elon
talk
Musk.
about it and
Like
don't come up with a plan and see how long you have your followers. I'm out.
Shannon, look at the
I
way
don't
people talk
have
about
any
Elon Musk.
followers.
People talk about Elon Musk as if he's like, you know,
Good. She
innovating
left.
and building stuff and like and
She left, which is great.
I think she's inebriated.
Well, that's fine. And she clearly didn't get the whole point of the discussion here because she's talking about followers. I don't want any fucking followers. I
No,
just I
yeah. Really interesting example of like the problems you were directly pointing out, which is like people are just like, well, tell me, you were literally like laying it out in such simple terms, like, uh, cooperation, like direct democracy, shit like that. And it's just like, oh, well, like, just tell me what to do. I'm a cog. Please, just tell me, give me the wage and tell me what to do, and
yeah,
I'll make money for you. It's
and
like crazy.
realistically, most people don't want to run a business, and that's fine. In the same way that most people don't want to lead things. I mean, it's totally fine, but people should be able to profit directly from where they work. So whether whoever becomes like the manager, and is actually directing a company, there should be some kind of democratic control over that. Somebody who's willing to do it and can step up and has a plan, cool. They can be in charge. If they start running the company to the ground, we vote them out of that position and somebody else takes it. But most people would just rather go to work and do their job and go home and do something totally different. But right now, they're stuck doing it for a wage for someone else's profit, which means they are dependent upon somebody else. It's a hierarchical model. It puts you subordinate. It puts you under someone's power. If you are a part owner of that business, you're no one's cuck. You're part of the system. You're part of it. You have a controlling voice in it. If you don't like that particular company where it's going, you can always move to a different one, and sell out of that one, move into something else. But we should all partly own where we are and have a democratic voice. I want a democratic workforce. And I don't mean like in the party, but like workplace democracy. I want the workers in a company to have the ultimate voice in how things run.
Yeah, and it's crazy because we already have stock options, on some I mean,
Yeah,
on
but stock
some
option,
level, it's kind
but
of.
but most of the times they're non-voting stock.
Yeah. But it's still like the idea of the workers owning a share of the company
It's
isn't some
it's a start.
crazy
Yeah,
radical, it already
it's not
exists
radical.
in that
Oh
sense.
God, fucking Ronald Reagan said more people should have that. It's always been
Yeah.
around as an idea. But I want more control coming out of it, not just a stake. But a stake is
Yeah.
a start. It is a start, and it's a way you can leverage that, and you can use that as an opening. Hey, did you know Ronald Reagan said more people should have ownership of where they work? Oh yeah, and then you bring the conservatives into the conversation, and then you expand that to say, well, wouldn't you like to have a vote on the strategic direction of the country? There's places where you can, and somebody's saying, "Oh God, not Reagan being right again." Yeah, it's about framing. If you take something that people have started, like you find a way to open the conversation and bring them in. I've had conversations with a shit ton of like people who call
Yeah.
themselves conservative Republicans, and at the end of the conversation, I'm like, "Hey, all the stuff that you just said you agree with, that's socialism, right? What? Like,
Yeah,
yeah, that's a big scary S word, but you just endorsed it."
my grandfather, like, because it was Thanksgiving yesterday. He was on the phone. He was like, my dad handed the phone to me, and he was like, "Well, because I go to like a left, perceived as left, like college or whatever." And he was like, "Well, if he's a communist, like I'm not talking to him." And I was like, "Grandfather, I was talking to you about literally just communism." And this guy is like, he sits on the couch and watches Fox News all day, and like you can get him to agree to like everything, like any socialist idea if you just don't use those words.
Right.
It's crazy.
Framing really matters. Yeah. Yep. Yep. It's amazing, and it's one of the reasons that. So I did this again. I was in politics for a short time, which is again really weird that a long-haired anarchist tried to do this, but it was fun. But I literally, in conversations, was laying out shit that's straight up socialism, and I actually got a bunch of people who were registered Republicans to leave their party and fully endorse my campaign because they understood what I was saying. I spoke to them in a language that made sense to them, and they agreed with it all. The problem is they get bombarded with propaganda that gives particular words a certain resonance. And oftentimes the right is much, much better at coming up with the rhetoric around this. Examples I often use for Americans are the whole question between like pro-choice or pro-life, right? The right came up with these terms, and by framing it that way, they already won the fight. Because if someone says, I'm pro-life, and the other person says, I'm pro-choice, well, if that person already has a position that they are supporting life, then it's a choice to kill, right? Which means you're essentially accepting their position on, on a fetus or whatever. It's a surrender in a way. If you allow somebody else to choose the terms of engagement, if you allow someone else to set the board and then you just sit down to play, you're at a disadvantage.
And
I
people
don't
say
want someone
like,
to make the first few moves for me in a chess game. I want to make my own damn moves, which means we have to come up with new ways to frame these ideas.
people say like forced birth too, like to talk about.
Yeah,
I mean, it's the
yeah,
same concept. Yeah.
exactly. And that's a way. And that's a way of reframing their position. But it's every time we accept it, every time somebody comes around and says like, and takes seriously that someone says they're pro-life, you're essentially giving up the fight already. You're surrendering the playing field to someone else's choices. And I won't do that. And I don't think that any of us should. We need to turn the stuff back around on them. If you want to win things like the abortion argument, sure, yeah, forced birth, make it about control, because that's ultimately all it is. It's about control. It's not about life. If they were actually pro-life, they'd be anti-war. They'd be anti-poverty. They'd be anti-mass incarceration. They're not. They don't give a shit about life. They're true that what they want is forced birth and a subordinate position in society for women. What they want is control over women, period. And we need to force people to accept that that is what they are actually arguing. Every time we take seriously their own rhetorical framing, we're giving up. And the socialism is the same line. It's the same line of argument there. If you allow them,
Dr. Liam.
if you allow them to say like, I support Stalin or something there, then we've already lost.
Maggie, did you want to ask the question?
Oh, sorry, I muted myself. I was really talking. There's a question in the chat to ask, was it Reagan or Bush who didn't want to fund Israel?
George H.W. Bush actually threatened them. He's not the only one who did it. Eisenhower did it a few times before too. But H.W. Bush was the last person to threaten to withhold money from them. Reagan actually fought back. Reagan and Schultz, his Secretary of State, like actually tried to get Congress not to give them more money. But when Congress voted that anyway, he still accepted and signed it. So H.W. Bush is the last person to actually push back. Yeah, and JFK tried it a little bit too. Johnson didn't, but JFK tried a little bit too. But not Ike was the last one who really fought hard on it, and to some degree, H.W. Bush did. What he wanted out of it was not particularly principled either. Honestly, the position taken at the time was never for the Palestinians. It was always the Jordanian option, but still, they were willing to push back. Since then, it's essentially been the Israeli narrative that's driven both parties.
Liam, you had mentioned that borders and land was more of a invention or something that's newer from, I don't know, colonizers, or I'm not sure quite where from. But my question is I'm curious, can you talk more about what it would look like to have no borders or like land ownership? Because I have a hard time kind of conceiving of that in my mind because obviously I've not ever lived under a different structure.
Right. Yeah. And that's the thing. Once something has been around for a while, it's very hard to wrap your head around a completely different paradigm. But honestly, the concept of land ownership was fought hard by people in Europe. It was imposed by force on them. Honestly, you can take it back much further. Okay, so I'll give you a couple of examples from three different eras on this. So go all the way back into the Neolithic period when people are first settling in and farming. what ends up happening is that some people get more valuable land than others because it's more agriculturally productive. They end up richer than others, and they start imposing their power on other people. So over and over again, people rose up in rebellion, shut those systems down, and basically went back, started over again from scratch. Went back to hunting and gathering and horticulture, and then agriculture builds up, and it just kept repeating over and over again. People didn't embrace farming right away as like this brilliant idea. People didn't embrace the status because they thought it was a brilliant idea. States had to be imposed by force, but once they were, people got used to them. Think about how the situation worked in the Middle Ages in Europe. Most land wasn't owned. Most land was in the commons. There were some people who owned land, but most land was still open, so I could support myself by just farming a piece of land. What they gradually started doing was enclosing more and more of it, handing off larger and larger chunks of title deeds to different people. And then once a few people control all that arable land, then they can hire a few workers to work it, and most people are forced off their land and end up in the towns and cities. In the long run, that's why we ended up with everything from the Luddites to the socialists rising up, because everyone was sort of pissed that they lost the ability to employ themselves. They lost the ability to feed themselves and were forced into wage slavery. But eventually, we forgot those fights. We forgot what we were doing to resist that system, and now it's just sort of taken for granted. The process in the Middle East actually happened much more recently. Up until the 1850s, people didn't own land in the Ottoman Empire. It was all people had usufruct rights. They had the right to use it. So if you went to an open chunk of land and you built a house on it, you owned the house. It was your house. You got to live there. You have the deed to the house, but you don't own the land under the house, which means you can't sell that land to somebody else. Same with okay, I want to start farming or planting trees or grazing my goats in an area. I just start doing it. I gain usufruct rights. I have the right to graze my goats here. Nobody else does. But the sultan technically still owns the land, so you couldn't trade it off that way. Today, totally inconceivable that something like that existed, but all the way into the middle of the 19th century, in most of the world, most of the land was open. It was open commons. People didn't have it. Today, you can't walk anywhere in the U.S. and just build a house. Somebody owns all of it. Whether it's the government or a private owner, somebody owns everything. That's a completely new system in world history. So we don't even have to go very far back to realize that most people did not live the way we live now. What would it look like to get to there? Honestly, I would take us back to a system where everyone owns where they live. The place you have is yours. No one's renting it to you, leasing it to you. You have the right to get it. If somebody needs to build a new house, hey, I can't afford to build a house. Instead of having to go and get this big ass mortgage, have public banks. So public banks would run on a kind of non-profit basis. The money would just be there, and it would be either an interest-free loan or grants if you're poor enough and you just have the money. You build a house, that house is yours, and it's just yours. But if you don't have the concept of land ownership, then it doesn't have this constant appreciation issue that brings in a kind of vulture capitalism where we're constantly, the people who already had some land end up having so much more land that they can leverage that land to buy even more and more and more, because that's how capitalism works. If you have a little bit of money, you can make more money. Once somebody has money, it's really, really hard for them to lose it, and really hard for anybody else to get access to it. But it's possible to conceive of alternative systems, and there are parallels. The credit unions are close, co-ops are close. There's a lot of things that already people are experimenting. And for me, it gets back to when Shan was like, what's your plan? What's your plan? Some of it for me goes back to building alternative institutions for ourselves. I'm a big fan of mutual aid societies. I'm a big fan of co-ops. I'm a big fan of credit unions. The more we build up alternative systems, we can show in practice that they can work even in a flawed legal framework, and then make the case in conversations that if you take away the structural advantages that the wealthy have right now, if you take away those legal privileges that they have, then our model would look better to everybody. But people choose employment from somebody else now, and choose accepting renting or getting a mortgage from a bank because that's what's available now. But if you show them that there's another way to do something, I think more and more people would kind of get on board, and you can kind of erode support from it from the inside. So I don't know. That's a start, at least in terms of ownership, is to point back to the fact that tons of previous models existed, and then help people to understand that people fought hard against the system that we now are stuck in because they understood that they had it better before, and they fought for centuries against it. They gave up, and we inherited that world, and now we can't imagine anything different because we grew up in that tyrannical system. But there was another way to do it.
No, I really appreciate the answer. It's really interesting to know that there were other ways of doing this. It does, like, working for a wage. Obviously, I don't really even need to go into that. We probably all feel similarly. Um, but yeah, that really helps. And I
Oh,
will
you
look
asked about
into more of
borders.
that. Hmm?
You asked a question about borders too. I got a quick
Mm,
thought on that one.
mhm.
The same thing. And again, I in making arguments like this and helping people to think outside the box, I can't help but lean on history. Go figure. I'm a historian. So I'll point out that until the 1920s, borders were essentially bullshit anyway. People just moved wherever the hell they wanted. All of my ancestors came to this country by walking in. They just got off the boat, walked in, and then later just registered as citizens. There was no real control. It's not really until the 1920s that you start seeing a significant shutdown and a kind of militarization of borders. And in some parts of the world, it's still not the case. Large parts of Europe, like the Schengen area, if you have a passport in one, you can move to any of them and live in other ones, take jobs in other ones. It doesn't. There's no limitations on that. I think that something like the Schengen area could be applied on a much larger scale. You could bring more and more countries into it, allow people to move freely throughout it. What if you had the entirety of North America? People could just move freely. So people could come up from Central America, take a job. If there's no jobs, they go back home. I mean, it's not like no one's stealing your job anyway. And a lot of times things build up in different areas. There's been a net outflow to Mexico for a long time because the Mexican economy has been growing rapidly. More people are coming from Central America because they're kind of fucked by climate change, tons of corrupt governments, American imperialism, all kinds of other things that have fucked things up there. But, the situation could reverse in the same way that it reversed for Mexico. And people should be able to get jobs wherever jobs exist. If there weren't enough jobs in the US available for people, they wouldn't come here. They come because there are jobs available. That's the driver. And for most of human history, people have been able to go where the jobs are. People came here in huge numbers in the 19th and early 20th century in the US, and the numbers kept going faster and faster and faster. Because there were a lot of jobs. And the more people came in, the faster the economy here grew, because immigrants are always a net benefit in any society. Tons of people come in, they build things up. The US got rich on immigrants, but the nativists won out. The Klan's heyday in the US was actually in the 1920s. I mean, there was a lot of agitation against foreigners. All of my ancestors got shit on. No one liked Catholics here. No one liked Jews here. There was like huge pushback against all these like Anglo-Saxon kind of like people coming in, and they shut it down. And it actually harmed growth in the US in many ways. So what it could look like as an alternative, one thing is to look at the positive impact in a lot of Europe. People have been able to move wherever they want. There's tons of Britons living in Spain, in France, in Germany. They go where the jobs are and they settle in. And as they do, they spread ideas around. There's more cross-fertilization, more like creativity that can show up there. There's tons of growth everywhere in there. Apply that more broadly. You can see contemporary models and also history. You can see people moving around. That was the norm for nearly all of human existence, is people would pick up and go to where the jobs are and then move when there aren't jobs there. And we've just lost that and started locking people in. And if you lock people in inside borders, but you allow goods and capital to move, if goods and capital can move freely across borders, but labor cannot, it immiserates the working class. And the problem here is that a lot of the working class and a lot of our countries have been convinced that that's not the case, that if you throw up stronger borders, that it somehow helps the workers and drives wages up. That has never been the case. If the goods and capital can move, but labor cannot, labor gets fucked. So as long as these are able to move, this needs to be able to move as well. Does that help there with the borders question?
It's super fascinating, and honestly, like I'm gonna have to go read up on more of this stuff because I have like hundreds of questions beginning to percolate, to be quite
I'm
honest.
I'm gonna I'm gonna do these things as long as I can every Friday nights. Things might change from semester to semester based on my schedule, but um, I can usually get on somewhere around 7:30 or 8 on Friday nights, and I'll just I can chat for a few hours and ramble on and help out. And if you're interested, when people get on there, if follow me, we can DM. I can suggest different books or whatever. People can go off and read things.
Yeah, because it's I think I'm just super curious about like how does that work when like like the layer of like how do roads get built and how do what about healthcare and like if people are all going over here to work and then there's needs over here that aren't in this part of the world that aren't being addressed. It's like how do you
Right.
balance all of that stuff? And
Right.
I don't it's like all hypothetical questions, I guess, but it's also just sort of like
But practical
it's
ones,
all stuff, yeah, like
because they all
it's
have been done. I mean,
mhm,
roads were built long before states existed. I mean, we've always been able to do things, and there are
mhm.
tons of examples of mutual aid groups and communities building things. This came up in a discussion like I don't know, last month or so, and somebody wanted an example out of the contemporary world, and I pointed to where was this? I think it was in Cote d'Ivoire in West Africa. There was an example of like the state was never actually fixing their water system. They were getting tons of diseases from it. So the community pooled their money together and pooled their labor together and went out and fucking built it themselves. They built a sewer system. They solved the problem. They all contributed into it. Yeah, if you couldn't do the labor, you threw in a little cash. If you didn't have the cash, you threw in a little labor. But people pooled their resources and fixed a problem that the government wasn't fixing for them. Oh yeah, somebody mentions rogue pothole filler guys. Yeah, exactly. We have the ability to organize ourselves and solve a lot of problems because that's honestly what human beings have done for 2 million years. As long as people have been around, we've been able to work together and solve problems. But
Yeah,
we've been systematically indoctrinated to think that only the wealthy and governments can do these things for us.
yeah, and
Mm.
capitalists will do anything through the media and through, just politics and the political sphere and a lot of other mechanisms to make workers believe that they need capitalists to create
Right.
value, when
To
in
maintain their
reality it's the
monopoly on power.
opposite.
Yep,
When we're
exactly.
talking about cooperatives and capitalism, and here in the United States, where you see such a huge gap between the wealth and the impoverished, do you feel that capitalism and the capitalism mindset here undermines cooperatives being more common in underserved communities? Because I was a community school director in one of the poorest areas in New York City in the South Bronx, and often saw where cooperatives they tried to introduce it. Into schools. They used to train us over by Columbia University and send us into the communities. And we created something called La Canista. And la canista is the Spanish word which means basket. And from it, we would get some of the local markets that would then hand over food. And we would actually have an affordable systems for struggling relatives and families to be able to purchase these high quality type of food that are locally grown. And what we often try to do, being someone of Caribbean descent, we tend to eat food that are very starch based. So we eat like a cassava, the yuccas, and all of the above. We try to include those as well to be more attractive to, which it cross exists, which is now I'm thinking about in both West African because the origins of it, as well as Latino and also West Indian communities. So the whole point is that we had this great program that started, but I often found that we fought day and night for the funding and to keep it in existence. And I thought we talk about alleviating the poverty, but we're such hypocrites when it comes to bringing it into fruition. And it wasn't hypocrisy. It was like almost fighting a machine that was larger than us. So I don't know how to explain it, but I feel like capitalism always undermines it and it doesn't make it look attractive. And we're not really pushing it in a narrative in impoverished communities. And I think that benefits the capitalist.
It does, and there's a lot of systematic propaganda along those lines. It's one of the reasons that so many American voters support things like right to work laws. I mean, it's a matter of controlling the narrative in order to benefit those who already have power and wealth. And what you have to do is is essentially find a way to fight back against that. And that gets back to some of the earlier discussions about framing, because they've done such a good job of giving certain things a bad rap or whatever, that you have to find ways around that and ways to talk about these things in ways that really engage people and show them that it works. For me, one of the things that's often helped, and this isn't going to help everybody, but I'll often draw in historical parallels and show where it literally has worked for sustained periods of time and really solved problems. But it's generally not in the interests of those in power to maintain things. And whether it's corporate propaganda or literal state repression, which is what took out things like the Black Panthers, because they were doing a lot of that same shit in the big cities, setting up, ways to like feed school kids that just their family could not afford to give them a breakfast. So
The
they did
Breakfast Club came from them. Yeah, the breakfast programs. Yes. Sorry.
and
Yeah.
it was brilliant, and it worked, and it really, really worked. And there's models like that all around the world. Ultimately, that's how the Muslim Brotherhood got its start. Was
Yeah.
in the wake of the Great Depression, they opened up soup kitchens and unemployment insurance, that kind of things. They helped out. Groups like that have always sprung up all around the world to take care of things, but it's never in the interests of people in power to tolerate them. So they find different ways to crush it. Propaganda, military force, marginalization, and all these things end up ultimately harming groups like that. But we can get back to that. We literally can, because it's worked over and over again. But yeah, I have the same problem. I frequently supported groups like Food Not Bombs, which is a mutual
Mhm.
aid society. But
Mhm.
it's hard to make the case, to get people to really step up and do it. And they're like, well, shouldn't the corporations do this, or shouldn't the government do that, or this or that? People don't want to. But if I've got a little bit of extra, I'll help out, and that's how we all get better.
Another group of people that often do that, and they do it here in the city, the Punjabi community often does that. A lot of people are not aware of. You can go in and get meals, and they not only help with that, they help with other aspects. And it's not just for their community. As a matter of fact, it's specifically put in areas for outside communities to be a part of it. And I think it's an amazing concept. And
Yeah,
like you said,
the
I'm
sacred
really into
bars are
those
great.
frameworks. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, when the pandemic hit in our area here, in the inland desert communities, I was involved in organizing. We brought together churches, mosques, Sikh gurdwaras. A whole bunch of people all came together, and we all pooled our resources, and we created like basically food bank. People could drive up in their cars and be handed bags of groceries. And but the Sikhs have always been great about that. Anybody can go, and it's so much different from a lot of Christian charity where you like go in and you get like hit with a whole bunch of like gospel immediately.
Yes.
You can go into like a gurdwara and they will give you food, and they're not going to sit there and start haranguing you to convert.
It, they never do. Like I
Yeah,
have to walk to them and ask them.
exactly.
Yeah.
And that's what they count on. And honestly, that a lot of religions have done that. Historically, that's what Islam did too. Was just through good works, people could choose. Hey, these guys are doing some good shit. Maybe I'm interested in the religion.
Mm.
Sikhism spreads in the same way. So somebody can get interested and they can go and talk about it, but they're not going to, chase after you to do it.
Right.
They're just going to do good works. And I have a
Mhm.
lot of respect for that. I
Yeah.
love our local Sikh communities.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's another model. So there are secular models. There are leftist models. There are religious models. Ooh, I forgot. I gotta go get the dog. she's she's still outside. I'll be right back. Want to come and say hello?
Maggie, can I ask you a question?
You want to come say hello?
Yeah.
Yes, amigo.
I was just curious, like what
Yes,
are
amigo.
some good resources for learning more about what's going on in the U.S., like with reservations and how things in that space need to change?
Vine Deloria is like one of, he's really a good author. He was born and raised on the Standing Rock Sioux Reservation, I believe, and he ended up teaching in Colorado. I can't remember what university, but he authored a lot of books in regards to the history of Native Americans, or at least for the Dakota and Lakota people.
What was his name?
Vine Deloria.
Okay. Thank you for that recommendation.
Yeah. Dr. Liam, I wanted to ask you, or see if I could spur a discussion on this. So, and I can't even think of the TikTok people, but that I follow. But he's an economist, and his wife is always doing, making him talk about the economy. And he'll, like she'll be talking about something, he'd be saying, no, that isn't why the cost of living is going up, or no, that isn't why inflation or whatever. And so one day he just did I think it was probably like when TikTok first came out with a 3-minute video where you can make it that long. And he talked about the reason why inflation is so high is because the government put too much money into the system. And so he was saying that because it wasn't because of oil, it wasn't because of anything other than the fact that there was too much money in the system or out in the market. And so it was driving all of the profits, everything up. And so then it made also to think about the process of what's going on in Palestine and in poverty. I said earlier I live on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, and dealing with the poverty, homelessness is on the rise. And I had watched another TikTok creator talk about how capitalism creates this system. Impoverished people. You have to have
Oh yeah,
homelessness. You have to have
and the
all of
prison.
those things. Prisons. You have to even have the invasion of countries. You have to have all of that with capitalism.
Yeah, they're fundamental to it. I love it when people are always like, capitalism brought so many people out of poverty, and then they show like the reduction over time, and you're ignoring the fact that most of that happened because of like state socialist policies and shit anyway, or the welfare state that actually restrained capitalism. It really not literally none of it is capitalism. It's either like people pushing the governments to make up for the problems of capitalism, or people literally rejecting it. It's all of the two of those account for all of that fall.
And
None of it is capitalism. Capitalism depends upon people being in an impoverished state, so they're dependent upon the system and can't push back against it.
there's a really great video essay by this creator FD Signifier on YouTube, where he really breaks down how the prison system has been used to suppress populate in the U.S. has really been to used to lower wages, because if there's a certain amount of people that
Slave
are
labor.
desperate,
Yeah.
but not only that, but if there's a certain amount of people who are desperate enough for a job, it will drive the labor market prices down, and those people who are getting screwed over the most are the most likely to be radical. So what you see is there's this real need for the prison system to kind of check these communities, and the prison system in the U.S. isn't profitable. There's some for-profit prisons, but largely it's a huge taxpayer money sink. Like, people don't make money off of it. It serves a purpose in capitalism because it keeps those communities in check.
Yeah, for sure. There's a ton of things that, yeah, the entire system benefits by that. They're never going to fix any of these problems as long as so it does get back to, we need alternatives to the capitalist system if we're going to deal with tons of these other problems. Otherwise, we keep slapping band-aids on like amputations. It's just not enough. It'll never actually fix it. There's a quick point on for I think it was Maggie, you hit about inflation. Um, that's it, it's partly right and partly not. So I want to like add a slight qualification to the whole quantitative easing causes inflation, because the problem is the way that the money is allocated. It's problematic when it doesn't drive growth and when it doesn't lead directly to wage growth. more cash itself does not actually cause the problem. More cash in the hands of the rich will cause a problem. If it comes to us in terms of higher wages for workers, if we had more money in our pockets and more of it went to directly feeding economic growth, then it would work. But if it goes to shareholder profits, that's a problem. That's a failure. So in there, I'm not going to defend the way central banks work because, again, I oppose the entire capitalist structure here. But within the context of our current capitalist structure and the way banks work, the way the money supply works, simply producing more cash doesn't necessarily create a problem. A good model to that is look at the fact that Japan's been running deficits for half a century, and they continually produce more and more and more money. But so much of it sinks into direct growth and into the wages of workers that for a long time it made no difference at all. It did not harm them in the slightest. And only as the population is shrinking is it starting to become a little bit of a problem for them. But even there, they're still able to get around it because they don't allow so much of it to concentrate. Like the gap between the CEOs and workers in Japan is still only like 10 to 1. It's nothing like our 400 to 1 that we got in the US. It doesn't have the extreme levels of concentration. More of that money actually filters down to people. So what they're producing doesn't matter. In the US, under our current corrupt system where most of that money, when they printed a shitload of money and they handed it to banks, they handed it to corporations, defense contractors, they got all the money. That creates inflation for us. That fucks us. If that money went to us and to our wages, wouldn't cause a damn bit of problem at all. So there's a slight quibble I have there. It's true in the current system here for the way that we hand out the money corruptly. But it's not true that necessarily printing more money is going to cause inflation for us.
And that's kind of how I saw it too. I was thinking, but if we would have had the money, then, but they gave all the money to the 1%, so
exactly.
We never saw it.
Yeah, exactly. And that drives up prices for us. So the way it was done is deeply corrupt. That's what fucks us there. So it's true in the specific case here, but it's only because of the way we handled it.
What do you think? I'm sorry, Maggie. Sorry.
No, I needed to be muted. I'm sorry, I didn't.
No worries. No, I was wondering, what is the justification? Like, why is there a need to keep this 1%? Because it just seems to be so continuously. I find them so useless, like bookmarks.
Economically, they are.
Yeah.
They literally provide zero value. And this is the problem with people defending billionaires and defending big corporations and defending the rich. They keep thinking they're the ones who create jobs. They don't. We grow much faster without them.
Yeah.
There are so many counterexamples to it. I mean, hell, economic growth rates in sub-Saharan Africa were much faster in the 1960s when they were state socialist economies. We all just conveniently ignore the numbers and pretend that wasn't the case. It was also true in Latin America. But it doesn't fit the dominant ideologies. It doesn't fit the neoliberal model that they want to say makes things work. But the numbers don't lie. Anybody can look at this. Well, not anybody, but still, economically, you can. I've got a shitload of research on this written by capitalist economists that show their own model doesn't actually work. We've never needed the top 1%. They're literally vultures. They're predators. They gobble up cash and provide no actual benefit for what they do. And yeah, there's no such thing as an ethical billionaire, someone says in the chat. It's literally impossible to become a billionaire. You mean you'd have to work for thousands of years without spending any money to become a billionaire. You could only become a billionaire through exploitation. And that concentration of wealth slows growth. When more of that money is in circulation, growth rates are faster and more people come out of poverty. When more of it's concentrated, growth rates slow and poverty grows. It's literally a drag. They slow growth down, but people keep believing this trickle-down bullshit. They keep thinking that everyone can be a self-made millionaire, become rich. No, a tiny share can.
I have a question.
We're at 27th place in social mobility. It's harder to get ahead here than it ever was before. It's ridiculous. People believe it.
if you don't mind the follow-up question. So I get that
Linda's
point.
one first. Can we get Linda's and then we'll jump to
Sorry.
Faisal.
Thanks. So I kind of wanted to jump on the thread about
can't read well enough.
about where we're at in late stage capitalism and kind of like the wealth concentration. It's almost like an Ouroboros. It's eating itself. So when, like, historically, I'm curious about your perspective on what, because we're inevitably going to collapse, right? It's just a matter of time. Empires never last. So from your historical perspective, like, how long do you see this lasting, and how soon before, things kind of like things have to collapse before we can rebuild? So what is your like perspective on that timeline? I'm just really curious about that.
Honestly, there really isn't one, and this is one of the it's one of the problems I have with a lot of people who do try to make direct predictions out of history is you can't. What we can do is we can recognize patterns, and you can see certain flaws in things, but actually pointing to, well, this will happen and it will last this long or whatever, it never works. And I tend not to like speculating on things like that. The biggest problem that you've got here in terms of the slow degeneration in our living standards in the U.S. and in a few other countries that have really embraced neoliberalism, and honestly, Israel's one of them too. Their cost of living has been going up steadily. It's they're fucking themselves in exactly the same way. So it's one of the reasons that they'll be more sensitive to a lot of economic pressure too. There's a lot of places that the more they have embraced the neoliberal doctrine, the more problematic the system is going to get for them. But it doesn't have to lead to any significant change in terms of the capitalist system, because at the end of the day, liberals will choose fascism over socialism every time. And that's one key lesson out of history. The capitalists who did not like what Mussolini and Hitler and whatnot were offering, they could not stand him at all. When it looked like a choice between socialists or the fascists, they chose the fascists. And that's happened tons and tons of times because they don't want to lose the property. They don't want to lose wealth. They don't want to lose their privileged position economically. And they'll choose to lose political freedoms first. And that's one of the reasons for so much far-right propaganda in the US, as well as the rising tide of racism in Europe. It serves the same basic function. The more you can get people to blame immigrants and minorities and blah, 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 attack the poor, the more you can give, socialism a dirty word and anything else, the more you actually prime people for choosing the fascist model as a quote-unquote solution. And that doesn't solve it, because fascism doesn't actually have a real problem with socialism. It was with capitalism. It has populist politics, but it will not touch the hierarchical system, because that's its core value, is hierarchy in society. It's concentrations of power. It's a kind of like social Darwinist struggle for power. So our biggest problem in the US is that late stage capitalism can lead directly into a collapse into overt fascism. The only question I have right now on our current track, if you're asking for a prediction from me, the only question for me really is, do we become a managed democracy a la Russia, where there's still like a fiction of elections, but we know who's in charge, because that's the current track we're on? Or does a demagogue actually manage to seize control of our institutions and turn this into a directly fascist state? So our choices are between neo-fascism and fascism.
Yeah.
But there's a very weak left in the US, so there's no way to benefit from late stage capitalism for the left yet.
Thank you very much. That's a great perspective.
I think we have a lot of work to do in order to change a lot of minds to get us away from that. The fact that so much of the working class has been captured by far right politics, it's one of the reasons that I fucking hate the Ben Shapiros and the Charlie Kirks of the world. They have done so fucking much damage by changing the positions of so many working people to, again, directly prefer fascism. But it's not just them. It's your liberal majority. It's a lot of your Democratic voters. At the end of the day, they'll choose fascism over socialism, and that's the part that worries me.
My question, actually, I have two questions. The first one is related. You were talking about how concentration of wealth is actually encouraging the poverty in America. And my question is, how does that be should that be tackled? What is the solution in that case?
How do we
What
tackle the
how
concentration of wealth?
the concentration of wealth? How can the government deal with it, or what would be
Ah,
a possible path?
well, the government won't deal with it unless they're forced to deal with it. And that largely points me, and again, this is where I lean really heavily on 19th century history for this. Massive union organizing and militant union organizing, not very passive, like, oh, let's get together and organize for better wages. No, like militant unions need to make a comeback.
But
And that will put pressure on government, because if it starts costing the rich money, then they'll start pushing for some kind of change to limit themselves. They didn't want to do it. None of the rich wanted to limit their own power in the late 19th and early 20th century. They were forced to do it as the only way to survive. So that if they want to avoid a socialist revolution, then they have to compromise in some way. And since in our current climate, any kind of revolutionary change is likely to immediately lead to a fascist military state, we don't have the numbers on the left here. Our best option is to resurrect unions and create a militant union movement. That at least there's serious prospects. And somebody asked earlier about like Gen Z and whatnot in their role there. Millennials and Gen Z are definitely much more union friendly than my generation was, which is a really positive sign. I'm very happy about that. So more and more work like that. And if you can get a lot of militant unions together, we have a chance of starting to pull this around.
But that would require the government to be more forgiving with some practices if those unions take that route, don't you think?
Well, yes and no. Because again, some of our best union organizing took place when unions were actually illegal in the U.S.
Okay.
I mean, unions weren't fully legalized until the 1930s, but
Wow.
but unions were active heavily in the 1870s. I mean,
Okay.
we can organize against that, but people have to be willing to organize despite the illegality, and they have to be willing to themselves step outside those structures. And that's where, again, when people are asking like, what would I specifically recommend? I would be recommending things that are technically illegal, so I shouldn't say that directly. but people need to organize in a way that they're willing to ignore what the government says, because that is the only thing that will force the government to change its position. You have to put pressure on them. Otherwise, they are only going to defend the people who are writing checks for them. They're always going to defend power interests, because that's literally how governments were created. This is why I like connecting the Neolithic to the contemporary world. It's the case for thousands of years. Wealth creates governments, and governments defend wealth. They have never existed to defend us, but they have occasionally been forced to defend our interests. And you can put pressure on them to make them do that.
Okay. The second question, I'm sorry, guys, I know that this is off topic, but I wanted to ask a question about the origin of Arabic and Hebrew, because some people say that the origin, both are derived directly from Aramaic. Others say that both are derived from a hypothetical mother language, and some say it's a hypothetical Semite mother language. And others say that Hebrew came after, and Hebrew is directly derived from Aramaic. But however, there's a third language that I heard about just this past couple of weeks, which is a language that I believe religious Jewish people normally learn. There's a guy who was talking about it, that he needed to learn. He lives in the US. He said, I talk that language. It's not Hebrew, but it's the language that I practice my religion with. Yish something, I don't know.
If you're talking about Yiddish, that's not
Yiddish.
really, that's a cultural language, not a religious one. Yiddish is common in a handful of still surviving Haredi communities. It was the language of Central and Eastern European Jews.
Okay.
But it's not a liturgical language, but plenty of literature is written in it. So there's tons of like prayers and histories and all kinds of stuff like that. But the liturgical language would still be Hebrew and Aramaic. Aramaic for Talmud, Hebrew for Torah.
Okay, so Hebrew is derived from Aramaic. What about Arabic?
It's not though. but just to close off the Yiddish, Yiddish is not a Semitic language at all. Yiddish
Okay.
is literally based on medieval High German, and
Mhm.
Ladino. And somebody mentioned Ladino. Ladino is based on medieval Spanish. There was a bunch of there's tons of Jewish languages where they moved and they've adopted the local language, but then they write it in their own script and they make it their own in a sense. It takes on some Hebrew loan words and it gets written in a different script, but it's a completely different language.
Okay, but
As far as the
so
Semitic origins, though, you're wondering like the relationship
yes,
among like Hebrew,
exactly.
Aramaic, Arabic. Uh,
Yeah.
Scholars still argue about where Proto-Semitic comes from, and there are a number of cases for it. I honestly think one of the best cases for it is actually the Levant as its location for origin, but it could actually have been down in Arabia. And there's a few other possibilities that have been proposed for where the first language came from. But either way, the language family just spread into different areas over time and just continually evolved. So I would say that Hebrew and Arabic and Aramaic are all descended from the Proto-Semitic language that was probably spoken in the in like the Stone Age Levant. And you
Okay.
can see, so like there were actually Semitic migrants into Egypt that lived in the Delta, and at one point they actually conquered Lower Egypt in the Hyksos period. They came from Canaan, and they spoke a Semitic language. So that's
Mm.
3,500 years ago. Some Canaanites conquered Lower Egypt. So there were already Semitic languages spoken there, and the Canaanite cultures they all spoke Semitic languages. So Ammonite and Moabite and Edomite, they're Semitic languages. As well as like Hebrew and Phoenician, and there's a ton of them, but there is a larger family, and we don't know exactly where it started. It's still partly conjecture, and different people have a different a guess for where it started. But it spreads all the way down to the southern tip of Arabia, into East Africa, across portions of North Africa. It spreads into Mesopotamia. So the Akkadians spoke a Semitic language. So
Mm.
that goes back. That goes back more than 4,000 years. But its precise origins we don't know. But it is a large language family, and Arabic didn't come from Hebrew. None of them came from Aramaic. Aramaic actually developed relatively later, but
So
um,
Ar- Aramaic is separate
Aramaic
from
is later
Hebrew.
than the protoforms of Hebrew are actually older than Aramaic.
Okay, so what language were the Dead Sea Scrolls written in?
They're written in several languages, but a lot of it's Aramaic, and then portions of it are in older forms of Hebrew. I mean,
Okay, so just to make sure that I get it right, so there was the Proto-Semitic language, and from that language derived the Aramaic, Arabic, and Hebrew, Aramaic or Hebrew, Aramaic. Then from the Aramaic came the Hebrew.
no, Aramaic doesn't lead to Hebrew. Aramaic was
Oh, okay.
adopted later than Hebrew. Aramaic shows up around with the Aramean culture, and the Aramean culture is later than the Canaanite culture.
Oh,
Hebrew comes out of the Canaanite languages. Hebrew is a
okay.
descendant of the Levantine Canaanite languages.
Okay, so Hebrew came before Aramaic and
It
existed
did.
way before Aramaic.
It
Oh,
did.
okay, that's very
The earlier
interesting.
forms of Hebrew are much older. Now, the form of Hebrew changed a lot. In fact, if you really know biblical Hebrew, like on a linguistic level, in Torah itself, you can see several variants of the language that are all sort of stitched together because its grammar changes considerably. In the same way that like Beowulf and Chaucer are earlier forms of English, Old English and Middle English, but they're very different. There's different. The language evolved over long periods of time, but there were a whole lot of related languages in Canaan
Mm.
that all descended from these Proto-Semitic languages. And
Mm.
Aramaic, the Arameans are kind of a later development. So Ammonite and Moabite and Hebrew and in the Phoenician language, they're all older than Aramaic. But Aramaic, because Aramaean merchants spread widely through the area, they became a kind of important middlemen, and the Assyrians later chose to advertise their language as a lingua franca and get more people to adopt it because Aramaic was similar enough to a lot of the other languages spoken that more people could easily adopt it as a second language. So
Mm.
eventually it got to where it replaced nearly all of them. Eventually Hebrew went extinct as a spoken language because more people adopted Aramaic because of imperial patronage.
Okay.
But it is later in time, but it gets significant patronage from the Assyrians.
Okay. Okay. And the third question that is also not related to the first two. I'm sorry, guys. I know that I'm changing the topic a lot. Okay, so I know that there is something called the Nakba law in Israel, which makes it illegal for anyone to talk about or write about or even study anything that has anything to do with Nakba law, with Nakba. Is that correct? Is that accurate or is it inaccurate?
No,
No.
no, there are tons of Israeli scholars who do talk about it, but it's problematic in some contexts. Like people can be thrown out of the Knesset for talking about it. And there's clampdowns on a lot of NGOs. There are ways that they're weaponizing some of the laws to go after people, but you still literally can do it. It's just very difficult. So it's hard to get grants. It's hard to publish. It's hard to get things out there. But you can. They haven't completely destroyed freedom of speech in Israel, but they're eroding it really fast.
Okay. Okay. But doesn't that make it really hard to, because sometimes when we talk to people and we talk about Nakba, they always ask for resources, and almost every resource we provide, they say, yeah, this is not a valid resource. And I understand how normally when we debate, I always say, okay, I'm going to provide resources that you supposedly, or at least the state of Israel recognizes.
Mm-hmm.
But
Well,
recently it's been really challenging, and that's
the
what I've been
state,
looking
no.
for. What's that?
There's no state resource. Like the government has never admitted it and they won't. But there are a lot of Hebrew language resources I could point you to.
Please
There are
do.
a handful I've got on my shelf. I mean, there are books written on Nakba in Hebrew and published, by university presses in Israel.
Can you name a few? I appreciate it if you can do.
Yeah, I can send you. I can send you I can type up titles, translate the titles or whatever, and send them to you in a message or something. Just send me a direct message, and I'll send you some.
Yeah, I'll definitely do. Thank you. I really appreciate your help.
Yeah, there's definitely work you can point to people if they're Hebrew speakers and they
Mm.
want a work in Hebrew. Then yeah, you've got some things. I'll give you some things you can point them to. They do exist. They're difficult to find though. You're never going to be able to go into. I mean, the parallel always used for people. So like the biggest like bookstore chain in Israel is Steimatsky's. You're not going to find this shit in Steimatsky. It's just not there. No one wants to see it. It's not talked about much publicly because it's difficult for people always to deal with the crimes of the founding of any country. It's the same reason that like Turks don't want to talk about the genocides in the late Ottoman Empire. A lot of Americans don't like talking about the Amerindian genocides. It's very difficult for people to deal with those issues because it feels like it's tearing apart your own identity. So it's socially problematic. But the stuff is there, and scholars do work with this material, and they use Israeli state archives in order to make the case for Nakba. The single best resource anybody has for describing the Nakba is to actually look at state archives because their own soldiers reported what they were doing.
Okay.
And the shit's all there.
And where is that available? How can I find something like that?
The access. I mean, you going and doing archival research, it would be difficult. A lot of the stuff, but a number of Israeli historians do work with it and have done it. And both Zionist and non-Zionist authors have done it. And a lot of stuff is published in English. So, I mean, you can read like, Ilim Pape on one side or Benny Morris on the other. There's tons of people who have done work through those archives and shown that the myth of the founding of Israel is not true. But what for the people I think you want, if you want, not just because those are Israeli historians, they literally are Israeli scholars. But somebody will say, "Oh, well, they're biased." I mean, it's honestly harder to say that about. I mean, Benny Morris is a Zionist. He's a strong Zionist himself, but he has still admitted that there was a whole hell of a lot of dispossession and massacres in the process. I mean, because that's what the archives say. You'd have to be lying if you're seeing that and not admit that. So even some Zionist historians are willing to do it. So if Benny Morris doesn't do it for them and they really want like Hebrew language stuff, I can give you some of his work in Hebrew and a bunch of other scholars that are lesser known in the US because their work doesn't get translated, so it's only in Hebrew. But there are Israeli sociologists and historians who study this stuff.
Okay. Those are the main questions. I really appreciate your help, Doctor, like always. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Just send me a message and I'll find a time sometime during the coming week and I'll type up some titles for you.
Thank you.
If anybody doesn't mind, can I jump in and ask a question? I wanted to know more about this current push that's happening in the Israeli government to try and lessen the power of the Supreme Court. Could you talk a bit more about that? And what is the reasoning behind it, and so on?
Well, the reasoning is that in the absence of a constitution, and Israel doesn't actually have a constitution, what it has to fall back on is common law. It has a handful of like what they call basic laws, like certain things that kind of like override everything else. And then it just uses the English common law tradition, and that creates a precedent for independent courts, and courts being able to declare government's laws unconstitutional, which the Supreme Court has frequently done. And they have stood up a number of times, actually, for Israeli Arabs and for Palestinians in the territories against government policies. And the governments in Israel, most of the time since '77, have frequently been right-wing coalitions and sometimes very far-right coalitions, like the current one. And they want to be able to govern the way that their voters put them in without the court able to put a brake on them. So the current proposals essentially make the court subordinate to the Knesset. So they can essentially override the Supreme Court, where following strictly a common law structure, the courts are able to invalidate laws, and you can't do that because the court's job is to interpret laws. It's kind of like the U.S. system in that sense, because the U.S. system is based on, a mix of like common law and Montesquieu and whatnot. There's this basic idea of separation of powers. So the legislature writes laws, the executive enforces laws, the judicial interprets laws. And judiciaries have the right to interpret laws and say, like, okay, so either this is the way this has to play out, or this law just is invalid because it violates all these other things that we've done, all these other laws and precedents. That's what's been happening a lot in Israel, and they don't like having to deal with a court that has any kind of independence. Somebody asked about military court. Military courts are separate. Yeah, military courts are frequently used because it completely skirts the legal system. If you can try someone in a military court, then you don't have to pay attention to niceties. Give me an example of European history. If anyone's ever heard of the Dreyfus Affair, this massive anti-Semitic trial, where they accused a French artillery captain of selling secrets to the Prussians, and that's how Paris was occupied in 1870. They could not try this guy in a civilian court because they had no evidence. So they did it in a military court where no evidence was necessary. The precedent of using military courts to skirt secular law is a long-standing issue. In modern legal systems. And Israel uses it in the same way that a lot of the US, France, tons of other countries have done that. But the secular legal system actually does provide some recourse for Palestinians to support their own interests. And this government, and because it's backed up by settlers, they don't want that at all.
And a quick follow-up question. Do you see that being a growing trend globally?
To some extent, yes. Especially again because it's more state power to support more and more problematic and corrupt economic systems is kind of in the interests of a lot of the people in power, a lot of the people who actually own shit. So finding ways to erode democracy has been a growing trend. It's certainly been one in the US, which is why we're down to 62nd place in freedom. We've been slowly undermining our own democracy and handing more and more power to the rich. Pardon me. And finding ways to muzzle courts is important there. In the US case, it's frequently been by appointing ideological judges that actually don't give a shit about the law. Quite a few of the people that Trump put forward for the courts had no real experience in law or in trial courts. There were some people who are now judges, federal judges, who have never tried a case in courts, but they had the right belief system, and that's all that mattered to them. And that's the perspective that that Netanyahu's government is taking. What they want is ideological control over the courts, not independent legal minds.
Learning for me, just because and I don't know if I'm wrong in this, but I feel like it's just another example of how fascism seems to be taking hold,
Yeah.
which is very concerning because we're often when we talk against fascism, we look to laws as a way to um, curb what is happening. But if the laws aren't in our favor, then I'm not quite
Yeah.
sure what it is that we
The
can do.
laws are, yeah, the laws never are. The laws won't be a way out of this system in the same way that, liberalism won't be a way out of this system. That neither neither legal systems nor liberalism have ever provided any real break on the development of fascist states. I tend to use the term neo-fascist in these kind of conversations, though, and somewhat deliberately, because not only are they new forms of it, not the original there, but there's certain variations. One of which is frequently a desire to maintain some pretense of democracy. So Russia in its current administration is literally neo-fascist. Its president frequently quotes 1940s era fascist literature in Russia, but it maintains the fiction of elections because that's sort of like what the world expects at this point, and there'd be a lot more criticism and sanctions if it chose a distinctly military government. So seizing control of institutions is one key way to do that. The more control there is over judiciary, the more control that capital has, and this is another one of the variations, is a greater role for corporations, which do get some criticism on the far right, but ultimately they're in bed with it, and they want to kind of like, I don't know what Sheldon Fulton called inverted totalitarianism, where there's greater and greater corporate control. So there are slight differences, but you are right to be worried about the erosion of constitutional rights and of courts, because seizing control of those institutions creates a kind of backdoor road into neo-fascism, and it takes away the ability to resist it. The U.S., its institutions were really strained under Trumpism, and would be in even more trouble in a second round of it. But they'll put up a fight. But if you can erode their power directly, which is what Netanyahu's trying to do in Israel, if you can find a way to stop them from being able to intervene, to neuter them, well, then you've already won. Oh, really?
Thank you, I appreciate it. Apprentice, do you want to ask Kimberly's question when you ask yours, or
I need to quickly. I'm going to go take another antihistamine. I'm highly allergic to cats, and I love cats, so my nose is driving me crazy. I'm going to bring one other person up that's trying to come up, and if you guys want to figure out the next questions, I will be back in a moment. Your nose.
Hello. I'm getting the questions and coming back to ask them. Yeah.
I don't have a question. I'm just going to ask Kimberly's question.
yeah, no, the person who was asking, yeah, sorry, it's me who hit the mute. My patience broke on that one. But yes, I think Lisa's approach is good. You know, offering a warning and an opportunity for somebody to stick around and learn is always best.
Yeah, I'm pretty slow at reading all the chats, so this kind of gives me a break to kind of scroll up and see what people have been saying.
I actually fielded a few questions, but I don't know if those people are here. Zebra Mom, Zooey Mama, and Terrified Warrior, I believe. I'll skip those questions and just ask him.
If you have questions, any question up to Liam is always going to have a fruitful answer, and it's always enjoyable to hear the answer.
So
So,
you think we should just ask them?
well, yeah.
Okay.
Honestly, most of the questions, trust me, most of us, I stay in the chat a lot, and I really enjoy hearing the answers, and I really appreciate most of the questions because most of the time you're not aware of those questions till you hear the answer or that someone asks them.
Yeah,
So,
that's definitely a good point. I'll start with Kimberly's question since I know she's probably still waiting for that. So Kimberly asked, "Have you heard of Greater Israel?" And was that an actual goal of the Likud?
Oh, God's yes, it still is. It literally still is. The some of the maps that you'll see floating around about Greater Israel, the idea of like from the river of Egypt to the river of Mesopotamia, that's not serious. There's no one has ever seriously proposed conquering the eastern half of Egypt and a chunk of Iraq, but they've used maps like that to say, hey, the Bible says all this is ours, so you should just give us all of Mandate Palestine. A more serious proposal originally from the right in Israel, so if you go back to the Irgun days and the Mandate, the earlier Herut Party, things like that, they were originally arguing for taking the east bank of the Jordan as well, because some of that territory was part of the Canaanite city-states. I mean, again, that's where like Moab and Edom were, and the Hasmonean state we talked about much earlier this evening had extended into those areas. But more recently, the argument is southern Lebanon up to the Litani River. That was seriously proposed both in 1948 as well as several times after that. And the reason that in the 82 war, they stayed there until the year 2000, right? So for 18 years, they occupied Lebanon all the way up to the Litani. And if not for a strategic withdrawal there in 2000, they might still be there. It was another occupied territory. It could have ended up in the same situation as the West Bank, but it ended up not being, and they ended up giving that back. But that desire is still somewhat there. Less so today in those areas. The key for them is mainly holding on to Gaza and the West Bank. That's key. There's no way they're going to give that up. They've backed down on control in Jordan and Lebanon for the most part, but the Likud party itself, and for any Americans who don't know how real political parties work, the U.S. doesn't have any actual political parties. The Democratic Party and the Republican Party are corporations. Political parties in most of the world are membership organizations that you pay dues to and you get a vote over its policies. And the Likud party itself has frequently voted to annex the West Bank. So even if a Likud leader was willing to negotiate over it, he couldn't. His party would reject it immediately. They still are committed to Greater Israel. And there's no way in hell they'll give up those territories because it goes back into their own sense of self as a nation, because it's based on a lot of the biblical myths, the biblical Israel and Judah. And those areas did fall into that orbit. So they can't give it up. Yeah, Likud does not support it. And realistically, Jennifer, almost no Israeli party actually supports a sovereign Palestinian state. I mean, some of the joint Arab Israeli parties do, like some of the small joint lists, and like Meretz would, but all the centrist parties and the Labor Party, they support a non-sovereign Palestinian state that would be demilitarized and wouldn't be able to control its own borders. That's at best for most Israeli parties. Very few people have ever talked about any kind of sovereignty for Palestinians.
Sorry.
You guys don't get to see Socrates very often, so he's going to say hello. Yes, Socrates. He's my youngest kid.
So adorable. I'll ask another question. This was from Zebra Mom. She asked if you have any advice for individuals with autism who are wanting to pursue a history degree.
Well, it'd be similar to advice in almost anything else. People have to. What's the old joke about that? Like, if you meet a person with autism, you've met one person with autism. Like, they're all, every form is different because it's a broad spectrum of neurological variations, and it would really depend on the specific challenges any particular person has. Because it's not a disability; it's a different way of it's a different set of brain structural things. It's going to point you in different directions, and you have to be able to deal with those specific issues. And some of them you can find interesting workarounds, different ways to improve in different ways. Like there's a lot of ways in which I'm still very, very quirky, but I don't have a lot of the same things that would have completely stopped me as a kid. I found interesting workarounds for things. I'm not as thrown off by a lot of sounds or whatever. I don't need my as often a kind of quiet space. I'm more able to have conversations face to face and interact with people and all the rest of that crap. But I couldn't have decades ago. So some things you can find your own workarounds, and there's a lot of advice I could give to specific people with different problems to help them to find their own solution, because it's not a matter of becoming quote unquote normal, but finding your own ways to approximate what you kind of need to get by with other people. So it's hard to give general advice for pursuing history, though, without knowing where somebody is or what their particular challenges are. But I'd say that academic work in general can suit a lot of people on the spectrum, because some of the things that make it difficult for us socially actually make it easier to get involved into a lot of analytic pursuits. So I would be encouraging. I don't want people to think that they can't do it. People absolutely can. But yeah, if there's a specific person or whatever, somebody is trying to figure out how to approach this, if they're interested, we can DM, we can talk about where they stand on things, what their particular challenges are, and I could give them some thoughts that I've run into, both from reading a bunch of books about other people's challenges, as well as mine, if they're relevant. But it just depends on whether they're relevant.
Awesome. I hope Zebra Mom is still here to hear that. Because I feel the same way. I work with individuals with autism, and it's important to individualize those approaches.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Well, how?
If you've ever heard the expression neurospicy, which I thought was quite funny.
Yeah, it's a nice way of putting it. I actually got involved for a while, but a long time ago now, in some of the neurodiversity communities, when it was sort of like a new thing and people weren't talking about it much. So I was for a while part of that whole push to get wider acceptance for neurotypical and neurodiverse as terms. Neurospicy is a lovely way of putting that, and there is so much variation too. So just thinking about there are two ways in which I am on the much more uncommon side of the autistic spectrum. There's always some issue with language. It always affects in some ways the way that you process language. But for many people, language acquisition is slower, and they'll struggle more with communication. And for me, language acquisition was much faster. I had a friend recently remind me of a term I had completely forgotten, but hyperlexia. I started teaching myself to read very early on, and I read ridiculously fast. So some forms of language were easier for me instead of more difficult, but I still struggled with. I struggled for a long time in some kind of verbal interactions. For a long time, I preferred writing things out. If somebody really wanted my position on something, I'd write it out. I engaged in a lot of letter writing as a kid. And it's only much more recently that I've gotten a lot more comfortable carrying on conversations out loud. But another one that's different is that a lot of autistic people think more in pictures. so they're great visualizers. And if I close my eyes, I can't even see my own mother's face in my head. I'm terrible at visualizing. I can visualize in my dreams, but that's about it. In my waking life, so much of my mental processing is somewhere else that I literally cannot form any damn pictures in my head at all. It's a blank. But I have no problem, like, pulling names and, facts and quotes and shit. I mean, tons of like verbal material, like sort of lexical, like written language. If I've read it, it sticks, and I've got it. So language is easy in that way. I have no problem dealing with tons and tons of material that I've taken in by reading and then writing about it. But there's no way in hell I can describe things. I mean, people, I just ran into this the other day. There was a fellow illegally hunting near my house, literally just wandering around the fields with his gun, shooting wild animals. So I called the cops because I don't want some weirdo with a gun shooting shit near my house. It's fucking wildlife. It deserves to live there. And they started asking me, okay, so what color was his jacket? What color were his trousers? I don't fucking know. I mean, if I don't think about it, when I look at somebody, I have to make a list in my head of the features that I see. I have to consciously think in words in my head, this person is overweight. This person has a beard. This person is wearing a gray shirt. I have to think things. If I don't think it, I won't remember any of it. I'll just remember, yeah, I saw some dude. Like, what did he look like? I don't know. He was just a dude. He sure wasn't supposed to be there. Because I can't see it. So, but a lot of autistic people have perfect recall of images, and they struggle with words. So there's huge variation there. So I'm in some of my quirks. I'm in a very small subset in the spectrum.
On that topic, if anybody is interested, I think coming out of Stanford, I'm blanking on the professor's name right now, but he talked about a strength-based model of neurodiversity. I don't remember if visualization was one of them, but hyperlexia definitely was. And I think it's an interesting approach to understanding people with neurodivergent processing.
Yeah, the trick is to find where people are. So some of the techniques that really would have worked and helped some autistic young people would not have helped me at all as a child, because I can't visualize for shit. So some of the tricks that they use in helping 90% of people on the spectrum would have completely failed on me anyway, even if they existed, and they didn't exist when I was a kid. But so it really does involve having to figure out where the person is, where exactly they fall, and what their specific challenges are. And then there are different techniques, and so they've now figured out tons of ways that really would have helped me, but you would have had to know. They didn't at the time. So I'm glad that so many more resources are available now, because this is, and one thing that I still push back on when I see it, and it used to be more common than it is, but people still sometimes talk about like curing autism, like it's some kind of malady or something. It is a naturally occurring variation in humanity. It's always been present. It's like left-handedness or being gay. Like what you're attracted to, what hand you use, how your brain is basically wired for perceiving language or sound or whatever. These things are naturally occurring variations that all have some advantages and disadvantages. They all evolved with us, and they don't go away because they have certain uses. They cause some problems, but they do have some value as well. And people trying to stamp it out somehow like it's a problem, holy shit, if somebody actually genetically modified humans to get rid of it, we would lose so fucking much, because there are so many fascinating people in history that were definitely autistic.
That's very interesting. I have a couple of questions, not just one, but I'll start with one that someone wanted me to ask in the comments, but I'll elaborate more because I'm intrigued to hear the answer. So someone was asking, is the fear of Iran narrative considered lazy, given that it's lacking historic evidence? But what I wanted to ask actually is the question that I think I should be asking is, what exactly is driving Iran? Because in the past, they were against Iraq and Saddam Hussein, who was against Israel. So it definitely isn't Israel at the time that was their hate for Israel that was driving them. And a couple of years ago, they were totally against Saudis. So and even before Donald Trump moved into office and the neutralizing talks got that serious, they were still against Saudi. So, what exactly is driving Iran? What's motivating them? What's their objective exactly?
Well, it would depend on the specific issue because, like any state in the world, it has its interests go in tons of different directions. It depends on like, for any individual policy, there is a reason. So the fight with Iraq had a lot to do with the structure of the Ba'athist state and the fact that they wanted to spread the Islamic Revolution, and much of Iraq is Shi'i, and that kind of Shi'i liberation theology was appealing to a lot of people. So
Okay.
Iraq got really mad at them. So the Iraqi government was determined to hold on to its own power. So their objective there was largely because of Iraq's own demography and the need of the Ba'athist regime to maintain control.
And so it's about that okay, spreading Shia Muslim or protecting Shia Muslim in Iraq. What about Saudi? Because I don't think that Saudi have even a minority of Shia Muslims.
In that one, part of actually a significant something like 10 to 15% of the Saudi population are Shia, and everyone seems to forget that. But a significant chunk of the population on the East Coast is Shia. And then there's a chunk in the southwest, just north of Yemen, that's also Shia.
That makes sense. So near Bahrain and near Yemen.
It's also, we also tend to forget that historically most people in Saudi Arabia weren't Wahhabist either. Wahhabism is from Najd province. Most of the Hejaz was just more generic forms of Sunni Islam. They weren't Wahhabis at all, and a lot of them still aren't. So Saudi Arabia is a lot more diverse than our common media narratives say it is.
Oh, okay.
But the Shia in Saudi are actually fairly marginalized. The bigger reason for their competition is that the Saudis look at themselves as the guardians of the two holy mosques and therefore deserve a dominant place in the Muslim world. And there's a kind of narrative against Shiism that goes back about almost 1400 years. And Iran, because it's since the Safavid period, Iran is the largest Shia power, where before the Safavid period, Shiism was a very tiny minority everywhere. But they imposed it by force, which is how much of Iraq got there. Azerbaijan, Iran, and Bahrain all became majority Shia because people were forcibly converted to it in the Safavid period. But because Iran is a very large country, population-wise, it's a significant economy or whatever, it looks at it as itself as a kind of like protector of the still marginalized Shia minorities, in the same way that Russia frequently looked at itself as a defender of Orthodox Christianity because it was the largest Orthodox power. So it has a kind of like weird big brothery issue. And there are Shia minorities in a ton of places, in Yemen, in Saudi, in tons of other, in Lebanon. There's a whole bunch of places where there are Shia populations, and they're frequently politically marginalized. So Iran wants to stand up for them, and the Saudis want to increase their own position in the Muslim world. And there's a lot of power politics across the Gulf. People often take the religion part and make it the cause, but it's really just window dressing more than anything else. It's largely strategic and geopolitical competition. Iran is a major economy in the region and has the most diversified economy in the area. Even without oil wealth, the Iranian economy would still do pretty well, where a lot of other places like Saudi would not. So there's a reason for them to kind of like fight for dominance in the area.
Since Saudi, okay, so since the two harams in Saudi mean more to Sunni Muslims, why would Iran care about the leadership of the Muslim world in the first place? Since the monuments in Saudi do they mean anything to Iran, to Shia Muslims?
They mean anything to Muslims in general, but historically, Shia were cut off, and this actually goes back several hundred years into the Safavid period. One of the reasons that so many distinctly Shia religious sites had to be developed is that they were cut off. They couldn't go to Al Azhar anymore. They couldn't go to a lot of places. People, and a lot of Sunni Muslims wouldn't pass through Iranian territory because they'd be afraid of being converted or something. So it created a lot of lasting tensions there. They would like to be included still there, but that's not ultimately their goal. That's one of the reasons that the Saudis think that they deserve a leadership role. Historically, they were a dirt poor minor player with a small population. They weren't a major player in the Arab world. The Saudis want to be the leading Arab power, and that makes them a strategic competitor for the Iranians, who want a leading role in the politics of the region. It's not for them about the religion at all. It's not about pushing a religious narrative or control over the holy mosques or something. It's about their role as a regional player. They want to be at the table. They want to be a dominant economy. They want influence, and they've been marginalized for decades. They've been held out of power that realistically they deserve as a major economy. They're just diplomatically isolated, and they're resentful about being diplomatically isolated.
Okay, so to make sure that I get it right, so Saudi is using religion and the fact that they control the two harams to get political leverage and be by being a representatives of the Muslim world, the main representative of the Muslim countries, and that political power.
The Saudis have also dumped a ton of cash into other Muslim countries to gain influence that way. So money has also played a part in on their side.
So that political power is what's triggering Iran more than anything.
Yes,
okay,
because the Saudi alliance with the U.S. that goes back a number of decades also plays into the fact that the U.S. is the main reason Iran is so marginalized politically. They overthrew our pet dictator, and we've been angry at them ever since for that. So the fact that the U.S. and Iran butt heads, and the fact that the U.S. and the Saudis are in bed with one another, perpetuates the problem.
But okay, so recently when this current military operation in Gaza started, I believe the Iranian president and Mohammed bin Salman, they met, and it doesn't make sense, honestly, that they would meet, because I didn't think of Iran as a country that was trying to build a relation with Saudi. And now that you say it, it's even more confusing that they would meet, given that the Iranian regime doesn't even want Saudi. They want to take more power from
what
the
they
Saudis.
want is to be at the table, though. They're resentful because they've been excluded from it, and they've been excluded from it largely because the Saudis, their interests align much more with the U.S., and we dump a lot of resources into trying to keep them entirely in our court. So, the U.S. interference with the Gulf Arab states helps to deepen those tensions. Those tensions really, realistically, shouldn't be there. They should all be able to interact. It's the same basic perspective that a lot of the states in the region, including the Gulf Arab states, have historically wanted to normalize relations with Israel, but they couldn't because of the opinion in the Arab world and the Muslim world as a whole. They would rather be able to interact economically and politically and work all together in some ways that benefit those power interests in the economies. But they can't. Iran would love to be able to interact with the other players in the region, but they're diplomatically isolated. And there's a number of reasons for that. The U.S. is one of them. Their support for Shia minorities is one of them. There's a lot of problems there that keep them from being at the table all the time. But if they could find a way to do it, that's where they want to be. In the same way that they would love to have normal relations with the U.S., but we keep telling them to fuck off.
Okay, so, and how would threatening Israel benefit Iran's position in that case? Which comes to, that's the question, the main question.
That's playing to the street in the Muslim world as a whole. Iran has never actually been involved in any direct confrontations with Israel, unless you count Israeli sabotage inside Iran. They've never actually fought, but they play to a lot of sympathy for Palestinians as a way to increase their own stature in the Muslim world. They want to be recognized, and what if they can say, look at all these fucking Arab regimes, they keep bending over for Israel, and we're not, we're strong, so you should all support us and our side in this. It's geopolitics.
If I can expand on that question, so is even their use of Shia or Sunni just optics, or is there a real desire to try and make sure that they they foster the take up of Shia Muslim instead of Sunni Muslim.
They're not trying ultimately to replace each other. It's not like a fight over orthodoxy or something. Ultimately, they're all looking for respect for their own positions, and in particular, the minority one is looking for respect for its position and for the communities that already have those views. It's largely, in terms of its geopolitics, it's largely window dressing. But because there are deep historical traumas, there are ways in which it affects people's subjectivity, their own identity. And there is a lot of historic resentment among Shi'i about the way they've been treated by the Sunni Muslim world for long periods of time, especially prior to the Safavid period, when they were an embattled minority everywhere. There is a sense of grievance that they can still exploit. The states honestly don't care as much about that. The governments don't care as much about it. You can honestly see that in Iranian actions. Look at the way they cozied up to the Assad regime. The Alawite faith is not actually a form of Shi'i Islam, but it was for political reasons recognized by Khomeini as a form of Shi'ism because he wanted an ally in the Arab world, and Assad was willing to be that ally. So they found a way to make it work. It's not really the religion that drives it, but they can dress it up in the religion and exploit those cultural grievances.
The allyship with Assad about the fact that they're both isolated through sanctions, or is there something deeper?
Well, they've been historically isolated in general, and also both powers were desirous of greater influence. Syria wanted to be the leading player in the Arab world, and for a while was competing with Iraq and Egypt for that role. And it felt marginalized by that. And the fact that it developed a relatively sectarian government made it difficult for it to pursue the leadership position that it thought it deserved because it had such a heavily urbanized sort of like history. And an alliance with Iran gave it a seat at a table. Not the table they originally wanted, but it gave them a seat at the table in terms of power relations on a wider scale. So that was desirous. And that's the same reason that the Iraqi government, since the U.S. debacle there, has cozied up to them for the same reason. It allows them to have some kind of like broader alliance strategically, a sense of like being part of a club, where otherwise they'd be relatively marginalized.
Okay.
So Syria wanted Arab leadership and couldn't get it, so instead it cozied up to Iran.
Okay. This is very interesting, but it raises more questions honestly as we go. So, but given that
We tend to do that.
So given that this is the motive is to win now, is that Iran is trying to win people in the Arab world by supporting people in Gaza and the resistance in Gaza. That makes it really not make sense what they did in Syria, because in Syria they held Assad literally butcher hundreds of thousands of people in Syria.
Yeah.
And that goes exactly against what they were trying to accomplish, because they already had. Yeah.
It gets back to the first thing I said. It always depends on what specific issue you're looking at, what the causes are. Yeah. Any government, just like any person, can have a range of different interests that cause us to act in contrary ways based on the different circumstances. It's similar to the situation with Hezbollah in Lebanon. They also, despite being a Shia militia, wanted to court wider support in the Muslim world because of their fight with Israel. And they threw all that shit away by siding with Assad and his butchery. The goal there is supporting a particular set of alliances. They needed to prop up Syria because it was their only Arab ally. It gave them significant advantages. It gave them some access to portions of the Arab world, into the Mediterranean world. It was useful to them. And if they lost that, if the Assad regime fell, Syria would have fallen into the very likely fallen into the anti-Iran camp. And that disadvantages them in the long run. So propping up Hezbollah and their role in Lebanon and propping up the Assad regime do give them a sense of influence within their region that's separate from the way that they play to the wider Muslim world because of the Palestine issue. So that they do, yeah, you're right, they conflict in some ways. But they're driven by different particular motives, different particular geopolitical rationales, and frequently objectives are in conflict. That's kind of normal in the world.
Honestly, the more you explain it, the sadder and sadder it gets, because it now things actually now make sense on several points, because that makes it really clear that that the Palestinian struggle has been exploited by several countries for the purpose of gaining influence. Because I do remember that Syria, yes, did want to manage the Palestinian struggle fine, just for that specific purpose. Jordan was doing that too, but in the past couple of years, actually, since Trump actually started to communicate, to work towards neutralizing the relations with Arab countries, between Arab countries and Israel, Jordan was disregarded, and they started to ignore Jordan and the king in Jordan whenever there were negotiations, and they started to prioritize talking to Mohammed bin Salman. However, again, it gets Egypt till today, they still actually have a huge influence, especially with this operation, because they have the border. They manage the border with Gaza. That is interesting. Although it sounded like Egypt was not interested, at least the regime was not interested in getting involved in any way, shape, or form.
Literally no country has ever really supported the Palestinians directly as Palestinians for what the Palestinians want. They've never had one. Every single country that's gotten involved has done so for its own selfish reasons. But if you think about this in geopolitics, that's not something unique to Muslim powers or Arab powers. That's just how geopolitics works. No country gets involved if they don't see some advantage to themselves. Sometimes it will disadvantage them in other ways, but there has to be some area where they see a direct advantage to themselves. Every country that in the Muslim world that has ever backed the Palestinians has done so because they thought it advantaged them in a particular way, and as soon as it doesn't, then they sell them out and back away from it. And we've seen a ton of that in the Arab world. Tons of countries that used to be like all for the Palestinians, and then suddenly they're not, and they're totally cozy with the Israelis or whatever. It's just because the strategic calculus changes, the advantage changes for them. Something has to, counteract that.
That brings to mind, I lived in Jordan for 28 years, and I remember when I was 16 or 17, my father had a friend who worked directly with the prime minister at the time, and the prime minister in Jordan was a hideous man. He was a disgusting man. But he once was asked, because again in Jordan there's a huge number of Palestinians refugees who live in Jordan as Jordanian citizens. And one of the people in the government at the time asked the prime minister of Jordan, he asked him about, he told him, is there anything that should be expected for Palestinians who live in Jordan in forms of reparations or something like that? And he told him, here's the thing, you need to be aware that you shouldn't be asking me about that, because we don't just ask about it for the Palestinians. Just to give you an idea, there's a saying in Arabic, and it's ridiculous. He said, if I get a single hair out of a donkey's ass, I'll consider it a blessing. I swear that's what the guy said. And the guys who were sitting with him were shocked that he said it that bluntly. He said, it's not just for you. If I get a hair out of a donkey's ass, I'll call it a blessing. So it's not just for you. I want that too. So yeah, that adds to it. But I have another question on a totally separate point. Is there any historic events of mass expulsions or ethnic cleansing that happened in Palestine prior to Nakba? Something similar to any group of people?
Yes.
When was that? What was the incident?
The most significant one would actually be the Romans toward Judeans. From
the Kingdom of Judea, correct?
Yeah, well, the province, when it was a province of the empire, and there were several Roman Jewish wars, but particularly it depends on how you want to count them. It's either the second or the third. I tend to call it the third one, or the Bar Kokhba revolt, because it depends on whether you want to count the revolt in Cyrenaica. But in the wake of that second significant one in that province, most of the population was fled. They couldn't live there anymore because they lived under an extremely persecutorial government. And then the government, for a while, and they later rescinded this, but for a while they literally outlawed Judaism because they were trying to crush the
The
identity. They were
Romans.
trying to perform a kind of cultural genocide because that sense of distinctiveness that the people in the area felt caused them to reject being part of the Roman state. And that actually continued well after them. One of the significant factors driving the Samaritan population down. It's not just the fact that they won't accept converts or whatever. They revolted against the Romans and later the Eastern Roman Empire, and the Romans crushed them brutally. They killed huge numbers of both, so Jews earlier and Samaritans later. Both populations in the area suffered tremendously. So
Okay.
so that's the most significant in terms of like driving populations out. It's those two specific ethnic groups before that point. After that, there's really not much in the way of like major expulsions or ethnic cleansings. There's various migrations in and out, but not on a large scale.
Okay. Um, so, and one more thing. So, this is something that I want you to correct me on. So, I thought that there was, I do know that back in the days, there was the Kingdom of Israel, Kingdom of Moab, Kingdom of Judea, and Kingdom of Israel. I heard that it was the kingdom that was invaded by the Babylonians, and Kingdom of Judea was invaded by the Romans.
No, the kingdom of Israel was destroyed by Assyria.
Okay.
The kingdom of Judah later was defeated by what people call the Babylonians, or what I'll call the Chaldeans, because there's two different states that we call Babylon. Actually, some people use it even more loosely as several, but there's two major ones. The Amorites and the Chaldeans, like the Old Babylonian and Neo-Babylonian. So the Chaldeans are the ones who destroy the southern kingdom of Judah. And it doesn't regain any kind of, real independent structure until the Persian period, when it was a Persian satrapy. It wasn't independent, but the Persians allowed them to go back and rebuild. So, and the Persian Empire actually paid for the construction of the second temple.
Okay.
But the first temple was destroyed by the Chaldeans.
Okay, and when they came back from Babylon, during the Chaldean, you said the Chaldeans,
The
I believe.
Chaldeans, yeah.
Yeah, that I'm sorry, the Persian. You said that the Persians allowed the Jewish people to go back to their homeland. Okay,
Yeah. So,
but were they
so
expelled
these
after
guys
that?
destroyed Israel in the north, and that's a whole different issue there. And then these guys destroyed Chaldea. Sorry, the Chaldeans destroyed. So Babylon or Chaldea, they destroyed Judah in the south, and so they were separate states entirely. And when the Babylonians came for Judah, it actually included Israel, because when the Assyrians fell, and there was a short interregnum where Judah actually extended and took that territory to the north and became a larger state. That's the territory that the Chaldeans, the Babylonians, took out. And then when the Persians toppled the Chaldeans, they allowed them to go back and rebuild the temple and sort of like restore some kind of local culture, even though it was technically part of the Persian Empire.
Okay, and after they came back, were they expelled after that?
So earlier, people sometimes talk about the Babylonian captivity when the Chaldeans took people out, but it's not like the Bible talks about it. The population wasn't all deported. A portion of the population was deported, though, mostly the elites. So the ruling class was deported to Mesopotamia, and realistically, most of it never left. They were the ancestors of the 2,500-year-old, Iraqi Jewish community.
Okay.
But it wasn't most of the population. But there is a kind of expulsion in that process. Both the Assyrians and later the Chaldeans, because they borrowed it from Assyria, they did it. And actually, if you do want to go back to the Assyrian period, they also deported a significant part of the population. This is where people sometimes talk about like the lost tribes of Israel. That's a biblical myth in essence, but there's an element of truth to it. A significant part of the population was still there. They actually make up a lot of what became the Samaritan population in the north, that was still thriving in the Roman period, but their elite culture was destroyed. The Assyrians deported all of the elites and wiped out Israel's ruling class. So Israel lost its independent cultural identity, and then later got mostly assimilated into Judah, and hence most of them became Jewish. the holdouts stayed Samaritan, but most of them eventually became Jewish because, again, their elites are gone, so they can be assimilated. So there is an earlier expulsion before, like the ones you talk about, the Romans, but that's largely because the Assyrians largely wiped out Israel's ruling class, and the same could have happened to the Judean ruling class, but not long after they were deported into Mesopotamia, the Persians conquered the Chaldeans, and the Persians allowed them out. Someone's asking what are Samaritans? Samaritan, it's a distinct religion that does have a common origin with Judaism. They have their own version of Torah. It's more or less the same book. There's only a few passages that are different, but it's written in the original Hebrew script, not in the one that they use today. And they were a significant population in the northern part for a long time. They've been in decline for ages, but they actually still exist. There's only a few hundred of them in the world. And they largely live only in two places. So there's a chunk of them in Holon in Israel, and a chunk of them in Nablus in the West Bank. And they're descendants from the original Israelite population. So, i.e., they're not Jewish, but they're closely related monotheists with a copy of Torah, and they still have a priesthood and animal sacrifice and everything else. Sabaeans are a totally different population. The Sabaeans were actually in Yemen. So a whole different group of people there. So somebody's asking Sabaeans in the chat there too. So yeah, no, the names sound similar, but they're different people.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah. So just to get back to your point there, yeah, there are earlier expulsions, but Assyria to Israel, Chaldea or Babylon to Judah, the Persians let them rebuild, but as a satrapy, and then that's what gets conquered by the Greeks.
Okay. Also, one more question. Again, I know my questions are not related to the same topic, but I have all those questions
all over the place on these things.
Okay. So back in Jordan, I remember that there was this talk about the different groups of Arabs, and I'm gonna say it in Arabic. Maybe it will sound familiar, but there was that it goes like this: that there was Arabs who are the original Arabs, Arab Ariba, Arab Musta'riba, or Arab Ba'ida. The Arab Ariba means the real Arabs or the original Arabs who descended from Yemen. Arab Musta'riba, Arabized Arabs, you can say. And Arab Ba'ida means extinct Arab. So is there any archaeological reference to that or archaeological deal with that? Because Arab, the second group, what is believed is that Arab Ariba are the people, are the actual Arabs who started, who actually lived originally in Yemen. Then they moved north in the Arab Peninsula to Arab countries, to the Gulf region, that's we can say. And Arab Musta'riba, I believe Arab Musta'riba are, again, that's why I'm telling you, are asking about archaeological reference, because it's more of a religious reference, because it's believed that the Arabized Arabs are the Arabs who descended from Ishmael, son of Abraham, and Arab Ba'ida are extinct tribes that were punished by God. That's why it's a religious definition. So is there any archaeological origin?
The way this works out sort of archaeologically and historically, and again, there's always variations between that and the various mythic traditions around them. The population in Yemen, which we can connect to like the what's called like the ancient Sabaean culture, they're a completely different Arab civilization, and they're actually the only part of the Arabian Peninsula that in the ancient world had a settled agricultural civilization. So the ancestors of what will become Muslims they had like some oasis towns for trade, but then they moved around as like, semi-nomadic populations, pastoral nomads, merchants, but didn't have an agricultural civilization. In Yemen, you could actually farm. It was difficult, but you could. It got enough rainfall for that. So in ancient Yemen, you have monolithic architecture, cities, a writing system, but that writing system looks nothing like Arabic. It's very blocky, and you Google like South Arabian script, and it'll take you to like examples from the ancient Sabaean cultures, and you can see it looks nothing like Arabic. That writing system actually influenced the development of the writing systems of East Africa. So all the ones in like the Ethiopian, Eritrean, whatever, those writing systems descend ultimately from the South Arabian one.
Okay.
But the South Arabian languages are actually a distinct language family. It's Semitic, so it descends from like the Proto-Semitic that we were talking about much earlier.
Hmm.
But it's a completely different set of languages. They end up being conquered by the Muslims and absorbed into it, and slowly lose their cultural distinctiveness. And largely, they had already weakened before that point. They had suffered because of a significant drought, because there was a problem with, like, some of the dams broke, and they were struggling there agriculturally for a while. And then they were invaded by Ethiopia. And that severely weakened them in the period just before the rise of Islam. And then when Islam rose up, then there was this desire to, like, bring all of Arabia together, and they spread out and they conquered that. So Yemen was basically Arabized, not the other way around.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's very interesting. And the third question, I promise I'll make it my last for tonight, because everyone
Faisal,
wants.
is it possible Adam could jump in and then you can
Yeah,
go after? Is
I'm
that
sorry.
possible?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't mind bouncing topics around too. This is fun.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, I wanted to interject on the Chaldeans originally come around from Iraq. I don't know if you guys knew that. The Chaldeans were originally from Iraq. I got a lot of Chaldean friends, and the Chaldeans came from Iraq. And the funny part about it is that Saddam protected all the Chaldeans. Imagine a Muslim man protected all the Chaldeans, and he only trusted the CIA. If you guys look it up, you can Google this. The Chaldeans were his most CIA. The most bodyguards that he ever had were Chaldean. They weren't even Muslim. So imagine a Muslim man trusting the Chaldeans, in which Chaldeans are Orthodox mostly. Some of them are Christian, but mostly Orthodox. So what I wanted to say is about the Chaldeans. I feel like the Chaldeans got done the same way as the Palestinians in a way. I feel like they got stripped out of their country, if that makes sense. Because if you want to go back in ancient history and you want to say, and I'm a Muslim, I'm not a Christian, I'm a Muslim. So this is coming from a Muslim. The Chaldeans got stripped out of their ways as Orthodox and Christians. And I wanted to make a pretty good argument about it, because I feel like Saddam was the only one that ever really protected the Chaldeans, and he's a Muslim. If you want to talk about the Sunni Muslims, it's very different than Shia, and I'm not against Shia, I'm not saying any of that. But when it turned into Shia state, then it seems like it turned into more against the Chaldeans, against the Sunnis, and it was about being Shia. Now, Liam, I don't know if you're about Shia and Sunnis, it's a little difference, not too much. We're both Muslim, but they have a little different belief. They believe in Ali, we believe in Muhammad. And
No, the Shia have Muhammad, but they follow an imamate, a line from Muhammad down, and
yeah,
the
they
Sunni
take
leave those
Ali.
out. Yeah, the
They
Sunni
take
leave the
Ali
ones
as
out, but they don't replace Muhammad with Ali.
That's true.
no, they actually do. There's Ali lights. There's Ali lights and there's Shia. So there's two different forms of Shia. There's Ali lights. You got the Ali lights who
The Alawite, the
Alulites. They're called Alulites.
Alawiyin.
Alawiyin, yeah.
Yeah. Can you? Okay, I want to hear Liam's take on that. Can you explain that?
Well, okay, so on the Alawite, so like the one in Syria.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so
Yeah, pretty
I'll come back
much
to that in just a second.
the Assad regime, pretty much.
I want to add something briefly to the discussion, because I kind of agree on the sense of both the Chaldeans and the Assyrians kind of getting screwed in the long run here, but they were actually protected by quite a few previous Muslim states in the area that protect them as, like, minority peoples.
Just to add on, Liam, Sunni were protecting them. Sunni, not anybody else. Sunni was protecting them.
Well,
that's what I want to add.
Under Safavid control in the area, they weren't forcibly converted though, so they were actually protected also by the Shia when they did control Iraq. They forcibly converted Sunni Muslims to Shia Muslims under Safavid control, but they left the Assyrians of the Nineveh Plain and the Chaldeans alone. So they have been, tolerated and protected for a long time in the area. More recently, they've run into a lot of problems, and I feel really bad for a lot of these communities. Iraq was about 5% Christian. It's gone down considerably. Tons
A
of people.
lot.
One thing that's different about the modern Assyrian population, the modern Chaldean population, is that's a modern nationalist identity that's essentially fictional. They're not actually a cultural descendant of the Chaldean Empire. They've adopted the name because of the locations. So the Christians of the Nineveh Plain in the north, because they are about where the original Assyrian heartland was, they adopted the name Assyrian to differentiate themselves from the surrounding, Arabized populations. And the population farther south, because that was the Chaldean heartland, they adopted the name Chaldean for themselves to differentiate themselves culturally from other people. So they're not actually descendants of those ancient empires. They've taken on a label based on an ancient empire in the same way that some Lebanese today call themselves Phoenicians. It's a modern national identity based on something in the ancient world that they don't actually directly descend from in a cultural sense, even though biologically they do, because people don't move much. I mean, they're literally descendants of those empires, but not culturally directly. They're
I feel
just
I feel like
they're names for a Christian minority in the area to differentiate themselves.
I feel like they're their own ethnicity though.
They
Like I
are.
feel the Chaldeans, yeah, like
They
they
are,
have
and
their own
in
ethnicity.
large part, that's a response to modern pressures, with nationalism entering the area and people developing national identities, and particularly with British and French both kind of pushing this for people to develop national identities based on a sectarian difference. They've developed a very distinct political identity based on that. Historically, they didn't have it, but they do very much have a distinct ethnic identity where it used to be just a religious difference. But in the contemporary world, that religious difference matters. So they do have a very strongly felt ethnic identity. I'm just saying that their ethnic identity is not 500 years old. It's a reaction to a lot of the pressures in the contemporary period. Before, it was more a religious difference. They went to a church instead of a mosque, but that was really it for Chaldeans. Today, they definitely have a distinct identity. But
It's more
most national identities in most of the world are actually are modern products based on some elements of the past. In the
I
Chaldean case, it's largely being Catholic, and cool, they've developed an identity out of that.
Yeah, I feel like they're more Orthodox than they are Christian. I have a lot of Chaldeans friends, and they're mostly Orthodox. Like I said, I'm a Muslim, so most of them, when I ask them, I feel like they're the Palestinians of Iraq, if that makes any type of sense
No,
to you. That
it
that's
does.
how I feel.
It does, especially in the
Because
context of modern politics. Yeah, a lot of the minority. I feel the same way about like some of the Yazidi and Shabak populations up in the mountains. There are a lot of um, minority religious cultures inside Iraq, and a handful of other like the Turkmen population too. Is a distinct minority with a distinct language. They don't speak Turkish. They speak a distinct Oyuz Turkic language, but they've been there for a long fucking time and have held on to that distinct difference. And because they're a tiny part of the population, they've been kicked around a lot too.
And Adam, just to clarify, by the way, Shia actually is not just we tend to say Shia as because they all believe that Ali had higher place. But yeah, the Shia are not just what do not just believe in one thing. I believe that there's Alawiyya, Nizariyya, Ismailiyya, Ithna Ashariyya. Those are all Shia. So
There are a
it's different,
whole
but they
lot.
all believe in the Imam.
There are a whole lot of different forms of Shiism, and okay. So for anybody who doesn't know enough, the short of where it comes out, and it's not a distinct. It's some people think it's like a Persian form of Islam. It's not. It starts with the original Arabs, but there's a dispute over an authority model. The Sunni come from people who think that it doesn't really matter the lineage of the person who's in charge as long as they're a good Muslim because they have the Sunnah of the Prophet to follow as an example, and that's all they need. For the Shia, it's a concatenation of like the Shi'at Ali, the faction of Ali, the Alid faction. There are people who think that Ali had the best claim to the caliphate initially and should have been the first caliph, and that it should be a line of descent from him because while he's both a relative of the prophet and married one of his daughters, it's the closest to a male line from the prophet. Because the prophet, I mean, the prophet's two sons died in infancy. He only had four daughters make it to adulthood.
Yes.
So they thought that while they're not prophets, because Muhammad is the seal of the prophets, they have a certain special mojo that makes them better interpreters. So they should be in charge. So it's originally only a fight over an authority model, whether you follow the sunnah of the prophet or the Alid line. And then over time, some variations in practice have emerged. But originally, that's all there was to it. And it has fragmented, and largely because it depends on how you count those descendants. Some people stopped at 6, some people stopped at the 7th, some people got all the way to 12. So like 12 or Shiism is Iranians. Now, so there's different types there. But I'll differ a little bit in terms of like the Alawite. The Alawite are only Shia kind of by political convention. They're
I feel like the
by whom?
Alawites are more against every single Sunni. That's what I feel
It's
like.
not against, but it is different. So it has some ways in which it builds on some Shia traditions in the same way that the Druze do. They're both kind of offshoots from Shia.
That's what I was gonna ask you, Liam. Do you know what a Druze is?
Yeah.
Druze.
Okay, so I can give you like the short on both of these, right? Just like kind of Spark Notes versions. They're both distinct variants of Islam that are sort of Muslim in the sense that they want to fit in. They don't want to be seen as apostate, but they're also fragments from it. They have a number of divergent beliefs. In fact, one of the both cases, one of the ways they survived for so long is by not advertising a lot of their beliefs and how different they are. There are some ways in which the Alawites actually adopted a number of elements that are kind of like Christianity, including honoring a number of like Christian holidays. There's some ways in which they're kind of like a syncretic blend of Shiism and Christianity, in the same way that the Druze actually blend in a number of ideas from the Mu'tazilite faction in the Middle Ages with like a strong like Neoplatonic philosophical side to it. So it's retained a lot of the philosophy that was common in the golden age of Islam, but has faded in other places, and have a few distinctive beliefs like reincarnation. So Druze always, so when a Druze dies, the next Druze born is the dead Druze. So they just keep recycling the population. But honestly, that's a response to the fact that they were told by the caliphate, if you keep converting people, we'll wipe you out. And they're like, okay, we'll stop proselytizing. We won't convert people. Will you leave us alone? Okay, we'll leave you alone. And that's why so many Druze inside Israel support the government. The way that they've survived is by always supporting whoever's in power, as a compromise to being left alone. Leave us alone to do our own religious practices. Don't persecute us, and we will support whoever's in power. But technically, the Druze faith and the Alawite faith they're splinters from the main tree of Islam.
Okay.
They're not really Shia.
So you would say pretty much that, like, I agree 100% because the Druze do support any government that's in power at the time because they want to stay alive as much as they can. Now, my other question was, do you see that how the Druze are fighting against if they say they're so-called Muslim, why are they fighting against their own Muslim brothers?
Because it's where they live. So Druze in Syria will support the Syrian government. Druze in Israel will support the Israeli government. They don't think of it in terms of Muslim brothers. It's just not how they work. Their community survives by defending whatever government is in power and making a compromise with them. We will support you as long as you leave us alone. And Israel has kept up its side of that in the same way that tons of previous Muslim powers did. A whole lot of Muslim powers have historically protected the Druze and allowed them to do their own thing as long as they don't spread their faith to other people, as long as they don't convert people, because technically they are heterodox. They are, heretics or apostate or whatever. They're variants. They're a splinter from the main branch, but they're left alone because they support whoever's in power and they don't spread their religion. So
yeah, that's what I meant. I meant that they're literally going against their own religion, going against pretty much their whole religion and going with the Judaism. Now the problem
Adam,
is
But
there's
if I
no
can,
problem.
they're not going with because they're not connected to either. It doesn't matter. Like they're not supporting Judaism. They're supporting whatever government is in power. If there was a Palestinian state, they'd be 100% behind the Palestinian state too. It doesn't matter to them who's in power. As long as the government leaves them alone, they'll back that government to the hilt. They've always done that. They've done that for 1,000 years. It's how they've survived.
So
if
you're
I can
pretty much
also
saying
add,
that the Jews
Adam.
support whoever's in power, pretty much.
As long as they leave them alone, yeah, they'll make it. They make a deal with anybody who comes into power, and they did that with the Zionists. When it looked like the Zionists were going to conquer the territory, they sat down and negotiated. They said, "We'll support you as long as you leave us alone." And
Did
it was
you
like,
did you
okay.
know, Liam, that the
Adam, give me
20% that
1 second,
they're
bro.
Oh,
talking
sorry.
about?
Be blessed.
Okay.
Secondly,
Yeah, give me 1 second. I think, Adam, you're looking at this from a religious, from a deen perspective, and I believe what Liam is saying is that they're making this from a survival and a political perspective. Is that fair?
yeah,
No,
that's
no, no. I
yeah.
understand that. I
Yeah.
understand that. I'm saying though, when they say that there's 20% of Arabs that live inside of Israel, they're not talking about Palestinians. They're talking about Druze. Druze are not Palestinian.
But
That's my thing right there. That's what I'm trying to say.
they are in the sense that they are indigenous to Palestine, though they live there and they've lived there for a shit long time. So they're
But they claim
Palestinian,
Israel, Liam.
but they're not. But they're not politically Palestinian. They're there. They live in the same way that like the Samaritan population in Nablus, they're Palestinian because they speak Arabic. They live there. They're indigenous. But you're kind of like mixing up like the political loyalties there. They're not politically Palestinian, but they are ethnically Palestinians.
So you're pretty much that's pretty much called being I'm on the side where that's winning, pretty much.
No, again, I think you're looking at this
No,
specifically
no, no.
from
Listen to me.
loyalties.
I'm not looking at it from a religious point of view. I'm looking at it as a Palestinian point of view. You must have me confused. I'm half American, half Palestinian. I'm looking at it from a Palestinian side. Now, what I'm trying to say is you're taking my words and interpreting it wrong. All right, I'm not trying to, with all due respect, okay? What I'm trying to say is when they say there's 20% of the population of Palestinians that live inside of Israel, they're not talking about Palestinians. Now, I don't know if you guys ever
Oh,
heard this guy.
actually,
His
no,
name was Adolf.
no.
His
Most of
name.
hold
I
on,
thought
Adam.
only about
Before you go,
9% of Arab Israelis were Druze.
right. Most Arab Israelis are not. Most Arab Israelis, most of the 1948 Arabs, the Arab Israelis, the Israeli Palestinians, whatever term you want to use for them, most of that 22% of the population, most of them are Sunni Muslim. And then the next largest chunk are various sects of Christianity, Orthodox, Catholic, some Protestants. The Druze are a very small part of that population, and mostly in the Mount Carmel area. So just south of like Haifa, up in the mountains, that area is Druze. But
Liam, I lived
most of
in.
the Arab speakers inside Israel are not Druze.
No, 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 Liam, I lived in Palestine. I'm telling you. Listen, what I'm trying to say is you guys are misinterpreting it. What I'm saying is most Palestinians that they call Palestinians that are living inside of Palestine, I'm sorry, not inside of Palestine, inside of Israel are Druze. Druze are not Arab. They're not Arab. I don't care what anybody says.
And I'm saying most of those Arab speakers inside Israel are not Druze. A very small share of them are.
Okay, Liam, let me explain to you something. Okay, so when I was 6 years old, right, my parents had an option to take a blue or a green card, right? They chose the green card and we got accepted to be American citizens, okay? So then when we got accepted to be American citizens, my dad chose America over the blue card. This is what I'm trying to say. They've tried to force you to take the blue card so you can call yourself an Israeli Palestinian. That's my point of view. That's what I'm trying to say. A lot of us Palestinians moved out because we didn't want to be a part of Israel. We wanted to stay Palestinian. So right now, as of me, as an American, and I'm an American citizen, if I go down there, I'm labeled as a Palestinian. I'm not labeled as an Israeli. There's a blue card and a green card, and a lot of people get this mixed up. Now, when you have a green card, you get treated unfairly. When you have a blue card, you get some sort of rights. But I don't know if you guys know this guy. His name is Adolf. He's on here. He's a very grown man, Liam. All right, and he comes up and says what the right wing, because there's a right wing and a left wing. Now the right wing supports annihilating all the Palestinians. The left wing represents the two-state solution. Okay. Now when they bring up the H group and do all this other stuff and say that they're a resistance group and all this, not a resistance group and they're a T group and all this. Now under international law, under chapter 15, it says, if you shall be occupied, you shall have the right to resist. This is common sense. This isn't scientifically, you don't have to be scientific about this. This is common sense. So how are they labeled as a T group, okay, if they're literally occupied? Under chapter 15 international law, it says that you have the right to resist. Now what I'm saying is they play this propaganda telling you, oh, well, we live among Palestinians and among this and that. No, you live among Druze that fight against the Palestinians. Now you just said it correctly, and I love that you said it that way, because us Palestinians feel exactly the way you feel. The Druze support whatever political side, and I agree with you 100%. If the Palestinians were in authority, the Druze will be on the Palestinian side. Of course they will, because that's their right benefit, because they're a small population. Now there's Druze that come up and they say that they're Israel and they're proud to be Israeli. There's a right wing and the left wing. Now the right wing supports to annihilate all Palestinians and make it a one-state solution where it is Israel. Now the left wing, that is not Benjamin Netanyahu's wing, that is on the other side of the wing, is considering the two-way state. Now we can't sit up here all day long and discuss about, oh, well, let's make it a one-state, a two-state, and this and that. No, what we can agree on is that we live in peace and they live in peace. I feel like before 48, and this is my opinion, Liam, before 48, when all the real Israelites came through and did what they had to do, you know what I'm saying, to come in, and this is known, and this is, you can Google research this and everything. The Jews that were coming in were the real Jews that were getting not crucified, they were getting liquidated by the Germans and all that. The Palestinians took them in. Now in 1830s and 1820s, there was this group that started called being a Zionist. When the Zionist movement started walking out, it was really funny because the Zionists were selling the Jews to Germany. This is documented too. The Zionists were actually selling their own people to the Germans so they can get as rid of many Judaism people that they can. Now the Jews were
they just didn't they didn't fight for it or didn't care a whole lot, but actually a whole
they
lot.
were just pretty much they were just selling the people.
Quite a few of the Jews in mandatory Palestine actually enlisted to fight in the British Army during World War II because of the anti-Semitism of the Nazis. It's some elements of the Zionist leadership didn't care about what was happening in Europe because they viewed them as like the old type of Jews. They weren't like the nationalist type of them, but a significant chunk of them really did care and did fight on the British side in that war. So it's a more complex picture.
But at the same time,
Adam, would you mind
who helped
landing
them?
your
Who
question,
helped them
please?
in World War II? Who
Yeah,
helped them in World War II?
this is
Yeah,
It was the
Adam.
Muslims who helped them in World War II. It was the
Okay,
Muslims, the Sunni
sorry,
Muslims,
Adam.
who helped them in World War
Adam,
II. That's what I was
would you
trying to
mind
say.
landing your
Yeah,
question?
and that's
Because there's
that's
several
also
people.
mixed. There were Muslims who fought on both sides of that war too. There were actually a number of Muslims in the Balkans and the Caucasus and whatever that actually enlisted to fight with the Nazis. Sadly enough, it's a mixed bag on both sides of that in terms of who fought on which side of there.
That's what I was trying to say. They were sitting there protecting the Jews and doing all this. Now the problem is people don't understand
Adam,
this.
Some were
sorry.
actively
But
trying to kill them
Yeah,
too.
we
So
have to make sure that we allow.
the
Sorry, we
fight
have to
is
make
not
sure that
with
we
the
allow a lot of
Jews.
room for questions for other people as well. So
right.
yeah,
And I just want to clarify for anybody too, in terms of like, because it seemed like the terms kept getting conflated there. As far as like the 1948 Arabs, the Israeli Arabs, the ones who were still inside the borders afterwards, their population has grown considerably, of course, natural growth. But it's and I looked up current numbers because I'm terrible with numbers. I looked at in current census stuff. There's 2.1 million native Arabic speakers in Israel. So 2.1 million Arab Israelis. Of those, 150,000 are Druze. And some of those, there's a chunk in the Carmel Mountains, the ones I'm most familiar with, and I've also met a number of like Golan Druze. A lot of them, they're not citizens, they can choose to be, but they're technically, because the situation was never resolved, they were worried that they might be back under Syrian rule, so they never actually took citizenship. But they count too.
Yeah,
But their population is
what
quite
I was
small.
trying to say, what
So
I was trying to say,
there's a chunk
Liam,
of them,
is
but those 150,000 Druze, they are loyal to the Israeli government, like they would be loyal to every other government. The other 2 million Arab Israelis, they're not drafted into the army, they're not loyal to the Israeli state, and they're frequently like fuck Israel, and and trying to fight back as much as they can. They're in a really tricky position. I just want to make sure we're clear on the numbers there, because yes, there are Druzi who support the Israeli state, but they're a small part of the Palestinian population.
no, what I was trying to
Adam, I think we
trying
have to.
ask questions.
Sorry, 1 second, Edward. I think we have to move on to. I believe either Appreciate or Curly Thinking was going to go. Appreciate. Did you want to go first, or can I move on to Curly Thinking?
No,
I think we have to be fair in terms of questions
I'm
and
gonna
time
drop
for people
my
to ask
spot to
them.
someone.
I'm asking questions from the chat, and they came up
I have a
after
hat. What was
Curly.
that?
So, Curly
How
can
did I
go
get a
ahead.
hat? Some of the little TikTok things that pop in there are just hilarious. Somebody look at that hat. How did that happen? Look at this.
They get very
This is
interesting.
money for you.
Yeah, no, they do get very interesting.
This is just funny. I love this.
Sorry, Appreciate you. Do you want to ask the
Thank you to
question
whoever
from
sent me a
the?
hat. That was great. That made my night. That was funny.
Yeah, I can go ahead. Okay, so I have two questions from the chat. The first one from Youngzy is, who rebuilt the temples in Jerusalem? I think they might be referring to Temple Mount, and they wanted to know if it was a prophet or ordinary people.
There's been two temples. So now I have sunglasses. Neato. I had there was a temple there before, a much smaller temple much earlier on. It was destroyed when the Chaldeans conquered the territory. They burned Jerusalem down. Under the Persians, Cyrus actually donated the cash and allowed them to rebuild the temple. So the second temple starts under the Persians. It's still considered the second temple, but it was heavily rebuilt under Herod, under Roman patronage. So a lot of the existing construction, when they look at those big blocks at the bottom there, so where the temple is originally it's up on top of the hill. It's up on top of this little mountain there, or hill, whatever, in the hill country. The area around it has all been kind of like walled in and then filled in to create a large raised platform. Much of that work only goes back to Herod. So it wasn't around for very long until the Romans came along and destroyed it later in the year 70. But the temple on top, the second temple, was built under the Persians, with their cash, but by the Judean returnees, that kind of ruling class that came back from Mesopotamia. Before next one comes up, can I take a quick run to the restroom? Does anyone mind?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, please do.
I'll leave it count here and see if she sticks around.
I have a question for Moshe, Adam Moshe.
As long as it doesn't get argumentative, then yeah, please.
Also, I think Curly dropped.
Adam, what attracted me to this, first of all, you said, I'm sorry, it's Israel. But my question is, you said you have a choice between a green card and blue card. What does that mean?
You said, what does that mean? It means that they give you a green card if you're a Palestinian, and if you want to be an Israeli citizen, you can get a blue card.
What do you mean, the Hawiyya back in Jerusalem and
Yes,
Ramallah?
the Hawiyya. I speak Arabic too, حبيبي.
أهلا وسهلا فيك حبيبي. بس السؤال إن we can go with the, because I'm a green Hawiyya and your family chose the green Hawiyya or the blue Hawiyya?
The green Hawiyya, Palestinian Hawiyya.
From West Bank أنت.
Yes, sir. من جنين.
أهلا وسهلا من Ramallah. And why you say, when you said Israel, you said, I'm sorry, Palestine, you said Israel. What's sorry about that?
What do you mean I said sorry about Israel?
لما you was saying Palestine بعدين كانت إسرائيل. said sorry إسرائيل يعني نقدرش نكون لها فلسطين يعني جوا؟
شو نقدرش نكون فلسطين? What do you mean?
كنت تحكي أول شيء كنت فلسطين، في داخل فلسطين، بعدين كنت سوريا، إسرائيل. I mean
Okay, here, Isma, I'm gonna tell you, Edward. Listen, most Palestinians that turn Israeli are Mossad. Do you agree with that or not?
شو؟
Most
Guys,
Palestinians.
sorry, I might have to ask you guys to see if you can take this offline, just because we try and make sure that this live is not for debate.
No. It's not a
What is
debate.
this live?
It's a
What is this
question.
live
It's not a
about?
debate. I promise you. Be
Bless.
blessed, please. Respectfully, just let him go ahead, because I kind of see where he's
No,
going.
hold on, Adam. Just so that you understand, Liam offers us his time in order for us to be able to get a historic understanding of what's happened.
But he's not here,
This is
and you've been
historic.
taking
What
our
we're
time,
speaking
and he's
about
not
isn't.
here.
It's not Edward speaking English so they can actually understand what we're
I'm
saying, so they
speaking
don't think
English,
that we're
Habib. I'm
arguing.
saying the gentleman is not here, and she's
No,
asking us
I
to stop.
understand, but I'm just saying, giving you a
No,
heads
be
up. I don't
blessed.
want it to
With
get
all due
argumentative.
respect, that is history that you're gonna learn right now. I promise to God, it's history what he's actually asking me. So I will speak in English. Let's speak in English, Edward. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm speaking. What you said about the Arab Mossad? What?
I said mostly people who take the blue card are Israelis that were Palestinian that were labeled a T group, and they had no choice but to take the blue or sit in jail just like everybody else. Is
You
that
mean
true or wrong?
in Jerusalem, West Bank, or are you talking about the
It's
general?
I'm talking about it wherever, whether you're in Gaza, whether you're in West Bank, wherever you're at.
Because I remember in the 70s we used to carry. Anyway, the guy is back. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. We like to listen.
Yeah, no, the question then, sorry, the hat stays permanently, I guess.
Hey,
Now.
somebody put a hat on there, so I grabbed a hat. I have a bunch in the hallway.
Hold on right there for a second. Where is the other one?
Little known fact, I actually have a real affection for Victoriana. I have a whole bunch of Victorian clothing. So I put on my little waistcoats and my cute little puff ties, and I got my pocket watch, and so I have a big collection of big Western hats. Ooh, look at that! I'm a knight. That I don't have. Sorry, I have no suits of armor here, but I do have plenty of hats.
Appreciate. I
So
think you had a
Liam,
question.
with all due respect, Edward had a question, right? If you don't mind, I would like to really answer it. If you would allow me to.
Yeah,
No, I have actually
there's
I have a
a
question
point
for
I want to make
Liam.
on
Hold
that
on, guys,
topic,
1 second.
actually, because I've only got like 15 minutes or so. I hate to do this, but and it's not just because of the time, because I'm actually not tired at all. We've been at this since like 5 o'clock in my time, so that's like 6 hours. But I have a 1,300 some day streak on Duolingo, and I don't want to break that, so I have to go and do my little thing there before I lose it. I mean, I don't know if it'll let me pop out of here and do that and then come back, but I don't know how that works. But it's on my phone, and so is this. So,
Yeah, no, I think it will pause it, and then if you're paused for too long, it'll actually end the live. To be fair, is it possible?
I can do a quick one in 2 minutes if you guys will wait for 2 minutes at some point. So if there's a good lull, if it'll do that, if it'll keep the live on while I pop out for a minute.
Adam, hold on for me 1 second. So if Curly Thinking can come back up, ask their question. Appreciate can ask their question, and then Adam and Edward can go back and forth and then give you the 2 minutes. Does that work?
Does it let you guys talk while I'm not here?
Yes, it should do. So let's do that. If Curly because I think Curly Thinking's data dropped. So they should be in the request.
I would love to ask him a question. You guys are wasting so much money. If I can get one question for you. Are you Jewish?
Not sort of, not really.
But you have knowledge in history, correct?
Yeah, I'm a historian, and I'm a historian of ideas.
My question.
So, but yeah, I'm of mostly Catholic background, but in my first marriage, I did a conversion to Judaism as a secular person. So, I guess technically I kind of am, but I'm not by ethnicity, and I don't practice the religion.
We can't hear
Looks
you,
like somebody.
Edward.
Oh, you muted yourself.
Yeah, you're muted.
You're asking. Okay, but you had a question about it.
We
It's
still
the
can't
right
hear you,
moment.
Edward.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can.
My question to you:
Mm-hmm.
we all understand the religion part of part of our life, and we know as Muslim, Jewish, Christian, we understand there is connection. There is the history of Jewish between and all over Middle East, including Palestine. My question to you: the Zionist state today have over 70 ethnicity and 70 different languages. How can we connect the citizen of this state to the history of the Jewish, of the Torah and Moses and Jacob and Isaac?
I mean, technically, you can't. It's not a halakhic state. It's not a temple state. The modern state of Israel was founded by secular nationalists. So it's a country like any other nationalist country. It's not actually a descendant of those ancient states, but there's a way in which they're drawing on their history, like a shared history out of the Bible or whatever, to give themselves an ethnic sense. But it's not in any way a temple state. Religiously, it's not a Jewish state. It's ethnically a Jewish state, and so they're very different in that sense. Now, the one exception to that is there is a small faction of the population there that want to turn it into a halakhic state. They want to make it a religious state. They're the religious Zionists. A lot of the settlers. They're people who literally want to blow up the Dome of the Rock and build a new temple. Most Israeli Jews do not want that, but a small share of them do. They want a religious state. Most of them prefer a secular state.
Okay, one question. Mm-hmm. And every so attacked every time I mention it. I understand all these ethnicities come from all over the world, and everybody proud of his heritage, even the Ethiopian, the Russian, the Ukrainian. But every time we mention the Khazarian history, a lot of people go crazy about this and say it's debunked. When you say debunked, how you explain debunked, and how can somebody or one historian or a few historians from this faith debunk this theory, whereas everybody else say it's existed before?
Yeah, well, there was a population that did embrace it, but that's also true for some Yemenite Jews might descend from that population too, because some Yemenites converted to Judaism. There's always been converts to the faith. This is true everywhere Jews have gone, which is
why the Khazarian history. Why the Khazarian history?
But specifically for the Khazars, yeah. The problem there is that the studies that actually try to the purport to and somebody's asking what are the Khazars. The Khazars are a population from, so if anybody knows where Ukraine is, look at the Crimean Peninsula and then go east from there. So it's up past the Sea of Azov. That there was a Khazar Khaganate, kind of like pastoral nomadic population living in those steppe lands, and their leadership converted to Judaism at one point in the Middle Ages. The problem with the studies that purport to can make a genetic connection to say that Eastern European Jews descend from Khazars is they didn't actually get any DNA from people of Khazar origin, in part because as an ethnic group it ceased to exist. It assimilated into tons of other cultures, but they also didn't actually sample the same area. They sampled places like Armenia. They didn't actually look at where the Khazar Khaganate was and get genetic samples in that area. So there's a study that says, yes, it's that Eastern European Jews are Khazar, but it's actually didn't even look in that area. And the genetic studies that actually do look at the Jewish population, both around the world and amongst Israelis, actually show the same basic genetic markers that you see among Lebanese and Palestinians. So while everyone is all mixed up because everyone's been fucking everyone else for thousands of years, there is still a core Levantine genetic basis even to Eastern European Jews. So blonde-haired, blue-eyed Eastern European Polish Jews do have some Levantine DNA, even if they also have ultimately some Khazar DNA. Because, again, everyone fucked. But the people who try to use that one genetic study to say Eastern European Jews are not of Levantine origin, they're only Khazars and converts, that's debunked because A, that study didn't even sample the area where the Khazars were, and B, genetic studies have repeatedly shown that all Jewish populations have some Levantine DNA in them. They all do. There's a ton of genetic studies on it. And the fact that there's a whole lot of scientific studies means that's how you debunk it. When there's a whole when you can't reproduce the result of one study and a whole bunch of them give a contrary answer, that's how we know it's debunked.
Can I
Okay,
interject?
my
Sorry,
question,
Edward,
how
before we move on from this DNA thing, just so that I understand, is this, I mean, can somebody, either of you, shed a bit more light on this ruling that I keep hearing about there not being any DNA testing? I think somebody else had the same question in the chat. Yeah.
No, that's bullshit. Israelis can get DNA tests. There's a specific process in it. You can't just go onto Amazon and order like an Ancestry.com home test DNA kit to get DNA testing inside Israel. You go to a specific place. They wanted to make sure that it's all legitimate, that somebody isn't fucking with it. So you have to go to a location and be tested in person, rather than just like swabbing yourself or whatever. So yeah, Israelis can get DNA tests. They just can't do it through Amazon or something.
Liam, so why is it illegal to get a DNA test in Israel?
I have one other question. I have one other question for you, Liam, regarding the mother connection to Judaism. I was surprised yesterday when a gentleman came and said this was not originally in the Jewish culture prior to the Haspera, or when the Roman kicked the Jewish out of Jerusalem.
So matrilineal descent, you mean?
Yeah, because he said David bin Solomon bin this, Joseph bin this. Always the Jewish bin goes by the father, never go by the mother in the history. But
it's older than the Roman period, but it's a hybrid in the sense of names. The son of that they've been doing that for a long time, but they also traced national descent through the maternal line, because women are the ones that kick the babies out, so you can more easily see that it connects there. That actually goes back into like the exilic period, when there were attempts to try and make sure that as an ethnic group they survived, even though they kind of like they lost some sense of homeland. It's part of the transition between being a distinct religious minority within the larger Canaanite cultural landscape and wanting to develop a distinct political identity and holding on to that. It's a long-term process evolutionarily, but as an idea, it definitely predates the Roman and Talmudic periods. But they did also, so it's a mix. The names come through the male line, but descent, as far as like instant membership of the nation, comes through the mother. So it's a little bit of both, but it is older than the Romans. If you guys said I can pop out for a second, could maybe you guys, Adam and you, talk or something like that and kill it 2 minutes? Does that work?
You can pause, and then it will let you can just minimize the app. I think that should work.
Yeah, I think if I pop out of the app, I think I did it accidentally once, looking at something, and it like paused the thing there.
Yes, I think
I'm just gonna try and I'm gonna try and just pop out and see if it stays here. I'll do it really, really quick with a language I already know very well. So I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead, Edward and Adam.
This guy is amazing. How you find him?
Yeah, I mean, that's why we're very cautious of making sure that we use the time. So Liam is a professor, and I learned about him through another TikToker, Dominic, and he did a live with him, and I believe this is now his 4th. He does a session every Friday, because he's a full-time professor, so we're lucky to be able to have the time that we have, and often what it does is it helps us understand from both a scholarly and historic perspective to a lot of the questions that we have, and it's not solely related to Palestine and Israel. We do cover other things, but that seems to have been the theme of the last few lives.
The Dominic is the Palestinian young guy, huh?
Yes, I believe he's half Palestinian, half Lebanese, but yes.
Yeah, I know his grandmother. She was active in the community in California. I remember. She's amazing.
He
His family.
mentions, he mentions her a lot. I think because he received a suitcase which had a lot of documents about their home and everything, which is again really fascinating to understand this from somebody who isn't Palestinian, to understand the both the ties, but also the personal archives that a lot of Palestinians hold, which is incredibly important for them to continue to have a tie back to Palestine.
Yeah, I saw him showing this. I saw him one time talking to my friend. Her name, the Sword of Truth. She's from Chicago, and I tried to come in. He was busy, but he mentioned that he have his grandmother, and he saw a picture. I say, "Oh my God, I know her." I used to go to every. She used to be like. Palestinian Congress for Women or something in Orange County, California. And I remember her in the mid 90s, she was very active. So I say, wow, she have something good because Dominique looked like he's aware and he have a nice knowledge about his history. So now I connected to the grandmother, you know. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, so that took a little under 2
سامعني؟
minutes.
سامعك حبيبي هلا سامعك.
اسمع اعمل واحد
After this, after I'm enjoying this right now and we could do it after.
Who want to come as well. So yeah, after would be amazing. So can you okay with your questions, or can I jump to appreciate? Sorry, apprentice. I'm sorry.
Talking to me?
No. The person below you.
This question is from Gothdrak. I think it's asking for your opinion or perspective. I didn't get a reply on the follow-up, but they asked, should all treaties be honored for the indigenous people of North America?
Yeah, although it would be very difficult to go back and do them. But the U.S. government broke 200 treaties with peoples that it actually acknowledged as, legitimate nations. So yeah, to whatever degree they could still be honored now, because obviously circumstances have changed, populations have moved around, some tribes are literally extinct. But anything that they can do, yeah. I think the basic principle of recognizing the sovereignty of those nations and their security should be honored. The way they kind of got out of that is originally they tried to think of them as like they're sovereign people. We've just restricted their territory, and it's one of the reasons they got away with not making them citizens until 1922. As they originally were trying to say, hey, they have a different nationality, but they also fucked them consistently and broke every single fucking treaty, and that needs to be fixed. So to whatever degree that could be honored, yes, I am 1000% in favor. But it's going to take real negotiation to find out what are the needs today, how can they be done, what can we do with it. But I think the principle of their sovereignty should be resurrected, yes. Actually, I have a friend who actually studies Indian law and works with this issue, and we've done some discussions on YouTube or whatever of the years. If you guys are ever interested, maybe we can, I can see if he's on here and we could come up and do like a joint, discussion on something like that. That'd be a lot of fun. But yeah, I'm a big proponent of any kind of like land back. I think that indigenous rights anywhere in the world should be recognized, whether you're talking about Canada, Australia, the U.S., Israel, Palestine, whatever. I think that the people deserve recognition.
Sir, it's a pleasure to be here and hear you. I love to come more often. Please send me an invitation when you come out. We like to ask you more questions. And I'm going to do my live for Adam Moshi. So you guys have a good night, okay?
Yeah, and just for future, I tend to do these on Friday evenings when I get back. I have a long commute up the mountain on Friday evenings, but I'm always home by sometime around 8 p.m. Pacific
Where
time.
do you live? Where you live?
I'm in California.
Oh, I'm in California too.
Yeah, I'm in the Angeles National Forest.
Oh, up north.
Yeah, so I'm a bit south of you, but I'm up in the mountains. But I teach in LA and Orange counties, so I have to commute.
I live in Orange County. I'm always in Orange County.
Oh, wait, you're in where?
Orange County.
So you're in Southern California still?
Yeah, I'm in
Oh, neat.
California now.
Oh, right on. Yeah, so I'm just north of you then.
Yeah,
Yep.
anytime you come, I'll send you my information in the
Yeah, I
private.
did a little follow back, so just keep an eye out for it. And yeah, but every Friday evening I'll be on.
Beautiful, beautiful. You guys have a good night. Thank you all.
Thanks, Edward.
Thank you for having me up here as well.
Hello, Dominic's dad. Someone just said hi. Hello.
Oh, yeah.
Have a good night,
I
ma'am.
never
Thank
know
you
whether
for
or not
having me.
that's really Dominic's dad, because I have seen
Yeah,
that
I wonder if it is.
username
Yeah,
before.
is Dominic's dad the Dominic that I know from
I
from
think
university?
so.
He is. Hey, hello.
Yeah, because
So
I'm sure I saw the username in one of the first lives I had been on.
yeah, I was curious. I saw him like a post of mine. I was like, Dominic's dad. I wonder if that's but it may make sense. But yeah, Dominic was a student of mine. Oh gosh, years ago now. But we've kind of kept in touch ever since. Oh, and hello to South Africa. Hello, Mies.
Yeah, actually, that would both what you were saying about the land back. If you're in the chat and you think that that would be a useful conversation, yeah, if you could either give a thumbs up or yes. But I'd really like to also at some point discuss more about the reconciliation processes of South Africa and Rwanda, if you know anything about that.
Not enough that I'd really want to that I could go much into. I followed it, and but more as an outsider. I pay some attention to politics in a few sub-Saharan African countries, but not enough that I'm not an expert. I have friends that I turn to clarify points on things like that. But I do follow some of it. Just not enough for a good conversation, I think.
It's just something for me that I had been curious or had been leaning into because of the common question that keeps coming up with regards to the Palestine-Israel situation of, well, what happens now? How do people get to trust each other and so on? That I thought it was, an interesting discussion to have at some point.
Leaves are falling.
Yeah, no, the
so much
gifts
fun.
just end up being very, very interesting at some point. I think, sorry, did you have any more questions? And also, Liam?
Just a small, at least small excursus on the on reconciliation and whatnot. There are two really big areas that have to be. Oh, autumn leaves are falling again. I've been watching the leaves fall. Most of my trees are evergreen conifers, but I have a few trees that drop their leaves. So I've been watching them fall recently. It's been neat. There are two areas where these things have to happen, and one of them is cultural. People have to get over the past, hatreds and all the issues there. Find some way to kind of really acknowledge each other's humanity. But a complicated one is the economic, and that's one that South Africa has really struggled with. Most of the wealth in the country is still concentrated in the hands of the white minority, and if you simply expropriate a lot of those businesses, and a number of countries have done things like that, it tends to fuck things up because you're very quickly transitioning over. You don't have the expertise to maintain the businesses, which can actually hurt the population economically. But some way to actually transition to more local ownership, more local control over them needs to happen. But it needs to there needs to be a better management for that, and I don't think that anybody has really come up with a great way to do it. I've seen it fucked up quite a few different ways, but I think it's important to turn more and more of that wealth over somehow. So, because again, I'm a favor of workplace democracy. I want the people represented, and for fuck's sake, South Africa's got a 40% unemployment rate. I mean, you've got real problems that you have to deal with economically, and the concentration in wealth is a big problem there. So the hows of doing that's a whole lot more complicated.
Curly, I think
Hi.
Earlier, it just came up.
Yeah, there was two people requesting, so I just popped those up.
Thank you so much.
Hey, good evening.
I am Dominic's dad.
That's
I'm
cool.
always listening to you,
Good to
and
meet you.
I really appreciate all the talks. I just wanted to introduce myself and tell you thank you so much for all the information that these kids are enjoying.
Oh, thank you. It's my pleasure to help out wherever I can. I mean, it's
Yes.
I have lived in various degrees of poverty for the last 20 years, largely because I abandoned a much better paying job to go back to college and get a PhD. I took on a ton of debt to do it. I did it because I really want to help. I want to engage people. I want people to care more about these issues in the world. I'd rather be poor and do something helpful than be better off and not. So, so I'm actually kind of happy that Dominic talked me into finally doing the whole TikTok thing. He tried a few years ago, and I didn't get it. Like, because back then it was like you had to do like a 1 minute video, and me saying something in 1 minute. Holy shit, that's hard.
You know, do you know
Just a
his
little easier.
story? Do you know Dominic's story? I know he doesn't talk too much about himself.
I know bits of it, but he's told
Yeah,
me a few
yeah.
pieces over the years.
I think after he went to your classes and he graduated from college, and we wanted to push him to go to law school, and he's like, no, and we kind of like said, Dominic, you are a great attorney because you will debate until you die. You will,
Right.
you would never like stop until the judge says, okay, Dominic, I'm going to give you the case so I can go home. And he said, no, that's not what I want to do. What I want to do is I want to go and help kids who have anxiety. So he went to
Mhm.
and got his degree in psychotherapy.
Yeah,
And then,
I remember him like he went through a whole other degree program and then hopped out and did some and then went in for therapy, and I was like, oh, that's really cool.
yeah,
But
so
he's
he
pursuing
did the
what
therapy.
interests him.
Yeah. So,
Absolutely.
and he got his degrees, and then COVID hit, and he couldn't practice because we still, his grandmother, my mother, not his grandmother, my wife's mother, she passed away, but my mother moved in with us, and he didn't want to go see patient, and so he sat in the backyard, and he was bored to death, and he started doing the TikTok, and he woke us up in the middle, in the morning at 6 a.m., and he's going, all my videos went viral, and he became he became one of the TikTokers, and he has his videos, and he became very very successful out of
Yeah,
social media.
yeah, it's cool. I have no idea if this will catch on, but I'll do what I can to help out, and if more people tune
You
in,
already got 5,000 followers. Pretty good.
yeah, it's not
I,
bad for 3 weeks.
yes,
And
yes.
this is
I
only
mean
this is the fifth time I've been live, so
yeah, this is how it all starts. It's gotta.
and so we'll see where it goes. But for me, it's the same thing that got me into teaching in the first place. And honestly, if people get me going in conversations, I don't even notice the time, which is why I can only do it really on Friday evenings. We started. It's I'm getting close to 7 hours.
Damn, you've been online for 7 hours, dude?
Yeah. Oh,
Can
no.
Can I
Yeah.
ask?
I ask you
Can
some
I ask
questions?
that Curly is able to ask their question because they've been waiting for a while. Curly?
Yeah, hi, Liam.
Howdy.
I enjoyed chatting with you a couple of nights ago, and I thought I saw you were up again, so I thought I'd come up and ask a few more questions. I'm still fascinated by what happened between 1920 and 1948, and there's quite a
Where?
bit written. Sorry.
You said 1820 and 1848. Where? Like where are we looking?
No, 1920 to 1948 in Palestine.
Oh, okay. Palestine, 1920,
Okay.
Okay.
And there's obviously a ton of that's been written about the Israeli/Jewish leadership, but seems like very little is talked about what Palestinian leadership was there and who they were and so on. I mean, there's a little bit about the Mufti and The one thing that everybody seems to talk about is that he had communication with the Germans. But I was fascinated. I saw the UAE's representative to the UN speak the other day, and turns out that she's Palestinian from the Nusayba family, which was, I think, one of the leaders back in the day in Palestine. So I was hoping you could speak to who was the leadership between 1920 and 1948, and sort of what's your assessment of what they did or didn't do, and where they ended up.
Okay, so the short version there is that the Palestinians initially struggled for a while to adopt the organizational methods that Europeans used, because for a long time under Ottoman rule, and especially in the later periods when things were relatively decentralized in the Ottoman state, there were local leaderships in different parts. So there was no single ruling class or leadership throughout Palestine. It was like different areas, and in different regions you had different notable families. And these different families were like the local power brokers. They were major merchant houses. They could move goods around, and different people would kind of like pledge themselves to different families. So it was a very different socioeconomic and political structure than was common in Europe, which initially put them at a disadvantage when the British showed up. Because the British said, well, that's a bunch of weird primitive bullshit. And they brought in some like colonial administrators from different parts of the empire and started trying to restructure things. And a lot of Palestinians struggled in the same way that some of the traditional elites did in other parts of the Arab world. So looking at, say, mandatory Syria, a lot of the traditional Sunni notable families refused to participate because they thought, well, all this is a scam. You guys are just trying to control us and permanently. So they stayed out of it, which ultimately advantaged some minorities. It advantaged the Alawites and to some extent some of the Christian populations because they were willing to work with the French. A similar situation happens in Palestine, where the new Yishuv is much more willing to work with the mandate authorities than a lot of the traditional Sunni notable families. Later, by the time you get into the 1930s, so after a decade of like trying to basically stay out of it, like not being able to really deal with them politically, because again, their systems are different and they thought what the British were doing was just ridiculous, they started organizing. So if you want to, like, if anyone wants to Google the Arab Higher Committee, you put an Arab Higher Committee 1930s, you can see that they started trying to organize political factions, build, there's a kind of like nascent leadership building up. And there were some small attempts to build political parties. Most of the political parties at the time, so this is separate from the higher committees aspect, most of those political parties failed because they had a hard time convincing people to join them. Like, hey, we got to organize. We got to do things the way the Europeans are doing things. Otherwise, no one's going to listen to us. And people kept saying, why should we do that? This is the way that we organize things. That has nothing to do with us. So it was hard to initially like get that across. It's only much later that the Palestinians finally understand the political way that the Zionists organized themselves put them at a massive advantage under British rule. So 1948 was a huge object lesson, but even before that, you saw that in some of the in like the Arab Revolt in 36 to 39. And this is the first serious effort at any kind of Palestinian unity actually happens during the Arab Revolt, because some of that just sprung up sort of spontaneously, but they tried to call together different factions. They created a single kind of like joint council to say, hey, let's do this, hey, let's do that, pushing different boycotts, strikes in different areas. The problem that ends up hurting the Palestinians here is that step in the late 1930s, where you actually had the first serious attempt at political unity and leadership among Palestinians, most of them were unalived by the British mandatory authorities because of the Arab Revolt. Some other ones were driven into exile. People love to talk to Haj Amin al-Husseini because, yes, he did spend World War II recording anti-Semitic propaganda for the Nazis and trying to recruit like Bosnian Muslims to fight for the Nazis, all kinds of horrifying shit. So people point to him a lot. And yes, genuinely fucked person. But he wasn't the only one. There were a lot of other leaders. Most of them were simply unalived or jailed or driven into exile in different countries. So Palestine lost its actual leadership. By the time 48 ruled around, they were disarmed and leaderless. And actually, during the 47, 48, throughout the stages of Nakba, when when the militias went into different Palestinian areas, they actually used some census data that they had collected over many years about different people, and everywhere they went, they actually found anybody who had fought in the Arab Revolt at any level, not leaders, just like soldiers. They just straight up executed them. So there was a lot of like revenge killings that happened there, but the leadership was long gone. The British had seen to that. The British put a lot of effort into that. So by 1939, Palestine has no leadership. So the short answer to your question is, from 1920 until about the mid-30s, the Palestinians themselves really struggled to adapt to the political model of Europe and to build up the same kind of organization. By the time that they did, it coincided with a revolt that ended up screwing them and getting most of that leadership eliminated. So it was just terrible, terrible timing for them, and that left them at a massive disadvantage.
Got it. Thank you. Can I follow up on that a little bit?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
And so, how much of a press was there? How much of in terms of, for example, opinion and view towards this massive number of Jewish people who were migrating with the intent of building a state between 1920 and 47? Was there much of a press that sort of tried to explain what was going on and tell the population, hey, this is not such a good thing? Or was it initially, maybe favorable to allowing some refugees, but then at some point they realized, oh, this is not what we really want, and maybe there was a change of heart, I guess.
Yeah, that gets more complicated. There's a ton of material that survives from the different elite families. We have tons of letters and their discussions and whatnot, but most of the Palestinian population wasn't really literate. And initially, until the Zionists started pushing people off land, most of the Palestinian population was rural too. So it's only as the towns began growing and then the towns became cities that a much larger, more literate population that would want to read newspapers was appearing. There were a handful of newspapers. So there was the newspaper Palestine that started publishing in 1911. But the kinds of things it did, it couldn't actually, like, I don't know, it served the function of like spreading awareness among the larger population that way. People still depended much more on the local social networks, the notable families, and people turned to them for information. So if people wanted to understand what should we think about this, that, or the other thing, they tended to turn to those more traditional networks and not to a press. They were developing one. It was following the same basic trajectory that you saw in a lot of Europe, slowly building up a formal civil society in the cities, newspapers and whatnot. But that served a very small slice of the population still. And a lot of that development in civil society just got, cut off at the knees. By the rise of the Zionism and the Zionist state, it kind of like stopped a lot of that development and, derailed a lot of it. But it was starting at least. But to your specific question about was there a thriving press that could help to inform people? Not really. There was a press. It did exist, but it was still kind of nascent. It wasn't serving a large part of the population.
Got it. Thank you. I can keep asking questions, but I'll let someone else chime in because I know other people have questions too.
Bounce around, and actually Be Blessed has popped in and like been helping to kind of like help people take turns, which is great. I love when people help out with that.
I'm happy to. Fridays?
Yeah.
Is that the right name you want to go by, or?
Yeah, I'm assuming nobody here can read the name I have there. But so
no, I didn't. I read your username, but I didn't want to say it in full.
It's in Arabic.
Okay.
So
do you want to let us know what it means, or?
Well, it just says Allahu Akbar. That's all it says. Yeah. So my question is about the early like the Pan-Islamist movements with Abdul Wahhab, right? So
wait. So Pan-Islamic. So you don't mean like Muhammad Abdu or Alif Khani? You mean like the Wahhab? It's like 18th century movement?
Yeah. No, Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab.
Okay.
Yeah, so with him, right? So I'm familiar with Abdul Wahab. I just go with Abdul Wahab because it's shorter. So what was the obviously with we saw this earlier with Ibn Taymiyyah, rahimahullah. So there's a lot of backlash, right? Can you talk more about the backlash with can you elaborate on, because I'm not familiar so much with the backlash against Abdul Wahab with his his where he crushed he raided the tomb of Hussein radiallahu anhan, like about that kind of stuff, right? With his anti-idolatry, like that kind of stuff. Can you talk more about the backlash from the establishment and what they did? Because I'm not too familiar with it.
Yeah, I can point to a few things there at least. The biggest problem there, I guess, is that as a kind of reform movement, the goal here is to sort of purify Islam of some of these elements that they thought didn't fit. And say supporting saints' tombs is one of those. They viewed that as a kind of corruption, a Christian influence, things like that. It doesn't make sense. We shouldn't do that. He also attacked like Sufis or whatever. And the problem there is that a lot of the urban areas, I mean, Islam has grown and evolved and taken on tons of different colors in different areas. There was a part of the conversation like 5 or 6 hours ago where we talked a little bit about the diversity in the Muslim world, the range of different beliefs and practices.
There's only one true Aqidah,
to Islam. Yeah. There's always been tons of variation in that. And whenever somebody says this is only the right one, it tends to alienate people, and especially if you're disrupting markets, if you're causing problems in the cities. So the fact that Wahhab's movement was most popular in a much more isolated part of the peninsula, that created a lot of tension with, say, the urban elites in the Hejaz, that they never really kind of resolved effectively. But the movement itself is in some ways unfairly maligned because it actually put a lot of responsibility on the individual to reinterpret and to better understand Islam, and wasn't initially kind of set up to impose a kind of like single vision on people. But that's what it became, and it created long-lasting tensions because the Wahhabi movement, especially when it's allied with the House of Saud, and like the people forget that like the current Saudi monarchy is not the first Saudi state. There were attempts in the 2 other times in the 19th century to create a state, and each time they got crushed because as they tried to extend their power, the Ottomans would step in, and like the Egyptians actually did it the second time and just completely crushed the state. But what it does is it develops a very strong link between their approach to Islam and this political authority, and that over time kind of calcifies their ideas. It makes them much more rigid, and that also tends to alienate a lot of the different urban elite populations.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I understand is a lot of that calcification also comes from where they kind of homogenized, Wahhab's teaching, rahimahullah, with Ibn Taymiyyah, rahimahullah, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
I think I missed part of that. So it comes from what?
So obviously they allied. So the Wahhabi movement allied themselves with the House of Saud, right? From what I understand, a lot of that setting came from the conglomeration with the Sheikh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah rahimahullah's teachings to kind of they kind of conglomerated into the wider Salafi movement. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes.
Yeah, so, in part, it certainly descends from it. I mean, I wouldn't use the term Salafi there, but I can see
about the modern movement.
I can kind of see why. In terms of drawing the influence from Ibn Taymiyyah, and one of the things that's most important about that, and for anybody who doesn't know, he's writing in the wake of the Mongol conquests, and is trying to push essentially a kind of radical simplification of Islam to kind of more easily rally people together to fight and preserve the Muslim world, because the Muslim world had been kind of like constantly on the winning side for centuries and didn't have to worry about outside threats. And then suddenly a bunch of like shamanic, polytheists worshiping Tengri, the Sky Father, coming out of Asia, roared in and killed a buttload of Muslims. I mean, it was massively devastating. Disrupted the economy, trade, intellectual culture. They lost a ton of stuff in that process. And Ibn Taymiyyah was preaching a way to rally around a more authentic vision going back to like the time of the companions, and that kind of simpler vision of Islam as a way of pushing back against outside influences, and that becomes appealing to al-Wahhab for similar reasons, because European power was growing in the 18th century when he's around, and there's a desire to kind of give the Muslim world a way to resist any kind of like impure outside ideas. So while he's attacking other Muslims and saying your ideas are wrong, let's get rid of Sufism, all this other shit, he's trying to come up with a simple vision of Islam that can push out the foreign imperial influences that he saw there, and definitely some Ibn Taymiyyah influence is relevant there, because it pushes a more I don't know, I'm struggling for a word here, a kind of like militant understanding of it, a way of organizing around defending the Dar al-Islam from outside threats.
Yeah, so I was wondering if you could also elaborate. So I'm a big fan of Sheikh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah. I have mixed opinions on Abdul Wahhab. It's probably obvious that I am an Islamist, not a supporter of those groups, but like, you know what I mean, right? So
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I wanted to ask what. So we know that a lot of the current Salafi revivalist movement calls back. What's up?
There's a I have to go. I'm saying goodnight, Curly. Sorry, it's in the chat.
Okay. Yeah, so a lot of the modern like Salafi revivalist movement calls back to these two scholars. I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit on, since what I find most interesting about history and why I think it's the most important subject to study in school is because we can see how it impacts our lives today, right? So can you elaborate on how these two scholars laid the framework for the modern, since I'm only somewhat learned in it, on the modern like Salafi revivalist movement?
So how does Ibn Taymiyyah affect it? And then what's the second?
And Abdul Wahhab.
Oh, okay, yeah. See, from my perspective, and where I kind of stand on a lot of the literature here, is I've tended to sort of segment Wahhab from like the wider Salafi movement, even though it has the same basic perspective of going back to the core sources. And there's actually been some really interesting, more modern research on Ibn Abdul Wahhab that tries to get rid of some of the weird bullshit around him that has built up since. Kind of out of the direction the Wahhabi movement has gone since then. I think the thing that's most important about them is that in different ways they both articulate a very clear argument for going back to the sources. For what religious studies scholars today call fundamentalism, which initially only referred to a movement in 19th century American Christianity, but we now use more broadly for any religious revival movement that says, let's go back to the core, the fundamentals, the very essence of the religion in its earliest stage, and then reinterpret it for our modern conditions. For some of what Ibn Taymiyyah is writing, some of that is related to the devastation of the Mongol period. So it's very urgent for him to find a way to basically save the Muslim world from a literal existential threat. And he's been useful not only for a lot of the juridical work ever since, but also for some of those particular perspectives, because it allows for a return to those early sources and then find a way to apply those lessons to where you are now, like what the current situation is. What do you need? And obviously that's going to be different. We're no longer facing an existential threat from the Mongols, but there's obviously tons of other threats. And he has stayed really relevant in the last few hundred years because of the rise of both European imperialism and then neoliberal capitalism and the way that the world has been sort of restructured around nation states and international capital flows and everything else. So it's a lot of people return to it as a way to structure an Islamic response to those outside pressures. And I think to some extent, Al-Wahhab does the same thing, but on a more restricted level. He doesn't have the same international influence. In some ways, kind of unfairly, because again, some of the stuff is just, it didn't play out the way that it seemed like it could have. But it can be used in similar ways because he's also arguing for going back to the fundamentals, to the original sources, and then finding a way to apply them to the situation that people face now in the world. And to some extent, tons of later reformers do something very similar. I actually, so if I can point to some like heroes of mine along these lines, I actually really like the works of like Muhammad Abdu and Al-Afghani, because both of them were also responding to the challenges of the late 19th century and the rise of high imperialism and a later stage of capitalism and the rise of nation states, and arguing for instead, well, the nation state model doesn't make sense for us. It divides the ummah. We should come up with a kind of like pan-Islamic vision, but also resurrect philosophy and science and all these other things that Muslims used to fucking dominate. And they really did. I mean, in the High Middle Ages, the Muslim world was dominant in the sciences, and the Muslim world was the most creative part of the world. I mean, the only thing remotely comparable is China. I mean, Europe was a backwater in comparison, but the Muslim world has steadily lost its lead in those areas. And one of the reasons that I like, because Muhammad Abdu is also a Salafi, he's also arguing for going back to the sources, but he's also very comfortable with philosophy and science and trying to adapt in many ways to the modern world in ways that I don't really think that Al-Wahhab does to the same degree. I think that there are some ways in which his interest in the specifics of Muslim practice get kind of in the way, where people like Al-Afghani and Muhammad Abdu are more open to a wider range of approaches to Islam, but still trying to unify the Muslim world against outside threats. So anyway, I diverged a little bit near the end, but that's just from my personal perspective, in terms of looking at Salafi writers.
Well, thank you. I really, really appreciate it. I also wanted to ask about the modern world, with a historical interpretation. Why do you think that in places like Asia, to resist imperialism, like quote unquote communism, it's not real communism, but because I'm big into political science, but self-proclaimed communism became. I mean, I'm not sorry. I'm not a. I realized I sounded like a communist when I said that. I'm not a communist. I believe in the.
It wouldn't matter anyway. It's fine.
But yeah, so why do you think there, like so-called communism took root as the main, like specifically East Asia, as the main anti-Western, Oh my God! Sorry, my cat just used the litter box and it's stinging up the whole room. Sorry.
I hate
Sorry,
when that happens.
before you answer, Liam, do you want
Yeah.
to let us know how much longer you want to go on for, or?
I honestly don't. I don't really have an issue. The only thing I was watching before is I didn't want to lose that. I have like a 1,315 day streak. I didn't want to lose that. But I did that. So, yeah, no, I don't have a problem right now. When I get tired, I'll let you know.
Okay,
So,
perfect. Go ahead, Fred.
so why do you think? So I'll just call it leftism. Why do you think leftism took place in Eastern Europe and East Asia, but not in the? Well, we know there was some currents within the Middle East, but why do you think, Islamism won out in the Middle East as the anti-imperialist power?
Okay. So, first, I'll take a step back and say that that socialist and communist trends were also extremely important in Latin America, in sub-Saharan Africa, and all across the Middle East. There were a lot of them, and there still are a shitload of Arab communists. The main reason that it doesn't win out is in part political, and in terms of like the local politics, and in part because of direct, because of the way colonialism played out there, and the way people are divided against each other. In the long run, the reason that Islamism won is that a lot of the socialist trends in the Arab world in particular, which I think is where your question is sort of aimed, is that they focused a lot more on the kind of, pan-Arab unity and, building a kind of like, local state socialist economy, and then got caught up in a few big geopolitical struggles that derailed it. And the Israel-Palestine conflict is one of those. When they end up losing consistently, and Egypt lost in 48, in 56, in 67, in 70, in 73. They kept getting their asses kicked by this tiny new little country, and that sort of discredited Arab nationalism, and Arab nationalism and socialism had gotten linked in a lot of people's heads. Now, there still were a whole bunch of socialist and Marxist-Leninist groups active throughout the Arab world, but their own local governments tended to persecute them. Because when they sort of joined up with different Arab nationalist ideologies, Baathism, Nasserism, whatever, those movements tended to view the communists as a direct threat and attacked them mercilessly. So it made it difficult for them to spread effectively. It's similar in some ways to the way that socialism failed to grow in the United States, where there was much stronger left-wing movements in Europe, all across Western Europe, than there ever was in the US, because there was a lot of direct state persecution. Tons of people jailed and unalived and whatever. The same thing happened in a lot of Arab countries. So it made it a kind of minority trend. And part of that is also geopolitical. The worry was aligning much more with the Soviet bloc and, kind of like essentially losing. Okay, so they're worried enough about control by Western European colonial powers, but if you align with the Soviet bloc, then aren't you just becoming a satellite of Moscow now? You're kind of exchanging one master for another. That was the understanding a lot of Arabs took, was that it was exchanging one master for another. The reason it was more successful in portions of sub-Saharan Africa, at least for quite a long time, and much longer in East Asia, is that they all pursued very independent variants of Marxist-Leninism. So, Maoism took a very different direction. A lot of other movements were explicitly Maoist. The Khmer form of communism was quite distinct. The Vietnamese one, aligned to some degree with the Soviet Union, but it was also distinctly nationalistic. They didn't think of it as threatening in the same way that the Arab world, I think, did. And part of that, I think, is proximity to Europe. The Middle East is a buttload closer to Europe, and hence a lot more under the thumb of those colonial powers economically and politically, and they didn't like the idea of exchanging one master for another.
Do you think that? Sorry, I keep just rapid firing questions.
It's fine. I hope that was. I hope that was a concise enough answer. I wander a bit.
Do you think that? So we know with places even in the Middle East, like Kurdistan, that are far more secular. Leftism has taken off. Like in Kurdistan, like you have the YPG, their social democracy, right? Do you? I don't know. I don't know if I would consider that leftism, but anyway.
No, their approach is a variant of anarchism. They're left wing.
So, do you think that because the Arab world is less secular, do you think that secularism and really atheism is inherent to left-wing ideology? Do you think that
No.
could have something to do with it?
It's not, and that actually fits something Dominic's dad threw into the chat a moment ago. It is a reason to be kind of upset at a lot of the line out of Moscow, but there always were Christian socialist and Christian anarchist trends, for example, and there are plenty of religious left-wing people. There always have been, which means that you can have your own version of it, where you're adopting that but still holding to the religion. Some of the problem for the uptake is the association with very explicitly atheistic politics, but there's a ton of religious socialist literature out there, and yes, which is liberation theology. Yeah, so there's a specific trend in 20th century Catholicism, but yeah, you've got Christian socialist and Christian anarchist writers, all across the 19th century and into the 20th. So it could have gone in another direction, and easily can. It's not inherently atheistic, but it can be. It just depends on how you want to view it. I think some of the problems is some variants of Marxist-Leninism almost take on a kind of religious mentality themselves, and it sort of like supplants the traditional religiosity. But even under Soviet domination, Poland remained like super, super Catholic, and their approach to Marxism was heavily inflected by Catholicism. You also had some of that in a few other Eastern European satellites. It's not like the Soviets inherently crushed all religiosity. Hi.
Why would religion adopt politics ideologies that are explicitly anti-religion?
Why would
religion adopt political ideologies that are explicitly anti-religion?
But because again, socialism is not explicitly anti-religion, but some variants of it are. So yeah, there's a reason to oppose, the Leninist line, as being distinctly anti-clerical, but not all forms of socialism are anti-clerical. And there's a ton of places where people do successfully hybridize it. There are distinctive, Islamic forms of socialist politics. I literally know some Palestinian communists who are also Muslim. It's entirely possible to do it, but because of the geopolitical situation and because both Moscow and Beijing were pretty anti-religion, it actually affected the way a lot of people responded to it. And some of that you can go way back. I mean, you can look at like the way that Hassan al-Banna wrote about it, saying that socialism and fascism and all these different trends here are somehow inherently alien to the way we want to organize society. We aren't nationalistic. We're not communistic. We have all these things already in Islam, so we can come up with our own version of it. So what he ends up doing, and what a number of 20th century Islamist thinkers end up doing, is kind of replicating some of the core features of socialism within an Islamic framework, and showing that the way that the Muslim community could take care of itself, the way that you can kind of lean on, because there's a very, very strong social justice component that's baked into Islam. I mean, Muhammad is out there saying, like, don't screw your workers, don't break contracts, take care of widows and orphans and poor people. The rich have a responsibility. We all have to pay into the community and support the community of the faithful. The social justice component is there from the beginning, and it's one of the reasons that it was supported as an ideal, where other monotheistic trends had failed consistently in Arabia. Islam was originally appealing largely for its, socioeconomic and political positions. And it gives an ability for some modern reformers who are attracted to left-wing politics to come up with an Islamic form of leftism. And that has happened many, many times. But a lot of them have also struggled because of the wider geopolitics. They've struggled in the face of colonial empires. They've struggled in the face of neoliberal capitalism. And ultimately, the Islamists are willing to fight longer and harder and take more casualties. So they kind of outlast a lot of these movements in terms of their significance. But they only became significant much more recently than people tend to think. I mean, before the 1970s, Islamism was really not significant in resistance movements around the world. It grew gradually over long periods of time to replace a lot of these earlier trends. Somebody asked earlier about the hat type. It's one of Stetson's varieties. This is actually similar to the one from if anybody saw that, when was that? In the 90s sometime? The movie Tombstone. This is the same kind of like design that the Wyatt Earp wore in that one. I have a whole bunch of like Western hats because I like Victorian clothing.
First thing I saw was the hat, the glasses, and the beard. And I saw you were talking about Palestine. So before I listened, the first thing I did, I was requested, ready to like take you to task because I thought you were a rabbi.
I've gotten that a lot. This is nothing like any of the hat designs that any Haredi movement wears, but I get it all the time because I have a beard too, and it's a black hat. So yeah, people do it all the time. But somebody earlier in the chat thing threw those little gift things with like a hat and a mustache. It happened like twice in a row, and I thought it was hilarious. So when I got up to use the restroom, I grabbed one of my hats. So, oh, see, there's one. Yeah, look at that. See, I saw that, and I was like, I got to grab one of my Western hats, and this one was right
These
by
are
the
so
bathroom.
amusing. I think there was a question earlier that we covered last week with regards to the deal for a two-state solution. Is there a way that we can briefly cover that again, if you don't mind?
Cover what about a two-state solution?
So I think Stephen was asking something about it was rejected by the Palestinians. Bear with me
Oh
one
yeah, no,
second.
yeah, it actually wasn't. It was never really offered, and there's a common bit misconception around that Arafat turned down deals, and like everyone had turned down deals over and over and over again. The Palestinians have literally never been offered a sovereign state at any point. And even some of the negotiations that tried to come up with something, so like the Camp David ones under Barak kind of like laid out, hey, here's a possibility for you. And Arafat did say no, but it's because it was a tiny demilitarized state with no control over its own borders or airspace, and broken up into these little cantonments or whatever. It was fucked. But even there, they intentionally refused to write out a concrete map for it and lay out an actual physical proposal, because Barak went into those negotiations dishonestly. He did it only because of the geopolitics of it. It would look good. And they literally discussed this. You can literally find discussions in Israel that by engaging in the negotiations, they could make the Palestinians look bad and make them deny something that they knew they couldn't even offer. Because Barak started that negotiation knowing that his government would never approve it. They literally told him, this will not pass, your coalition will fall apart, there's no way the Knesset will support anything. Even a non-sovereign demilitarized Palestine was not acceptable to the government at the time. And that's the closest they've ever come. All the other ones never actually involved an offer of a state. So the Madrid process, the Oslo process, tons of other ones, they never even broached the possibility of a semi-sovereign state. It was always aiming toward autonomy. And that ultimately is the problem with any international discussion of the two-state solution. So the short of this is, at no point has the Zionist movement ever been able to stomach the idea of a separate state between the Jordan and the Mediterranean. It just won't work. A sovereign state inside that territory violates pretty much everything they were after. Yeah, and that's true for both secular and religious Israelis. It's always been a problem. So the best they could ever offer is autonomy to some of the population there. If they don't want to leave, they're like, okay, we'll give them some kind of basic rights, let them control their own affairs, but not a separate government.
Now, here is a question that I've always wondered that I'm sure has a historical answer. I just don't know it. So why do Christians overwhelmingly support Israel? They're all about, a lot of them are all about the religious thing, right? But if you look at the text, right, Jews believe that Jesus, peace be upon him, is burning in hell in a pot of feces. Muslims believe he's a prophet and born to a virgin and the Messiah and all these things. So where does the theistic argument that Christians should support Israel come from?
Yeah, well, first off, just as a minor point, most Jews wouldn't even accept the existence of a hell. It's not traditionally a Jewish concept at all, but they don't like Jesus. That's true. The Christian world is actually pretty split on this issue, and it's only some portions of the population that are really kind of like messed up. Oh, there's a question there on books. I'm going to come back to that in a moment if somebody will remind me. The big issue here is that there's a particular strain of evangelical Protestant Christianity that is super hardcore behind Israel, and there's been and that has to some degree influenced a few other sects of Christianity, but most of them are much more tepid on the idea. It's really strong in the US, and there are variants of it in different forms in Europe, mostly in the Protestant world. And the key issue there is that it ties into a particular 19th century apocalyptic view. And there was a big process in the 19th century to kind of look back at a lot of the apocalyptic prophecies, like how is the world going to end, all that kind of crap. And in them, they came up with a way to understand what revelation meant. Now, that's a whole big topic in itself. There's a lot of debate on what the apocalypse of John, sometimes called Revelation in the Bible, actually meant. And there were a whole bunch of different apocalypses. That's the only one that made it canonically into the Bible. It's probably more likely an allegory about the Roman world and not really about the end of the world anyway. But even setting that aside, there are aspects of that story that seem to take for granted that there will be a religious Jewish state, a temple monarchy present in Judah at the time of a giant apocalyptic fight. Now, if there is no Jewish population there and they don't have a temple and there isn't a temple monarchy, then according to that understanding, the apocalypse can never happen, which means Jesus can't come back. So their argument, and again, comes out of a specific strain of 19th century American Christianity that then influenced other parts of the Protestant world. Their idea is, if you can support the idea of Jews moving back, even if they're secular, and most Zionists were initially secular, well, at some point, maybe they'll become more religious. And if they become more religious, maybe they'll blow up the Dome of the Rock and rebuild a temple. And if they build a temple, then that can piss off the Muslim world and trigger a massive war, and that war will be the apocalypse. It's in the Bible. And in that process, most Jews will be unalived. So a lot of Christian support for Zionism is literally genocidal. It's quite dark. Most Christians who support it don't really know that. They just know that their preachers are saying, we love Israel, we're part of a Judeo-Christian civilization, blah, blah, blah. And some of the reason for that is World War II. Because before that point, they were much more honest about the goals here. But people's visceral reaction to what the Nazis did in the Shoah got a lot of Christians to feel very sympathetic toward Jews and to feel bad about their long history of persecuting Jews. The term Judeo-Christian is actually a modern phenomenon. No one would have used it in the 19th century. It just didn't make sense, right? But it does now for a lot of Christians to think of themselves as somehow connected to Judaism and descended from Judaism. And there's a lot of like personal sympathy. And a lot of these particular apocalyptic evangelical preachers took advantage of that to build a great deal of support for, to create like essentially a powerful Christian Zionist movement to support Israel because of their theology. So it's really complex in the sense that most Christians who are like hardcore pro-Israel don't really know why their religious sect got into it in the first place. They just know that their sect has supported them in, wanting to help Israel, and they feel some, responsibility for the long history of anti-Judaism within Christianity. So it's the reasons on a personal level are quite complex, but the theological reasons are really fucking dark. Does that answer the question there about Christian support? It's not traditionally biblical at all. And there's actually, if you're interested, there's a ton of great Christian literature that points out this is fucked up. We shouldn't do this. Christians should not be supporting Israel this way. There's a lot of Christians who say that all the frickin' time. I have several books critiquing Christian Zionism from a Christian perspective.
I know there's no theological backing because Islam has more in common with both Christianity and Judaism than either have it in common with each other.
Yeah, I've always found it interesting that Islam kind of like splits the difference. It has a lot of the orthopraxic elements of Judaism, the legalistic structure, the strict monotheism. There's a lot of direct parallels there. But it also has a lot of theological positions that are much more similar to the Christian ones than Jews have. And it thinks of itself as a universalistic faith like Christianity does. So it's fascinating that it draws from both of them and kind of ends up somehow in the middle. I've always enjoyed that about it.
again, Liam, correct me if I'm wrong, but often from a political perspective, you'll find that more hardline, I think, politics tends to try and find a way of aligning itself with some sort of faith as a means to, I guess, corner people into accepting what they're saying, because if you challenge it, then you're also challenging the faith that they try and intertwine with what they're saying.
Right. The degree to which you can merge the ideas, and that's always been important. It's actually one of the things that you see with a lot of like Islamist movements too, the way that they can tie the religion into a particular political struggle as well. Like our H group in Palestine does that. There's a lot of ways that if you can take a political or economic position and you can tie it to the religion in a way, then it gets very difficult to criticize that position, because then it feels like a personal attack on a heartfelt religious conviction, even if those shifts are very recent. So again, the shift in Christianity to supporting Jews and thinking of Judeo-Christian civilization and then Christian Zionism and all that, it only started in the 19th century. Up until that point, Christians were slaughtering Jews in huge numbers all over the place, and that continued all the way through into World War II. But that was while Christians have always been unaliving tons of Jews, that was so over the top that it really just scandalized a lot of Christians, and it meant them want to find some way past that issue. And there are a number of ways that people have taken several Christian forms variants, like Catholicism has done this. There's a number of ways in which they found other ways to foster kind of ecumenicism and make peace with the Jews. But a specific strain of Protestant Christianity, its approach was Christian Zionism and aiming for an apocalypse. So it's one of many forms of trying to get over that particular past hatred or whatever. But tying that particular political position to the religion makes it very hard to back down from it, to let it go. Because it is it does feel like a personal attack. Somebody had asked a moment ago about writings or whatever. Can I answer that one? Oh,
yes, please. I was just reminding you of
somebody
that
says,
question.
"What is that orange fluff?" This is Minerva. She's currently my oldest cat because Moshe died a month ago. But Minerva is my little Roman war goddess, and she's always super happy to hang out with me. She'll when I'm working in the office or whatever, anywhere in the house. Either her or Moshe would always be near me, and sometimes both. She'll just hang out in the chair next to me the whole time, but as soon as I start talking, she has to be on me. So it's hard to get rid of her if I'm talking, because she suddenly feels I should be involved in this. I should be right here. So she'll just keep hanging out. I don't have a huge amount in print, if anyone's asking about that. I actually only started college at age 30, and then it took me a dozen years to get through to the PhD, in part because I'm from a poor working class background, had to work full time the whole time. I actually had to take a 2-year leave of absence partway through the PhD program because I couldn't afford it anymore. It was very difficult to get through. So I didn't finish the doctorate until 2017. And then I ended up deciding to get into politics for a little while, which people talked me into it, said you should really do this, see if it'll work. And I had some specific ideas organizationally, structurally, how you can try to get, try to drag the Democratic Party to the left, because I historically was a green or an independent socialist, but I joined the Democratic Party, tried to get involved in politics, and did that until I guess I stopped doing that only 2 years ago in 2021, early 2021. So it's only been the last 2.5 years. But the biggest problem, even when I'm not distracted by other big projects that suck up tons of my time, is that I teach eight to 10 classes per semester, and I have massive commutes because I live on a mountain and I teach at campuses in different counties, because my profession has been pretty well undermined. If I'd had one of those nice cushy jobs that about 20% of academics have, where you get a nice permanent tenure track position where you're only teaching 2 or 3 classes, I'd have a lot of time to finish the books that I've started. But I spend most of my time actually just teaching. So I've written a whole bunch of classes. I've written 15 different courses. I teach at a bunch of different places, but I only have I have one chapter in a book on religion in the Israel-Palestine conflict. Coming up next year, I have a chapter coming out on Libya within the American settler colonial imaginary. And then there's a chapter coming out on academic freedom and arguments around that. And then I have a few, review articles here and there. But my big projects, I can never get the time to do them because I just don't have the emotional energy to sit there and work on my projects after I get home. I mean, my drives will frequently take up 4 to 8 hours a day alone. Fridays are particularly bad. I mean, I can spend 8 hours in the car on Fridays alone, and then all the classes and whatnot. So I'm kind of screwed. So poverty is ultimately the reason I have so little in print, not because I don't have a lot to say, because I have a lot I want to say. But I've always just figured, well, at least I'm teaching, at least I get the opportunity there, and I find a way to be happy enough with that.
You should consider writing I don't know. Are you allowed to write? Are you allowed to choose what classes you teach, or do they assign you to specific classes?
No, I tell them which ones I want to do on any given semester.
You should consider doing a class on like not specifically Middle Eastern history, but Islamic history, because I've seen a lot of Middle Eastern history classes. I'm a college student, but I've yet to see a single Islamic history class in. I've transferred to like 3 different schools at this point, and I haven't seen a single one.
Yeah, I mean, in the catalog, I have a course on the Golden Age of Islam that runs from the late classical period through to the early modern, and focuses on Islam in a historical perspective. But it's only managed to run twice, and the other 3 times that I put it on the books, too few people signed up for it, and it got canceled. And if a class gets canceled, I make no money that semester from that. So, because you can't add something at the last minute, So it just got hard. I mean, it's just not in demand enough, which is sad. My Middle East history classes fill up. I also had the same problem with honestly the Iranian history class. I had a course on the Persianate world that I wrote, and no one ever wanted it. I couldn't get it to run. But I have a course on the modern Arab world that always runs. My course in Israel Palestine always runs. My modern Middle East class always runs. My ancient Mediterranean history class runs. That deals with a lot of the antecedents and then early Islam. Those are consistent, but my Islam course and my Iran course, no one ever wanted them. So,
Professor, to that question, to that point, do you think the West has got some parts of Islamic history and an Islamic doctrine wrong, like in some ways? Like, can you just give us some examples of where it might have gotten it wrong, and then now it's time for us maybe to fix that?
Well, just in a longer term, for a long, long time, European Christians thought that Muslims worshipped Muhammad. That's why in many languages in Europe, there's some variant of the word Mohammedanism for the religion. They thought of it as a heresy, and that they just chose to worship Muhammad instead of Jesus. So they got it completely fucking wrong there. There's a lot of weird miscommunications along the way that way, but in many ways there are fewer of those than there were with Judaism, because the Islamic world was so powerful in the Middle Ages, and essentially the entire European university system was based on works coming out of the Muslim world. They would just constantly translate works, from the Arabs into Latin and put them into the curriculum. So they were exposed to a wide range of Muslim thought, but there were a handful of weird miscommunications along the way. I think the single biggest one isn't really a problem of understanding the faith so much as the politics around it. Because if you go back into the Middle Ages, Christians looked at Muslims as heretics, but they understood that they were civilizationally related to them and had no problem interacting with them and trading with them. But with the rise of capitalism and the powerful nation states and a lot of the political changes happening in Europe, along with, at the same time that's happening, the rise to power of the Ottoman Empire. And the Ottomans were the big superpower of their day. And they proved over and over again that they could kick the asses of any alliance of European powers. You know, bring it on, we'll take you all at once. And they would win. So Europeans had to come up with a rhetorical strategy to try and push back against it. And there were a shitload of Europeans who were actually moving into the Muslim world and converting. I've got some fun studies of people like moving from Britain to North Africa and converting to Islam, because if you're a poor person in Britain, if you're a peasant in Britain, you're going to stay a peasant. But if you're a talented, ambitious person, move to North Africa, you could rise in power because they were much more meritocratic. And they needed a way to combat both that impulse as well as the threat of the Ottomans. So they started saying, if you talked about Arabs before in the Middle Ages, if you mentioned the Arabs to any educated European, they'd be like, holy shit, the Arabs have big cities and running water and all kinds of shit. We've got piss buckets. They're much better off than we are. So there's no way you could make the Arabs look inferior. But no one knew what the hell a Turk was. So it's all like, the Turks are coming, oh, and they eat babies, oh, they're monsters. And like, oh, wow, Turks are bad, we should fight the Turks. And then over time, the word Turk became synonymous with Muslim. And then from there, it was a pretty easy step to say Muslims are culturally inferior. So Muslims became barbarians to Europe out of a rhetorical approach to the Ottoman Empire.
And that continues to this day.
And it does, yeah. It creates a civilizational split. The whole concept of the West, and there's honestly a fascinating book, Creating East and West by what's her name, Nancy Bisaha, I think, that documents that the creation of the Western world as an idea is a product of the Renaissance, that it didn't exist before. Everyone always understood that the Mediterranean basin was a common civilizational area, and people had different religions in there. They've always had different religions, but they all shared and they all interacted. But the idea that the southern and eastern parts of the Mediterranean should be cut off and that Europe should become a distinctly different thing was only invented in the early modern period. And the main driving factor there is the Ottoman Empire rising and replacing the Eastern Roman Empire and conquering tons of territory. And people were scared shitless that it would conquer everything. Muslims had been a threat earlier before, but they quickly fell apart. You know, they conquered Spain, got all the way up to northern France, lost one battle, and then because of an internal revolution, they never came back. Right. So they stopped being a threat for centuries. The Ottomans revived that fear. So it's less a matter of directly misunderstanding the religion and more a matter of being terrified of them for political reasons, and then for political reasons choosing to misunderstand the religion and to say that it's somehow different and alien. Realistically, if you're gonna accept the fiction of the Western world and say that West is a thing, then Islam is a Western religion too.
Yeah, can you talk about where the misunderstanding of the term jihad comes from? So many people do not understand, especially Westerners, do not understand the word at all.
Yeah, that's a fun one there, especially because there's such a conflicted discourse within Islamic jurisprudence itself, because it does have different senses. It's not holy war. It's a terrible translation of him, but it is a struggle, and it can be different types of struggles. So it could be a struggle with the self, like I don't want to get drunk and chase girls, so I'm waging jihad against myself to be a good Muslim. That's a kind of jihad. But there's also a sense in which Muslims should defend other Muslims from being persecuted for being Muslim. That's present in Quran and relevant to the fight with the Meccans. The reason it sort of fades away for centuries, and actually only comes back around the time of Ibn Taymiyyah, and a little bit before that under Nur ad-Din and Salahuddin, is the sense that Muslims were always on the winning side. They weren't being persecuted for their religion. But when Christians came in killing Muslims, in the Crusades, that affected some people. And then much more importantly, when the Mongols came in, and these guys aren't even monotheists, right? And they're kicking ass. People needed to find a way to rally the troops in a sense. So jihad makes a big comeback in under Ibn Taymiyyah as a way to kind of rally to defend the Dar al-Islam against an existential threat to Islam. its use in the contemporary world is mostly bogus because A, there's no legitimate authority to call it or to support the idea of one, and B, for the most part, Muslims aren't persecuted specifically for being Muslim. And for it to be a jihad, they have to be being persecuted for being Muslim, attacked and unalived for being Muslim. So the sense of like a stroke, in many ways, I try to make a parallel for this when dealing with like the Middle Ages. It's not too dissimilar from the just war concept that comes out of Augustine and Christianity, because Christianity was originally a pacifistic faith that couldn't fight at all. But they came up with a rationale for saying, well, Christians should be able to defend other Christians who are being persecuted for being Christian. Jihad is kind of the Muslim version of that.
Bro, you sound very, very educated, man. What's your background?
Devonte, give me a second, please. We just want to make sure that we have the questions in order. Also, in the meantime, would you mind muting?
What the? Hold on a second. Did I just see someone named Dork McPotato Face? What?
I think so.
Wow, that is. Sorry, I'm easily amused.
Yeah, would you mind? Yeah, would everybody mind muting when after they come up, just to make sure that we don't get disruption in sound? So you've got two questions from the chat. One was, is there a correlation between Moses and the burning bush and Zoroastrian? Sorry, I'm completely butchering this. Internal flame.
Oh gosh. There is a connection in Judaism to the flame in Zoroastrianism, but that's more like the Ner Tamid that you had in the original temple in Jerusalem. There was a fire that didn't go out there, and then there's a symbolic remembrance of that in many synagogues, or most synagogues really. Today, it's often like it's a light that you never turn out or something like that. That's a reflection of, well, a bit of Zoroastrian cultural influence going back to the Persian period. But the burning bush, not really, especially since that story in its early forms actually predates the Persian influence. At best, you have Midianite and Egyptian influences on the Moses story, not really Persian ones. So it does have other antecedents in the Near East, but not specifically a Zoroastrian one. No. But for fun, there is a fire connection. So, but it's a different type of fire.
Got it. Thank you. I think Devonte, it was your turn. I've got one more question from the chat, but I'll let Devonte go and then I'll ask after.
Okay.
Devonte? One more question from the.
Oh, was that kitty and a doggy? I heard that. I didn't hear anything before that. There was a big silence.
Oh, I said thanks for having me up, man. You
yeah.
sound very educated. What's your background?
What do you mean by background?
What? I see you've got a PhD. What did you study? I'm just curious.
I'm a historian. By discipline, I'm what they call an intellectual historian, or a historian of ideas and cultures. My teaching fields, the ones I write courses and whatnot here, are Middle Eastern European history. So basically the broader Mediterranean basin, Europe and the Middle East. But my main areas of study and interest is actually the evolution and transmission of ideas. So I've studied everything from the development of religions and religious traditions, to philosophy, which is a bunch of what's over here, to economics, to nationalism. In fact, at one point, I spent a ton of time studying the history of biological thought. So I mean, I've written on some of my master's work was on the reception of Darwinism in the 19th century. But yeah, like, religions, economics, philosophy, science, tons of stuff like that fascinates me. I like seeing the way the ideas move from place to place and change over time and interact, and peoples all mix and merge and blend together.
That's incredible, man. You remind me of a guy called Vsauce. I used to watch a lot of videos. Like, it's incredible.
Yeah, you remind me, you of who?
Vsauce. Vsauce. It's a YouTube channel.
Oh, okay.
The guy's like super smart. I don't know his real name, but you just come across like similar to him. Do you know much about Namekians, the religion Namekians?
The which?
The religion Namekians.
Wait, the Manichaeans?
No, Namekians. We pray to the prophet Piccolo, and we have like the prophet Dende for healing and stuff, and we believe that the prophet Piccolo fused with the prophet Nail to defeat the tyrant Frieza when they tried to overthrow Earth, and from that, you know, that's our religion. You know much about us?
No, it's from Dragon Ball Z.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say I'm not at all. I've never heard of that, so that's
No.
I heard
No.
Dragon Ball Z and I was like, oh,
yeah.
okay.
It doesn't sound like anything I've ever heard of, honestly.
I'm just gonna
But
look in
I believe that Liam covered some of his background in his first video on TikTok. Is that right?
Oh, I said a
I
little.
think so.
I said a little bit in the second one I put up. Not much. It was. I was still thinking I got to do things in 1 minute, so it was very short. I could go back and do some kind of a longer one if anyone's interested there. But I said a little bit in that one, yeah. But yeah, I was always a nerd. I'm an autistic savant. I started learning to read when I was a year old. I've always been reading, and really realistically, my house is nothing but cats and books. I have 52 bookcases. It's pretty much all I've done.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed last week, but you had a lot of people very envious of your bookcase.
Yeah, I mean,
so yeah, I
and
think you have a few people plotting.
I get bored of like the view, so I frequently sit in different parts. So you guys will see different parts of it in different weeks, But
how do you remember like what you read? Like I understand some people have eidetic memory, but do you have an eidetic memory?
I read somebody's asking how fast I can read. Depending on the material. So fiction, I'll slow down because I like hearing character voices when I'm doing things. But with nonfiction, I'll read anywhere from like 1,000 to 1,600 words a minute, depending on the different source. So I read quickly, and I tend to remember what I read, especially if I write anything down. So I have a good kinesthetic memory. If I write it, I don't forget it. If somebody says something to me, I will forget it within minutes. I couldn't tell you how many times somebody's introduced themselves, and within seconds, I have no idea who the hell they are.
Did you train that?
I struggle with that.
Right. Did you? Can a person train his mind or her mind to memorize what they read or what they write?
There is some flexibility there in terms of what people can do. There are interesting techniques for reading faster and more effectively and remembering things more, but some of this is also just innate variations. Like I can't see pictures in my head at all, but I can quote from things I read 20 years ago. So it's just innately how my mind works. What I hear, I'm going to forget. What I see, I'm going to forget. If I read it and think about it, it sticks with me forever.
Incredible.
So, have you read the Sirah?
The which?
The Sirah? Sira.
I'm not sure.
The biography of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Oh God.
It's called the Sirah in Arabic.
Yeah, no. Portions of it. God, that was no. I haven't touched a lot of that stuff in ages. But no, I did read only extracts of it.
Okay.
It wasn't really my field, but I did dip my toe into it for a while.
Okay, yeah, I was just gonna ask, from a historian's perspective, so with the Sirah and the Hadith, what is the validity of the grading system? So you have like Sahih, Hassan,
like the Isnad, you mean? So like how you change the transmission and ranking of hadiths and things. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. So yeah, from a historical perspective, how accurate is the grading system? Like if a hadith is classified as sahih, as a historian, how likely are you to take it as a good source?
Yeah, that's interesting. We do tend to use them, and we do pay some attention to the rankings of things like that. But realistically, it's difficult to say. The fact that they do maintain these things, and the fact that people have lists of people so you can follow the isnad, that helps a lot. And honestly, I use that in two different classes when talking about significant contributions that the Muslim world makes to modernity, because a lot of earlier writings, and this is true all the way through in the development of Christianity, but for the most part, religions were always intended to be much more flexible. It didn't have to be literally true, which is why there were 19 gospels and they all disagree on their details. But Muslims started caring what might have actually been said and done. And they started trying to, we're going to save everything. We're going to write all this shit down, but we're going to try and see what is most accurate. And that was a really interesting innovation. And it had a lot of influence on medieval Christian thought, actually. So we do take it very seriously, but trying to weigh in specifically, historians themselves always disagree. I know I've read a lot of historians who've written on the earliest periods, on like the life of Muhammad and whatnot, and they disagree wildly with each other in interpretation, because they'll pick different things that they take more seriously than others. So there is still some debate on that. It's not perfect in terms of like following exactly what the grading system would be. There are, because with historians, what we have to do is we have to take a lot of other things into account. So we have to use outside sources, so any other writings from other peoples around them, we have to take into account archaeology, anything like that. And if there's other things that somebody can come up with is a compelling enough reason to call into question something that Muslims would rate very highly, then some people will do that. But it varies a lot.
So there was a question earlier on that said, could you explain a bit more about the 1948 war? Who started it, and what were the events that led up to it?
Oh gosh. So how do I do that quickly? Because that is a giant clusterfuck of a question. So first off, it's somewhat unfair to think of it as the 1948 war, although that's a term we'll usually use, because it really starts while the mandate is still on. There are already expulsions taking place in late 1947 directly under the nose of British soldiers. By the time May 1948 happened and Israel declared its independence, 200,000 Palestinians had already lost their homes. So it was initially a fight between the Zionist paramilitaries and driving out Palestinians. And the Palestinians at that point, they had been effectively disarmed and leaderless because of the 36 to 39 revolt. So they had little ability to resist. So a lot of people were being pushed over the borders already. And the British troops, while they had an obligation to protect the population, they did not want to get another fight there. This is right after World War II. They were exhausted. They realized they've completely fucked up the mandate. They just decided to sit on their hands and watch this shit happening right in front of them. So who started it? The Zionists, clearly, because they were already ethnically cleansing Palestine. When the Arab armies get involved, most of them don't do a whole lot. The Lebanese contingent mostly stayed in Lebanon and occasionally came right across the border and helped a few villages very close to the northern border. That was about it. The Egyptian forces mostly had no fucking idea what they were doing, and honestly, the best fighters the Egyptians had were not even soldiers. They were Muslim Brotherhood volunteers who joined it and fought, and they fought only in the south, in engagements in the southwest, and they mostly got their asses kicked. The Jordanians had already colluded with the Zionists about trying to take control over significant parts of Palestine for themselves. So for the most part, they kept their soldiers where they were. They decided not to engage. And that was a huge loss for the war, because the Jordanian military at the time was the only truly capable Arab military. It had been extensively trained and armed by the British. It was still being led by a lot of British officers. It could have done some serious damage. None of the Arab armies had any real experience in the field. They were mostly conscript soldiers, poorly trained, poorly armed. It's like, here's a rifle and one bullet. They weren't prepared for it. And like the volunteers that come out of Saudi or Iraq, honestly, the Iraqis actually, I'll be fair, the Iraqis actually put up some stiff resistance in a few engagements in the Northeast. And some of the Palestinian villages that survived and became 1948 Arabs in Israel, that happened because of some Iraqis helping them to defend. But the Palestinians organized themselves and created militias, and they tried to help out, but they didn't have much in the way of weapons. But the Iraqis helped in a few places there in the Northeast. But for the most part, these are not modern armies rolling in. They have no real equipment. They have no real training or expertise. It's often depicted as like some David and Goliath struggle. The simplest answer here is that the Goliath was the Israelis. I mean, at the beginning of the fight, so at the very beginning of May 1948, the Zionist paramilitaries already outnumbered every Arab army combined. And that was before they called up any reservists. And they had a lot of people who were World War II and World War I veterans. Like they had direct military experience working with major armies. So while they didn't have a huge amount of equipment, they were well organized and prepared. And a lot of people had spent time studying. They'd laid out, they knew where all these Palestinian villages were. They knew who was there. They knew how to do it. And they had plans to carry things out. So they were much, much better organized. The Arab armies were completely inept, and they all got into the fight 6 months after the ethnic cleansing had begun. So, yeah, people arguing that Israel declared independence and a bunch of Arab armies attacked, they're kind of skipping a whole lot of shit that happened before that point. And they're also ignoring just how incompetent those forces really were.
AD, are you okay to hang in there just for a few more seconds because there was a connected question I can ask? AD, are you still there?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So the follow-up question was, how and when did the British colonize the area to begin with, and how long was it under British rule? I'm assuming is what they're saying.
Yeah. So during World War I, when the Ottomans joined the war, then it opened up several fronts. And while the Ottomans actually had one of the most complicated positions in World War I, it's honestly a damn shame people don't talk more about World War I and the Ottoman Empire. Hell, if you want to make a good like trench warfare movie, the fight in the Caucasus is just like the fighting in the Western Front. It's brutal. But the British forces invaded Palestine from Egypt. And there was some really, really heavy fighting in there. The Ottomans actually heavily deforested large parts of Palestine because they needed fuel to keep the trains going, to try and like keep troops in there. And, something like 10, 15,000 some Palestinians were killed in fighting in Palestine during World War I. But by, when is that? I think by middle of 1916, the British forces had reached Jerusalem. And they're in control of Palestine from that point on. In the aftermath, there's with the creation of the League of Nations out of the Versailles Treaty, there's a formal mandate for Palestine that Britain takes on in 1920 that commits it to creating an Arab country with a significant Jewish minority and Jewish rights, and eventually springing it out into independence, and they can join the League of Nations and blah blah blah. But the mandates are really a kind of disguised colonialism. But so the British are in formal control, like legally recognized control, from 1920, but they control most of the territory from 1916 on, and they're there until May 1948, when Israel declares itself independent and the formal fighting begins. They're kind of like winding down and packing their shit up from the end of 47 on. They spend months like slowly packing things up and heading out, but they're officially gone May of 48. So time frame, you can go from 20 to 48, or you can technically go 16 to 48 because they de facto controlled it. When did they get Palestine citizenship documents? I was seeing that that's all worked out across the 1920s. They start building up the formal structures for it. I think the first formal documents and passports probably aren't until the beginning of the 1930s, but the laws are being the legal structures are being built up in the 1920s. I don't remember the exact year that they first started doing it, but it is the British that create those passports.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, is that AD or
Eddie,
Yes,
Eddie.
it's AD, and then I've got a follow another question from the chat.
what's up,
Go
AD?
ahead, AD.
Okay, sorry. I have a question about, can you explain more about World War I and how they start ethnic cleansing and genocide to the Jewish people?
Oh,
Can you?
genocide of the Jewish people in World. Oh, the attacks on Jewish people are in World War II, but there are genocides in World War One. So I'm not sure which one you mean then, because in World War One, there's significant attacks on minorities inside the Ottoman Empire that take place in the context of their worries about defeat and desire to purify the core parts of the empire. But Jews are attacked heavily in World War II. So do you know which one you're meaning?
World War II.
World War II. Okay.
Right.
So are you asking then why were the Jews killed in World War II?
Yeah, when that genocide started, and can you explain a little more about genocide?
Yeah. So okay. So the short on the Shoah here is that the Nazis, like several other parties in Europe in the early 20th century, used anti-Semitic rhetoric as a way of spreading fear and building a kind of strong nationalistic movement. Nationalism always builds up by othering people, by saying these people don't belong. It creates hard lines, and Jews were kind of pushed out. Somebody's asking between anti-Judaism and anti-Semitism. Anti-Judaism is a historic Christian ideal. The Nazis' politics are specifically anti-Semitic because it has a secular basis, a kind of scientific racist basis. I'll get to the moment how it affects the play out of the show itself, because there's a mix of both in the actual activities. But the Nazis rose to power by blaming the Jews for things, and they literally said that Jews were responsible not only for the worst abuses of capitalism, but also for creating socialism, which is hilarious that kind of they blame them for both sides of this, but they did, and they got away with it. So they claimed that Marxism and all these socialist trends, well, that's just some giant Jewish plot to control the world, and so incidentally are all the capitalists. It's also a Jewish plot to control the world, and we have to somehow stop this giant Jewish conspiracy to control the world. And that's one of their planks in Rising. Now, initially, most people didn't buy that shit. It wasn't until the Great Depression that the Nazis' numbers electorally went up, because you go back to hell, in the 1928 election, they had 2%, and then it just jumps up to 20% in the 1930 election. And in the 1932 election, their highest total was 37%. So there's a lot of other factors driving their support, but they were anti-Semitic from the very beginning. Now, initially, their goals, once they took power, they stripped citizenship from Jews, they banned intermarriage with Jews, they barred them from tons of professions. So that's what drove a lot of Jews to emigrate, because if you're a Jewish physician or lawyer or dentist or something, and you can only have Jewish clients, and Jews make up 0.5% of the population, you're going to go out of business. So they started leaving in large numbers. But there's a lot of seriously discriminatory policies, and honestly, all Hitler and the Nazis care about is getting rid of them somehow. So deporting them, driving them to emigrate, whatever, that's fine. Where it turns to actual unaliving, and God, it's so interesting to get used to these weird terms. But the as far as the unaliving, that's because of the war itself, and it's sort of like the fog of war, what they can get away with. There's a series of discussions, ultimately culminating in the Wannsee Conference, and at Wannsee they settled on a program to fully exterminate the population, and they knew that they had to do this only during war. They couldn't talk about it, because most of the population would be horrified at what they were doing, but they figured in the long run they'd be greeted as heroes, and people would look back on it as, oh, you saved us from the great global Jewish menace. Oh, you're such heroes. But that would only be in long term. In the short run, it would be very difficult to get away with that. So it happened specifically in Eastern Europe during the war. All of the what they call the death camps, there are 6 of those. They're all in occupied Poland. Kelmno, Majdanek, Auschwitz-Birkenau, Treblinka, Belgic, Sobibor, all in occupied Poland. But they're not the only places this stuff happened. 3 of them are, the first 3 I mentioned there are like dual-purpose concentration camp and death camp, so they have forced labor facilities, but they also deliberately unalive people. And then 3 of them were created for no other purpose than industrial slaughter. So like isolated chunk of meadow and like the clearing in a forest, whatever, they laid train track to it, and then they built a camp, took all the Jews from the surrounding area, took them to that camp, unalived them, and then when they were finished, dismantled it. This is in 1942 and 1943. By the end of 43, those camps have done their job and they're dismantled. Today they're like empty clearings, but you could go to them, and I swear, you can stick your hand under the soil and pull out handfuls of human ash. It's really fucking eerie. There's places where the trees just can't grow back because of that. One of the things that really kind of throws off a lot of the crazy deniers about things like this is that a lot of the stuff happened outside the camps, though, too. About 2 million people were killed by Einsatzgruppen. These are roving bands of killers that traveled all through the Soviet, the occupied parts of the Soviet Union. And in those, the main issue is they couldn't use the trains because Russia used a different gauge of track, so German trains couldn't run on it. So they sent loose people in just trucks to drive around, and then they just line people up and shoot them, make them dig their own graves and shoot them, lock people in synagogues and set them on fire, all kinds of horrifying shit. But about 2 million people die in that. So it's not just the camps that do it. So you've got concentration camps where people are being worked to death or starved. You've got literal death camps, 6 of those. And then you have the Einsatzgruppen in Eastern Europe. The reason is that some of the core Nazi leadership had a really messed up understanding of like race science. They not only thought tons of other peoples were biologically inferior, Slavic peoples were biologically inferior, Roma people were biologically inferior. There were all these distinct races, and that if they mixed or they intermarried, they'd be polluting the blood, the pure blood. It's all bullshit. Like, this is one of the lovely things about eventually cracking DNA, is that we know that race doesn't even exist. It's just a bullshit conspiracy. But they had this really weird idea about the racial nature of Europe, and they wanted to either enslave or eliminate whole groups of people. So it's not just Jews. They wanted to fully eliminate, and they literally in their laws treated the Roma and Sinti peoples as biologically just like Jews, to be eliminated. Other populations, like the Slavic population of Eastern Europe, they wanted to work to death. They were going to enslave them because their idea was to spread German control all the way to the Ural Mountains. Hitler didn't actually care about anything beyond that. He didn't care about the Middle East. He didn't care about Palestine. None of that shit was relevant. It was only control of Europe and purifying Europe for the Aryan race. It's just stupid-ass race science shit. A lot of the perpetrators of the Shoah, though, they did it because of a little heart thingy just kissed me. That was so cute. These things are neat. A lot of the people did it there because they were raised as traditional Lutherans or Catholics, and they were raised to hate Jews because Jews are Christ killers and all that stuff. So plenty of people signed up with the Waffen-SS and carried out atrocities because they hated Jews for religious reasons. The Nazi leadership did it for racial reasons. So I don't know. That's my little 5-minute run through that. But does that cover the specific you were looking for, AD?
Yeah. That's correct. Thank you so much.
Professor, I would like to kind of build on this, but can I go? Be blessed. I thought you were gonna ask
If
the
you want, I
question.
mean, is it related to this point?
Yes.
So
And
yes,
I wanted
yeah,
to
please
make it
do.
quick as well. Yes. So, do you see any similarities between the right-wing party today in Israel with the Nazi Party and during World War II, and to build that on that point, after the World War II, Europe, especially in Germany, had to go through like this phase, probably like for 10, 20 years. People had to kind of re-educate themselves and kind of abandon these ideologies. Do you think that will be an easy job once we achieve a one state, two state, or any kind of peace deal with Israelis living side by side with Palestinians? Do you think those far right extremists in Israel will have to be not re-educated in a concentration camp like that? But what I'm just saying, it's re-education kind of terms.
Yeah, no, I get what you mean, and no, it won't be easy. It'll take generations, and a portion of it will never change. I'll give you a bad. No one's going to be happy about this, but statistically, right? So there's a great poll taken in West Germany in 1955, right? So this is 10 years after World War II, and when people already know about the Shoah, they know what Nazism led to. Because again, they weren't honest about what they were doing. This happened during the war, but people knew about it afterwards, right?
Right,
In the poll, a third of Germans still approved of Hitler and wanted and still would have been happy with Nazi leadership. It didn't change. The Nazi support in Germany was no different 10 years after the war than it was before the war. So it takes a long time for things like that to really change. It'll take generations for that to go away. And one of the problems that you've got in the Israel-Palestine issue is a very insidious form of Judaism that comes largely out of Merkaz Harav, but also a few other seminaries have contributed to it. But the religious Zionist trend really argues that any compromise with the Palestinians is tantamount to saying we don't want Mashiach, we don't want the Messiah. So it would be a betrayal of their own sense of self, which means they're likely to be radical militants, like really problematic in any kind of peace system.
Right. So, and in another kind of conflicting point would be the cultural differences, because most of the settlers and then most of the new citizens of Israel are actually, well, in European descent, and most of them are Americans that are just recently signed up for IDF and started serving. And then you can clearly hear from their accents that they are from the US. They are like, a lot of them are actually signing up, and which kind of creates this huge barrier between the Middle Eastern, people in Palestine. And it'll probably take even longer than it did take for Germans to kind of come in terms with their history,
Yeah, in some ways it will, although I think less so than we might think at first, for a few reasons. For one thing, and this was not true initially, but it has become much more so. Initially, Israeli popular culture really, really rejected a lot of Middle Eastern cultural elements. It really tried to maintain a kind of European cultural mentality. But it has gradually opened itself up to tons and tons of influence from the Mizrahi Jewish population, the Jews in the Muslim world who moved there, and has become much more Middle Eastern itself. That's a long-term process, and that'll keep happening. So Israelis are becoming more Middle Eastern. And at the same time, because of neoliberal globalization, I have met Palestinians in the West Bank who speak flawless English. Like, they watch American shows, they perfect their accent, they're good.
Right.
And I've seen like Tupac and Eminem and all kinds of like rappers' names spray painted on the walls in refugee camps. I mean, they pay attention to global popular culture too. So those trends also, it breaks down some of the barriers. There's always going to be some differences because at the end of the day, they have different origins, but they have a lot more in common today than they used to. And I think that will continue to be the case long term. And given that we're going to look at, it'll take generations to get over a lot of the hatreds and learn to really live together. During that process, that convergence culturally is also going to be continuing just like it has over the last 75 years. So I don't think that'll be a huge obstacle, honestly. I think the bigger issues are going to be the religious ideals, and most especially religious Zionism, but also Hamas's idea will play a certain role in that. But more specifically, the religious Zionist is a really big obstacle there. And then the secular nationalisms that say it's all mine and I can't share it. People have to get over that shit. They're going to have to redefine their identity, and changing your identity is a slow process. While you're corralling a few questions, can I make a quick run of the restroom too?
Yes, go ahead, and then I'll.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
like
please.
sitting. If I'm sitting still for long stretches, I will drink because I get bored. It's something to do, and that of course I have to.
I was actually just about to ask you for a time check, but
It's gosh, this has been more than 8 hours. This is definitely the longest one yet,
yeah,
I think.
it gets that way.
Yeah, I started. I started much earlier than I usually do. Normally, I have no problem going way past this time on a normal Friday, but I started earlier today too, which is interesting. But yeah, if we keep talking, I'm not going to get tired, and that's fine. I don't have to. I'm meeting with some family tomorrow for like a Thanksgiving-y type thing, but that's not until the afternoon, so I'm fine regardless.
Should we say another
Really,
20 minutes or so? Is that good
Was
for
that?
you? I
I
said,
have
should we
a
do another 20 minutes?
Yeah, easily. I mean, I'm fine going. I'm honestly another hour is fine, but beyond 2:30, I won't, because
Perfect.
if I stopped at 2:30, it'll still take me about an hour and a half or so to wind down. That puts me to sleep 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I'll still. Yeah, I only sleep like 5 hours anyway, so I'm totally fine. So I can go another hour, but beyond that, I really shouldn't.
Okay,
I,
we'll
I have
watch the
a
clock.
go ahead.
If you mind,
Yeah, thank you, because
he'll
I
just
won't
come
notice
back.
it. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Okay, thank you.
You gotta stay here, kiddo. You gotta let go. You stay here and entertain people.
Friday, can I jump in and ask two brief question and one a little bit longer, and then I'll pass to you?
Yeah. I've been waiting for like a while to ask this question. It's a topic, but it's something that I've heard repeated multiple times. I don't know where they're getting it from. So
Do you want to let me know what it is? Friday?
I didn't realize my mic was muted.
Okay.
So a lot of Zionists that I've heard say that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was like an invention by the Salaf to legitimize their Arab empire, and I don't know where that comes from, and I want to see the evidence against that because I know it's obviously not true.
Oh, in answer to your question earlier, lapsed. I learned to read it, but not necessarily understand it. And then I got lazy.
A lot of people I know people that have memorized the entire Quran don't understand a word of it.
Yeah, it's that actually, depending on where you are in the world, it depends on how you get taught. So especially with Somalis, you find that it's very easy that yes, they can read, they can memorize it, but asking them to understand what's being said, forget it. So let me ask the two quick questions. One was, how many cats do you have? The second was Mozart or Beethoven.
Whoa, fascinating. Okay, I'll do the latter one first, so I don't forget the names. For me, it had to be Beethoven, largely because of later Beethoven. I really like the romantic, post-romantic, and modern periods, and Beethoven is transitional. His later work is early romantic. So the structure of some of that work really appeals to me. I can appreciate earlier classical and Baroque stuff. So Mozart is great. I do put on Mozart, but there are a few elements of it that are always a little harder for me. It's much worse for Baroque than it is for classical. Like I have a hard time with the polyphony, like multiple melody lines, just like it confuses my little brain. But I think that some of the orchestration and some of the common, I don't know, phrasing that you'll get in the Romantic period is a lot more appealing to me. So I'm a fan of I like Beethoven more, especially later Beethoven. But yeah, most of my classical interests are actually Romantic, post-Romantic, and modern. Cats. I currently have two. It's always varied a bit. For a while, when I lived up in a different place in the high desert, and I had like 3 acres enclosed, I had up to 9 cats. You know, a lot of them were outside. Because I have a tendency to adopt ferals and domesticate them. But I usually have 3 at a time. I think 3 is a really good clouder size. And I had 3 until about a month ago when Moshe died. So I still really miss my boy Moshe. He was he was my best buddy for 14 years. But yeah, he's now in the backyard. So Minerva is now my eldest, and then Socrates is the gray tabby. So this is this is somebody just asked again. This is Minerva, or you can call her Minerva. Minerva's fine. That's a more anglicized version of it. But Minerva is the Latin, and she's my little Roman war goddess. And then Socrates is my little Greek philosopher.
Tell me when it's possible to talk. So
after
Be
the
blessed
next 2
calls people up
questions.
in order. So
Yeah.
so she'll kind of like corral that.
So there was a question, the last question from the chat, which was, can you explain the difference between the Torah and the Talmud? Although I think some of the chat might have helped with that.
Torah, loosely termed, is just law, and it can kind of refer to the entire Jewish tradition. But Torah literally means the first 5 books of the Bible. So like the Pentateuch, books of Moses, whatever you want to call that. But those first 5 books, that's Torah. The Hebrew Bible is Tanakh, so Torah, Nevi'im, and Ketuvim. So it's the Torah and then the prophets and writings kind of together makes up the Hebrew Bible. What Christians kind of call the Old Testament, but it's slightly different. And then Talmud, there's 2 different ones, and they are a distillation of all the interpretations, the jurisprudence, the different understandings, the oral law. The complete one is the Babylonian Talmud, the one produced in Mesopotamia. And then the Jerusalem Talmud, which was actually done in Tiberias, not Jerusalem, but whatever. The Jerusalem Talmud was never actually completed. So what that does is it's like a commentary on Torah. It'll take a passage of Torah, and then here's the commentary on this passage, and here's another commentary on this passage, and then here's commentary on the commentary, and then here's criticism of the commentary, and it's like everything. So it can't be read linearly. It's basically a massive collection of arguments of people like fighting each other, which is honestly fascinating. A lot of traditional Jewish education is like 2 people sitting across from each other reading a section in Talmud and then arguing with each other over it. The who wrote it, there's a ton of scholars. Hanan ben Zakkai and Hillel. There's a whole bunch of people involved. It's basically not a set of writers. It's much more like a compilation of tons of different writings that they kind of pull all together and collected all of the sages that they had material from. So it's kind of like a huge collection of their commentary that existed up until that point, and then kind of like stops at a certain point. So somewhere around like the late 2nd, early 3rd century, it's kind of like more or less finished, and they don't like use anything after that point. But it's all like all this classical era like commentary on Torah. And it fills in a lot of interesting gaps and has a lot of fascinating ways of, especially a lot of the later writings, where people are writing after the fall of the temple, because it gives Judaism a way to survive. I mean, you had to say, well, okay, so if you can't go to Jerusalem to sacrifice to forgive a sin anymore, what can you do? Oh, well, we'll reinterpret this passage from Hosea, and that gives us a way to through prayer, forgive our sins. Like it comes up with neat ways to survive and to thrive as a civilization in permanent exile. So Talmud is fascinating for helping Judaism to survive as a world religion,
It's not
but
true.
it's essentially a giant collection of commentary.
I'm Orthodox, so before so I know a lot of for the Torah and everything. I want to talk about the situation right now.
Okay.
It's my turn.
I don't
Zoha,
understand.
did you hear that?
She,
I was saying there's another person
she's
before you,
keeping
and then
track of like what the order of questions and people come up. So she'll
Okay,
choose
okay.
when.
So tell me when it's possible to talk. So okay.
I will do.
Just
One
wait.
person
Okay.
ahead.
Yes. Go ahead, Friday.
So I hear a lot of Zionists report this claim, and I was wondering if you could both provide evidence against it, because I know it's not true, one, and two, report where it comes from. So I hear a lot of Zionists. I don't know why I'm speaking in my. Sorry, I just slipped into an accent. I apologize. Um, sorry, I was not focused. I apologize. So so I noticed a lot of Zionists claim that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was an invention of the Salaf to legitimize their early Arab empire. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Not really, because I've never heard the accusation, honestly, or at least I don't recall hearing it.
I've heard it multiple times that he was.
Yeah, that's
I've heard both that he was invented later on to legitimize the caliphate, and I've also heard that he was not the leader of the Muslims. He was the first Arab king.
Can I say something, please?
that's bizarre.
Can I say something?
So, is it
Yeah,
in
I just
response
want
to
to
the
say
question?
something about the Kabbalah. Okay, he didn't mention the Kabbalah.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
that's
you mean
that's that's actually written much later too. That's fascinating, but that's not Torah or Talmud, and they asked about Torah and Talmud, so I gave the difference between those two. Yeah, Kabbalah's a
The
whole different
Talmud,
thing.
the
We can
Torah.
talk about that if you want.
The Kabbalah was written by a rabbi. He was born in he was born in Israel, actually in Safed.
The ancient origins of Kabbalah are not actually historical.
It
It's
is.
it's an
It is.
important myth,
It
but
is. It
it's
is. I'm telling you.
I know, but I'm just saying, as a historian, it develops in the Middle Ages, and it's like a ton of ancient literature. You attach different names to it in order to give it more legitimacy, and it puts it further back. But it's largely a product of Islamic Spain, and the interesting cross cultural ideals. But I understand within the tradition and for believers in it goes back into the Talmudic period. I get that. I can't endorse that because it contradicts what we know
Well,
about it.
they practicing it today. They practicing it all over the world.
I know I've got a shelf on Kabbalah up here. I'm familiar with its history as well as some of its practice,
I
but
promise he knows more than you
You know
about
why?
this.
Because I know
hold
about
on,
it.
everybody.
Because I know about it.
Sorry, hold on,
I know
please.
I can't debate people's religious beliefs. Anyone
Yeah.
can take it however they want. You can believe any part of it, and it means whatever it means to you. I can only comment on a historian's consensus of it, and from our perspective, we know where it comes from and how it works. But within the traditions, obviously, there's a very different understanding of it, and I will never tell somebody what they can or cannot believe. Those are all personal choices, and anyone can ignore me at any point.
Okay, but I
Okay,
want to ask
sorry,
a question.
Fred. No, Fred, give me 1 second, please.
Okay.
Just a reminder for everybody. This is Liam's live. He's doing this as a historian. He's been very, very generous with our time, and sorry, with his time. So I want to make sure that we respect that. And also, the live isn't for debate. He's only sharing the knowledge he's acquired, through his learnings and the work that he does. So we want to
Please
make sure
excuse
that
me. Yani, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know he's a professor and everything, but come on, yani, we know about history. We
But
read
if you want to
history.
speak, hold on, Fred. If you want to speak from his historic point of view, then you're more than welcome to join the discussion. But I just want to make sure that we understand this is not a debate.
Right. The single best thing
I'm
is you
not
can.
debating. I'm just telling him the truth, ma'am. I'm just telling him the truth of what's
Again,
No,
going
hold
on.
on,
that
hold on.
that's fine.
Yes.
When that comes up, you can have your truth, and that's great. I'm not going to argue against it, and I'm not going to defend my position against yours. It's just not what I'm after. If you'd like to know why historians of Kabbalah take the position that I have, I can suggest a few books, and you can look and see what their reasons are, and then you can reject them or accept them as you choose. But I won't tell you what to believe, and I won't argue or fight
Well,
about a different belief. I can only share what I
okay,
understand.
Professor, I have a question for you.
Well, again, be blessed is going to tell the
Hysterical,
order for the book. She's got somebody else.
No, Fred,
Hysterical.
I think you have to respect the order of the live.
Yeah, she
So
has an
there is an
order that
order.
she's going from.
So it's Friday to finish his question, then Zoha, then you. So Friday, did you finish your question or?
Yeah, so it was about the historicity.
The question is historical. You know what?
Fred, I understand.
Bro,
Please,
jij
I
bent een
understand.
tal. Wait.
Well,
Oh my god, bro. Jij bent een sharmuta.
Hold on. No, okay, we're also not going to do that. We're also not going to do that. Hold on. One more
شفت
outburst,
وسخ
please,
انت
Fred.
ابن
Please, can you
الشرموطه يلعن
respect the
ابوك على
live?
ابو اللي بزرك.
Okay,
يلعن
please, can you
ابوك
respect the
على ابو.
live?
No,
Wait,
he
guys,
doesn't
don't
respect
talk
me,
about it.
ma'am. Ma'am, I respect you. I
Okay, this is
respect you
no. If you
so.
respect me,
The
can you
way he
please
told me that
mute?
It's
stupid
not
ass.
Can
something
you
okay to
please?
talk like
Okay,
that. So
this is the
let's
last time I'm
say
asking
Sharmuta
all
and not
three
say
of
that
you.
way.
Please mute. Every one of you has been asked nicely. Can you please respect the live? Friday, no insults. Can you please let me know if you have finished, and then I can pass on to Zoha.
You know what I want to tell him? I
No,
am
Now
Fred,
it's my
this is the last
Lebanese.
time.
I am
possible
a
to talk
Lebanese
now. I get
Jew.
to respect.
I'm a
It's live. It's
Lebanese
possible
Jew,
to
and
talk.
I know the truth. That's why I came on your show. So كس امك على امي اللي
Hey,
بزرتك
hey,
اخو
hey, hey, hey,
الشرموطه.
hey. It's not okay to talk like that. Please don't talk like that. And nice to meet you. I'm from Israel. My name is Zohar. And I hover actually three terror attack. One in 2008, one terrorist guy tried with a tractor to kill me in Jerusalem. And in 2015, my sister, Google it, Adar Buchwis, she died in the terror attack in Gush
Zoha,
Etzion in
do you
Israel.
mind letting us know what your question is? Sorry, I just want to make sure that we don't get argumentative again.
What again?
No, I said I don't want the conversation to get argumentative again. So could you,
I think
you
it's
ask your
setting
question?
up a foundation for something, and
Sure,
that's fine
thank
so
you.
far. Let's see where it goes.
Okay, and before
So
8 months
there are
ago,
terror attacks, and I'm sorry about your sister, but
no, before 8 months ago, one terrorist guy, Hamas terrorist guy, tried to shoot me in Tel Aviv in the bar. The point here, it's the Palestinian think all the time just for the terror. Hamas think terror, the Gazan people think the terror. 65% for the people in Gaza think terror because you're elected in Hamas all the time. Actually, in Arabic country, you never not see a democratic country. Look at Saudi Arabia, look Qatar, look Egypt, Turkey. In the Middle East, it's not work like America. It's not America here. Here, you don't have elected in all Arabic country because it's not working like that. You talk about the Torah, I talk about the reality.
yeah.
What you need to do in Gaza after this work, it's actually to give to the big family in Gaza, to control in Gaza, because this what the Arabic people
Oh no.
understand.
Oh no.
No.
The whole like Arab mind thing. I can't. I can't with that kind of Orientalist shit. There's nothing about
Excuse me.
Arab
Where you
civilization
live?
that contradicts
Where you live?
democracy.
Where you live?
Again,
I
Zoha,
I
could you
have
ask
lived.
your question?
I have lived in Israel.
You live in Israel.
I have been there. I live in the United States. I have spent a lot of time in
Okay.
country there, and I've spent a lot of
So
time in other Arab countries as well, and I've spent a
look,
lot of time studying the Arab world.
show me one Arabic country, one, it's democracy, just one.
Show me one Arab country that wasn't forcibly colonized and oppressed for a long time by Europeans. Show me one Arab country that doesn't have Europeans and Americans propping up a military dictatorship in those areas.
But
They don't
you
exist.
don't understand actually
So
the Middle East.
if you want to take away neo-imperialism, sure, we can find democracy. And there are attempts. Tunisia is trying
It's
to build
not
one right now.
working like that in
Tunisia has
Arabic
been,
countries.
and Tunisia has done pretty
Look,
damn well in the last dozen
this
years to
this
start
what you
building
don't
a
understand.
pluralistic
This
democracy.
what you don't understand in America and Europe. There you eat hummus. Don't eat sushi there. It's Middle East. In the Middle East, the big family control. Look at the EU.
That is exactly how Europe used to work too. The same arguments were used for
No.
Europeans until quite recently.
In
It's
Arabic country,
exactly the same
don't
argument.
have elected.
People said the same bullshit about Italians until quite recently. They said the same bullshit about most of Europeans. It's there's nothing
But you
fundamental
have
about the
elected in
civilization
Europe.
that
You have
contradicts
elected
human
in
rights.
Israel.
Liam, would you mind if I step in for a second?
Yeah, I don't
Zohar,
mind it. Yeah, sure.
I just want to again remind you, this isn't an argument. We're not here to have a. If you're here to be able to ask a question, please be respectful. You can have differences of opinion.
This is a good one.
And if you choose to, yeah. But if you're here to ask questions, then please ask the question.
Actually, I don't do. I'm living the Middle East, so I know everything. I can answer for you all the question. I not need
Yeah, but I think you have to respect that this is Liam's live.
Yeah, of course.
And they're over.
And living somewhere does not actually
Okay,
give
I have a
knowledge.
question.
It's not
I
how
have
it
a question.
works.
I
I
have
know
a
a lot of
question.
people in California that don't know shit about California.
I have a question. Listen.
Okay, again, Zohar.
I want,
no,
please.
Zohar,
Yeah.
please, 1 second. I just want to make one final reminder because after this I might have to block you if you don't respect the rules, right?
Okay.
There are over 200 people here who regularly come to this live and stay for hours, right? You need to make sure that you first ease up off the brakes a little bit. Make sure that you respect that this is Liam's live, right? So if you're here to ask a question, he has been generous with his time and he's being generous with you by offering to have this discussion, but please be respectful. This isn't a telling, this is a discussion or for you to ask questions.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Right now it's possible to ask the question?
Yes, but please be
Okay.
respectful.
I respect. I have one question. Give me one technology or one car, one watch, one phone you buy in these 5 years for one Arabic country. Which product or technology you buy for Arabic country? Please
Okay,
give
again,
me just one. Thank you very
I'll
much.
answer that for you. Again, you're doing it again. You're getting into a point of debate and hold on. I've let you speak. Let me speak. You're getting to a point of discussion. Liam is a historian. He's literally just now giving you books to read that you're more than welcome to read. And if you still have questions, you're more than welcome to come and ask based on that history.
Look,
but you're
it's
not. Right now, you're
question.
no. Hold on. Right now, you're getting argumentative for the sake of being argumentative. The who invented technology has got nothing to do with this. It really doesn't.
And honestly, if you want to, so just I'll give you a very simple one here, and then we probably will have to just drop this because I don't want to have this. I will not debate what comes across as a literally racist framing. I'm not into like debating Klansmen. It's just not my thing. So, the light spectrum, optics, first came out of the Arab world. An understanding of elliptical orbits before Kepler came out of the Arab world. Better star maps that actually made possible the European age of exploration came out of the Arab world. Much of what actually makes up European modernity actually has a Middle Eastern origin. All European universities, the very first European universities, follows most universities in the Arab world by several centuries, and all of their works, they were translating works from Arabic to Latin to introduce the curriculum because Western Europeans didn't know a fucking thing about anything. They had to borrow it all from the Arab world. And the Arab world didn't just save classical Latin knowledge. They didn't just save Egyptian and Syriac and Persian and Latin and Greek works. They expanded on them. They built on them. Philosophy, as Europeans understand it, a way to actually do secular philosophy, was not possible in Europe until Muslims had figured out a way to make Aristotelian thought safe for monotheists, and they did that work. When Thomas Aquinas was introducing Aristotelian thought into Europe and helping to spark the scientific revolution, he wasn't reading Aristotle, he was reading Ibn Sina.
You have
So do not tell me that
2 million
Arabs
Muslim
were not
people. You will
innovative,
not buy
because I am not
one
going to listen to
technology
someone
from
say
them.
Arabs are not innovative. They have contributed a shitload to to world history. I'm not going to have a debate with somebody saying they didn't invent a cell phone. Fuck that. Western Europeans didn't either. I mean,
Oh,
the
technology,
LEDs, the
maybe
lights in
one
this fucking cell
application.
phone here came out of the Soviet Union. I mean, it's not all fucking Western Europeans that did shit. So I'm not gonna deal with like racist bullshit here and trying to tell me that they're culturally inferior and incapable of democracy and incapable of invention. That is just dumb. And that attitude is honestly one of the single biggest reasons that peace will not come. And it's a main reason you're going to keep seeing terror attacks, because you dehumanize people. You treat them as cultural inferiors. That is why people attack. I don't want that. I don't want
You need
violence. I don't want
what
you
you
to
say.
suffer.
You
I don't want you
Zoha,
attacking. So stop being a dick to people. That's the first step. If you treat them like human beings, they'll treat you like human beings. And you've given me no sense that you do that.
Zoha, I think that was both generous and fair. You got an answer.
It's the
I
best
got
answer it's the best answer he's gonna get out of me, and I don't want to
look.
continue this.
You have 240 people here, and if you give me one product you buy in these 5 years for one
Okay.
Arabic country made in Arab country, I give you whatever
Zoha,
you want.
hold on,
I have
Zoha,
quite a few products in
Zoha,
my house
Yeah,
from
Zoha.
the
show
This
me right
Muslim
again.
world.
now. I want to
Hold
see.
on, Zoha. This
Can I
is not
just
a
apologize?
technology live. No, hold on, please. Please don't get
Can
involved.
I ask a
This is
question?
not a technology live. So I would appreciate now you've asked your question. We'll
Soji,
move on to
give
the
me
next
one
person.
product.
So
It doesn't matter what.
this is not
Bye.
a technology live.
Bye.
Honestly. Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
Okay.
Can I just apologize for calling the Lebanese guy a son of a prostitute and a son of a dog? I got
Okay,
like
but I don't think you need to translate it either. I think
sorry,
it's
sorry.
just
I just got
apology is fine.
I just got kind of carried away because he was really frustrating me. He kept cutting me off and spewing BS. So I just wanted to apologize real quick because that was not fair of me and that was rude and it was not necessary and yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, I think Alex, you were
Sorry, I got a
next.
little angry there, but I do
I
not
think that
deal
was a
with bigotry.
fair anger.
I do not. I've gotten a lot of trouble in my life for telling bigots to go fuck themselves, but I do not deal with that shit well. I'm gonna put these back
I
on the
think that
shelf
was
while
both
somebody
fair
can
and
answer my question.
generous as well. So, yeah.
Can I
Alex,
ask
go
a
ahead.
question? Yeah. So
Just to
I
let
was.
you know that your mic is a little bit muted, so we're struggling to hear you.
Oh, okay. Let me try. I don't know how to turn my mic. I don't know how to.
Yeah, no, you're
Anyway,
still
I wanted
very
to
muffled.
talk about the Dome of the Rock.
Sorry, Alex, you're still very muted. We can't
I
hear
think
you.
I think I can hear it
Something's.
though. Let me try again. He mentioned the Dome of the Rock. What about it?
Well, I went to my. I don't know if this. I want to talk about the Dome of the Rock. Something came to
Okay.
my. I'm trying to speak closer to my phone. So the Dome of the Rock is the location where Abraham didn't sacrifice Isaac, obviously. So, and so Abraham is the father of. Yeah, he's the father of Ishmael and Isaac, both, right? All
Yes.
Arabs come from Ishmael. Right? So when Abraham didn't sacrifice Isaac, he spared his life. He gave him. That's what that is. And what I'm confused. So that's one reason. But they built the Dome of the Rock, a worship site, on the exact place where Abraham gave the land to Isaac. That's what they did. And so it goes one step further than that, because the part of the in Islam, Muhammad had to go on a sojourn, right? That's part of the deal, and so he had to ascend from that rock to heaven and see Jesus. So in order for that to happen, Jesus had to come through Isaac, just so Muhammad could complete his sojourn. So so that's two reasons why the land needs to be with the Jews. In order for Muhammad to finish his
Well,
sojourn, he had to see
Alex,
Jesus in heaven. And for
can you ask?
yes,
Can you
the
clarify
sorry.
your? I mean, let me ask again.
Yeah, it's more like a
Can
series
you
of statements
summarize your question?
than a
Yeah,
question,
and
but
also,
I can give a short
Yeah, I'm
commentary on
sorry.
it, but that's
So
about it so
I
far.
guess my question is, I mean, how is this not more? I mean, am I right about this? Like, what are your thoughts on
No,
this whole transaction between Abraham, Isaac, and then the Jesus being? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. The, I just don't get
quite
how
honestly,
the
like
folks.
if you're asking me as a historian, Abraham is a mythical figure.
Yeah.
None of that actually happened. The Arabs don't actually come from
Oh.
Ishmael, and Abraham isn't really a historical figure at all. There are religious reasons. There are mythical religions. It's part of the mythical tradition. So there's a text written about it that makes these points, written 1,000 years after the time it's said to have happened. It's a story. It's mythologizing. All cultures do this in the world. The stories around Abraham have specific etiological purposes. They make particular points. They provide certain fundamentals that are necessary, but they're not history. And the history, on the other hand, does say that Palestinians and Jews, and for that matter, Lebanese, are all ultimately the same people. They're all from the Levant. They're all indigenous. The Palestinians who live there now are literally descendants of the Jews who lived there when the temple existed. It's the same people. When we take okay, so someone says Torah is history. It's literally not. It's a historical myth. It wasn't written as history. It wasn't intended to be history when it was written, and people taking it as literal history are honestly lying to themselves. This is true of every scripture in the world. They all have places where they directly contradict historical evidence. They're important religiously. They give us a sense of purpose. They give us a sense of meaning, a sense of identity, and that's what they're for. It's what they're all for. But every single one of them has problems where they contradict what we can actually see in physical freaking evidence. I mean, for crying out loud, the Abraham story mentions camels, and camels were not domesticated until 1,000 years after that point. It's literally impossible for Abraham to have ridden there on a camel because camels were not domesticated animals yet. But it's in the story. When the story was written, camels were in use, so it made sense. People use the world in which they exist. This is not something specific to ancient Judaism. This is true of literally every religion on the planet. Using myth to justify contemporary political realities is just absurd. It doesn't make sense to do from my perspective as a scholar. So I can't go there with you. I can't tell you that Abraham is a reason that they should do it. And honestly, the Dome of the Rock is not a place of worship anyway. It's literally a shrine to Abraham. That's not a mosque. The mosque is Al-Aqsa. The Dome of the Rock, and it's difficult to get inside there. I was very privileged to be able to go in there. It is a shrine to that rock because from their perspective, it was Ishmael who was almost sacrificed at that spot. And it's holy to them too. They didn't do it to take it away from Jews. They did it because at the time, Jews weren't even allowed to live in Jerusalem. Christians had kicked them out centuries earlier. They didn't get to move back in until Muslims conquered it. It was literally a trash heap. Christians were dumping their shit on the Temple Mount. And then the Muslims got there and cleaned that shit up and built a shrine to Abraham to honor the Jewish tradition. Hell, the first direction of prayer for Muslims, the original direction of prayer was toward Jerusalem. They've always honored that tradition.
So that just proves the point then that that's why the land belongs to the
What
Jews,
it proves is that it proves a common heritage and a common lineage. And especially in the terms of Palestinians, they are literally descended from people who were there 20,000 years ago. Their ancestry is Neolithic.
Well,
You
saying
can't
that Abraham
say they
never
don't have a right to
existed.
live there because they've always lived there. They're literally
So
descendants
Abraham
from
never
exactly the
existed?
same people. So, I mean, for me, just in scientific terms, in historical terms, in just basic practical common sense, you can't use the myth of Abraham to say that people who've been there for 20,000 years don't have a right to live there. It just doesn't make sense.
You're saying Abraham
Alex,
never existed.
hold on.
because
Again,
there's
it's
because
Alex.
there's a ton of evidence that he didn't and none that he did. I mean, in religious terms, you can do it, and tons of people do, and I have no problem with that at all. Everybody can take that story from in religious terms. I can only tell you that the Abraham story, as it is written, it can't have happened that way. It has a specific
His
purpose.
descendants.
Alex, again, I just want to make sure I remind you, we're not getting argumentative. If you have specific questions, they will be answered.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, debating whether or not Abraham existed is not relevant. I can only say what a historical consensus
But
is.
hold on, Alex. If you want to clarify, if you want pointers and to be signposted to books you can read, then yeah, you're more than welcome
Yeah,
to
there's
ask
actually
that.
plenty
But
of
I
those
just want
over
to make
here.
sure we're not getting argumentative.
I'm just trying to clarify that. So the Abraham's descendants were the Jews and the Arabs. Yes.
But are you asking this from a historic point of view, or are you asking this from a
I don't know
religious
any
point
point
of
of
view?
view.
Within the mythical
Are the
traditions,
Jews and the
yes.
Arabs
Within
descendants of
the
Abraham?
mythical traditions in Torah and Quran, yes. Outside of that,
Where did the
no.
Jews come from?
The Jews were Canaanites. Their origin is among the Canaanite populations. There's a gradual divergence in the Iron Age in different, because the entire Levant, like the Phoenicians, the Ammonites, the Moabites, the Yisraelites, Judahites, they're all originally a single group of peoples that gradually diverge because they've settled in different parts of the Levant. And as they diverge, they slowly adopt some different elements. The original writing system, the original language, it's just like the Phoenician, it's Canaanite. But in the Iron Age, you see a gradual divergence in sites where some sites don't have pig bones in the refuge pits and some do. So they're developing some different religious ideas. And over time, distinct identities develop that'll become recognizably Judahite or Israelite. But a lot of the later stories, like hell, the whole idea of like a united kingdom, like an empire of Solomon, that's not actually historical. It's a myth written later so that Judah can justify conquering Israel after the Assyrians have left. The actual history of the land is not the one in the Bible. There are a lot of historical details in the Bible. The Bible is a historical document. It is old itself. It has a whole lot of content in it that can be verified and does make sense, and it has a whole lot of content that doesn't. So it's a broad mix, and you have to kind of like roll with that if you want to look at it from a historical and archaeological perspective. If you want to look at it from a religious perspective, you can take it however you want. That's not my business. I will never tell anybody what they can believe. But from a historical perspective, many elements of Torah cannot be taken as history.
Thanks, Alex.
How many Jews don't believe that
Hold
Abraham
on, Alex. Again, we can't quite hear you. But I think I want to make sure because we're very limited in time, so I'm going to pass on to the next person.
Jeez, we are.
Yeah, because I think we're quickly approaching the hour.
Again, I'm not even getting tired, so.
Yeah. No, I know, but we want to also make sure that we're being fair as well.
Right, and I should take a nap at some point.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh,
So I believe
that clarifies what I was looking for.
Alex,
You
no,
don't believe
we're
that
not going to talk
Abraham
over.
existed.
No, Alex.
He's just asking a question. He's clarified, and I don't accept that he existed as a historical person.
Thank you.
I mean, it's a very important mythical figure, and I approach it that way, and I have a great deal of respect for it as a mythical figure, and he serves a tremendously important role in 3 major religions. So, as a figure there, super important. Realistically, I mean, technically, even Moses and Jesus might not be real historical figures, but they could be. I tend to think that they are. I think that the core of them, I think that there's a kernel of truth in the Moses story and a kernel of truth in a lot of the earliest Jesus sources that says that there was a figure there, even though much of what they're said to have done isn't historical and was added much, much, much later. But I think that there's a kernel of something true to both of those stories. I don't think that that's true in the case of Abraham. I think in that case, it's a bridge too far and doesn't really fit enough of the evidence. There's just not enough we can deal with.
Thank you. Yeah, Alex, do you want to drop down? Sorry, Liam, would you mind dropping down Alex? I think AD as well. They both asked their questions. And then just to make sure that we can clear and then we can start wrapping up. And I believe Quadaria?
What was the
Quadaya,
other?
sorry.
What was the other I'm supposed to do?
And then also AD as well. AD's asked their
Oh,
question.
okay.
Thanks. But
Thanks,
if you
AD.
could drop down, yeah,
Or if you could do it yourself, that's fine.
yeah.
Cool. Okay.
There we go.
Yeah. So I don't have
I
to.
think
Oh,
it
and
was
there is somebody else
Quadaya.
requesting too. So let's see.
Do you want to bring up more people, or shall we try and wrap it up today?
Let's see. We've got like what, 20 minutes?
Yeah, I think we might
Um,
end up using it just for the panel today. So anybody else will have to maybe
well,
request for next time rather than bring them up this time.
I guess. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
whatever. I mean,
I mean,
yeah.
it's up to you.
Let's see.
Or I mean, you can always leave them in the comment in the requests and then see how you get on in 20 minutes.
Yeah. It's been 9 hours. I probably shouldn't. I probably shouldn't bring anything else up for 9 hours.
Yeah. So Quadea, what was your question?
I don't even question right now. Like he answered a lot of my questions. This was a great live. Thank y'all for even letting me come in.
Oh, amazing. So I guess we pass on to Devon.
Okay, I wanted to say first. I wanted to say, like Cordelia said, thank you, because this was really enlightening. I wanted to ask one question: is do you have like a class or something somewhere where people can learn more?
Well, I mean, I teach courses at universities. I don't do things online. I've thought many times about recording versions of my courses and putting them up on something like Udemy or something where people can buy them, but I've never gotten around to doing it. I've considered it.
Okay, because I'm gonna be honest, like until October the 7th, like I didn't know much about what was going on because I really discounted history when I was in school. And to that end, as I'm watching everything that's going on, I'm starting to research some things, and it just seems like everything's disconnected. It doesn't give me a real, like, linear historical context because then, like you just said, like you clarify, there's a lot of things that are in the Bible because I'm a Christian, right? And there's a lot of things that are in the Bible that don't align with some historical documents that you find. So, can you tell me, like, in terms of Schmittler, right, and that whole situation with him and the Jewish, can can you
Sorry,
can
the
you
word, like hearing that out loud
well,
is.
because they don't like you to say it
I know.
on,
I'm still not used to slipping in alternatives of that one yet, but it just sounds really funny. Sorry.
So how does that align with a lot of these events that have gone on? Like, because in my mind, like as I'm listening to the arguments from the Palestinian side and from the Israeli or the Jewish or the Zionist side, right? I'm hearing some of the dogma that you described, like that, almost like the Palestinians aren't humans, right? And I'm looking at that and I'm saying, well, wait a minute, like you're denying these folks humanity, and you're saying that
Yeah.
their religion is not, you know what I'm saying? So I'm
Yeah. No.
thinking,
I know what you're saying, and from two different perspectives,
okay,
there's two major trends in thought in Israel that have made me uncomfortable for a long time. And one of them is like a brand of secular far right discourse. You can see this among like Kahanists to some extent going through like the revisionist movement. There's elements of that really it's just scary. And I've literally seen like graffiti in there, people spraying like Arabs to the gas chambers, which like holy shit, are you kidding me? And then there's also some of the religious Zionist discourse, and there are some settler rabbis arguing that Jews can't take Palestinian blood because they're inferior. They only exist to work the land and serve the real lords of the land. We'll sit back like Effendi and eat grapes, and they'll work for us. And it's just like really horrifying shit. I think a lot of that is a reflection of the dynamics of the conflict, though, because a lot of those trends are not really present in Judaism for the most part. They're extremely minor trends and not really relevant because there's no power. But the kind of conflict there is and the way it's stretched out has radicalized people, and it's led to some really fucked up interpretations among some people. Fortunately, it's not something that most Israelis believe. But it does play a part in the power politics in Israel, so it is kind of it is, and I shared the discomfort there because I have argued. Hell, I wrote an article 12 years ago about Dov Lior, and some of the like, holy shit, are you kidding me? Like, the statement some of these guys make is just, it sounds neo-Nazi. It really does. Fortunately, it's not that common yet, but it does show up in some Zionist discourses, and it really, really gets to me.
Now, how did Schmitty like differentiate? Like, how did that happen? Like, how could he see who a Jew? Because when I look, and I
Oh,
don't mean to be
they
offensive.
they made it up. They were wrong. The Nazi race science is as bullshit as all race science. It doesn't. They literally, like, they took calipers and tried to like measure noses and shit. They were wrong. There's no distinct Jewish features. Jews look like all the people they've always lived around. So they made it up. But
So
it
in
honestly
their
doesn't matter
mind,
because it was a rhetorical argument for them anyway. It was like creating a fake enemy that wasn't actually a threat, because that's useful to nationalist movements. You need to have internal and external enemies. So they created an internal enemy in the Jew, and they said the Jew is this particular archetype, and they spun it a big myth around that. But it's not real.
so last question, and I'll drop. And thank you. So
Oh, you're welcome.
what is their race? What is the, like, in terms of how,
Race
in the
isn't
Western?
real. I mean, one of the
Wow.
beauties of a lot of modern biological science, and I got sucked into a lot of this stuff a long time ago, really studying like how, what we understand of evolutionary biology. The race, from a scientific standpoint, does not exist at all. I mean, the way people look is just variations based on particular genetic bottlenecks and largely on climate adaptations. But realistically, East Africans and West Africans are more genetically different from each other than either of them are from Northern Europeans. So to say like there's a black race is genetically nonsensical. It's just bullshit. And the genes that trigger skin color, whether it's darker or lighter, are present in the same way in all peoples everywhere in the world. So if you move to a northern climate or closer to the equator over many generations, your descendants will shift the way they look because they're adapting to the local conditions. Race is made up. And Jews, because it became a world religion, because they spread outward from their original homeland and ended up in tons of different places, people converted in and married. So Polish Jews look Polish, and Moroccan Jews look Moroccan, and Chinese Jews look Chinese, and Ethiopian Jews look Ethiopian, because they settled in amongst different peoples, and people converted in and intermarried. So there's a core of
Wow.
Levantine DNA in all those populations, but because they're also sleeping with the natives, they shift and adapt over time and take on different forms. All peoples everywhere in the world have always intermarried. No, there's no such thing as a pure race. That's one of the things that Schmittler got most wrong, was thinking that there's an Aryan race. Aryan is a pastoral nomadic population from the west part of Central Asia that spread out and settled in different areas. And over time, obviously, their appearances shifted. So Western Europeans and Iranians and North Indians, they have a common cultural ancestry, but obviously they look different, don't they? Go figure. People always mix and intermarry with different people in different areas, and that's how that works. It's just, there's no such thing as a distinct race. Jews have never been a race, like, at all.
Damn. All right. Well, thank you, man. I followed you too, the Rebel Rabbi. I appreciate you. I hope you come back again. All right.
Just for probably Devonte, and I think maybe some of the people on the live as well. Are there any books that you could recommend based on his question?
On which question?
Just on Israel Palestine that will give a good background.
I'm sorry, I must have missed something, because we were just talking about genetics. Like, what was the?
Oh no, his first question. He was saying he
Okay.
was a bit confused with. He had a lot of questions with regards to the Israel-Palestine situation, and I think some of his earlier questions were that, and then he moved on to genetics.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, I great long-term memory, terrible short-term memory. So I couldn't remember I could remember the questions from one minute to the next. So just general, like, histories of Israel Palestine, like the question, like because there's
Yeah, I think that should cover it. Yeah.
well, there's an entire bookcase on that alone here. So I think the single best thing somebody can do with a question on a big topic like that is talk to me so I get a sense of like their specific interest, like what they most need. If I get a sense of their needs, I can suggest the right kind of book. But if it's just sort of like a general kind of like, yeah, Rashid Khaldi's not bad. I mean, there's some good stuff there. Yeah, I mean, on the conflict alone, there's like the Iron Cage and 100-Year War are both good, but they're not comprehensive. It again really depends upon what specific issue he's after. So,
I think
and
those are good.
there's
Yeah, I
no,
think
I
those
mean,
are good starting
honestly,
points.
there's really no single great book that covers it. Even like textbooks for classes generally leave a shit ton of important stuff out. So it really just depends on the most specific issue. So the thing I'll most suggest is somebody who wants one, talk to me and we can narrow down what you most need, and I can get a sense of that, and I can give one. And actually, somebody said I am writing one. I've been teaching a class on the long-term history, so covering 4,000 years up to the present, and I've been teaching that class for 16 years now. Along the way, I'm there's so much material I can't cover in a class that it will be a book. But I teach 9 classes a semester. I don't have enough time. I'm perpetually I'm poor. You know, I'm poor and I have to teach to live. I don't have like a nice cushy position where I get to teach only 2 classes a term like some of my friends. I'm stuck. So when I finish that, great, but until then, I have to like recommend different sections in different books or find a specific thing that someone's looking for or whatever.
I think
I,
Devon. Yeah, I think Devon might end up holding you to that, writing the book.
oh, yeah,
But yeah,
I mean, again, I'm working on it. I have so little time left, and I don't have enough energy by the end of the week usually to get a whole lot done. But generally, I get some writing done every weekend. But it's hard given that I already work 60-hour weeks. Honestly, things like this is how I relax. This is fun. Like this is a nice like end of the week kind of like, but during the week, you're never going to see me during the week. I mean, I get up at 4 a.m. to head off to work, and I don't get home until 9 at night. So
I think I speak for the majority of the people here would say that, yeah, we appreciate that. So if this is how you relax, we'll take it.
yes,
Rebel,
it's a fun way to end the week.
over to you, Rebel.
Yep. Hi, my name is Rabbi Hannah Johnson. On the app, I go by that Rebel Rabbi. I actually came across your live earlier, but was in the middle of some stuff, so I followed you then. I'm also a theologian. I received my PhD in theology in 2008, about 10 years before I became a rabbi. So a lot of the things you are saying, I'm like, yes, I teach that, because literally versus the idea of meaning are 2 different things. Something can derive meaning but not be historically accurate, like Lord of the Rings. A lot of people derive meaning from it. It doesn't mean it happened.
That's great. Yeah, I've often made the point that a lot of the basic perspectives that historians will explain are literally taught in Christian and Jewish seminaries. They just don't show up at the pulpit very often, so people aren't familiar with them. But it's literally core curriculum in
Exactly. Now, I did not go. I went to a university. I did not for my PhD in theology. But then when I went to Yeshiv 10 years later, it was because my wife pushed me and said, if you want to make Judaism better, then go serve your people. But the reason I came up is because I tend to interview, well, I'm trying to. My best friend is an archaeologist in Wales. And we often talk about, we have a podcast on the like the theology and archaeology of pop culture. But we're trying to expand out, and listening to you talk, I was encouraged to come up and talk to you about how would I get in touch with you? Would I email you about possibly being interviewed?
Well, I think I already hit the thing to follow back, didn't I? because if I did, yeah, I did.
Then
yeah,
I will message you because
so
I
yeah, just
know
send a little direct
both.
message through here. I can, and I'll give you my contact information from there. And
That would be wonderful. I don't know if you know Dan McClellan, but he's a colleague of mine. Howard Williams is my best friend. He's the archaeologist. But we often talk about it, and I've said that I would really love to talk to other people who are in the academic field, especially when it comes to mythos and theology and the crossover. It's especially people of faith. Like I'm a Jewish person, and I'm a Jewish person of faith, but I also understand that that doesn't line up historically because we have no archaeological evidence that there was a worldwide flood, for instance. But does that take away from the
no,
Parsha of it?
no,
Exactly.
it's
So
a super
getting
useful
into
idea.
those conversations are things that like I would like to do with other, especially historians, especially like people who this is our entire life's work, and then kind of talk about how those intersect with the human condition.
Oh, yeah. I have spent a significant part of my life fascinated by that. I have so many shows here on
Me
myth,
too.
on its role in human history, on
Me
the fact that we're kind
too.
of hardwired for meaning and belief. I mean,
Right?
I
Like
got sucked into so much of that stuff. I mean, yeah, it's one of the
I
reasons I
started
have
it like
so
I
many
was
different
12 or
religions here.
13 when I first got into the idea of mythos and mythos beyond my own reckoning of it, being raised a Jew. And it just sent me down the rabbit hole of going into university
Yeah, yeah.
and doing the whole bit.
It did something
And
very
now
similar for
I'm
me. You know, I was my mother actually pushed me into Catholic schools because she wanted to go when she was a kid, and she's still so disappointed that I turned out the way I did, but in that way at least. But
see
I
I love it.
but they
I just
encouraged me to think, and they gave me tons
yes.
of books, and I just devoured a ton of material that they had there, and it sent me down more and more rabbit holes, and I've loved every bit of it ever since. I am fascinated by the way religion works and how important it is to people.
For me too. And honestly, when I heard you talking about saying you work 60 hours a week because, unlike some I feel that. I tell that to my own colleagues. I'm like, I'm just a schmuck rabbi in the middle of nowhere. So I have to work 3 jobs just to make ends meet. So I totally understand the idea of like passion versus how do we put food on the table. That was it. I did answer some questions in your comments just because when I
Oh,
saw
fun.
them coming up, I was just like, no,
Yeah,
it
that's
was
great.
more like at the same time
Thank
you
you.
were explaining that the Kabbalah was more like in Spain in the Middle Ages. I was literally typing that. No, it's more like Spain, like the Middle Ages, we think. So I was like, yeah, what he just
That's
said.
cool. Yeah, that's great. Thank you. I have a hard time like listening and reading at the same time. I don't I read very well, but I don't process sound as well.
No.
So I can't divide my attention. So I'm so thankful people are watching the chat for me because
Well, and I know some of my followers when it were in there because when I came in, I got a couple of hello, Rabbi Hannah, and I'm like, hi. I'm like, I just came across you earlier today and was like, oh, this guy's interesting. And then when I woke up to get a drink, suddenly I see you, but what you were talking about was so interesting. I was just like, all right, well, I'll just sit here and, oh, okay, well, I can answer that question. Like, so thank you for
oh,
allowing me to share
this is
some
great.
time
Yeah,
with you, and I will definitely message you. I
and
appreciate it.
please come to another one if you're ever free on like a Friday evening or something. Just let's chat about
I
something.
would
It'd be a lot
I
of
would
fun.
be happy to. Thank you. Thank you for sharing time with me. And get
Thank
some
you.
sleep.
Yeah, I should definitely take a nap before I have to go hang out with my family because that's draining for an introvert like me.
I can imagine. Yes. Be gentle with yourself.
Thanks. So yeah,
Just
Friday generally by 8 p.m. Pacific time is about the time I get home. It varies a bit based on traffic, but I finish my last class at 4, and it usually takes it'll take anywhere between like 3 to 5 hours. The worst has ever been 5 hours, but it's usually like 3 hours or so. Could be up to 4. So I'm almost always home before 8. So 8 p.m. Pacific is a great time to keep in mind, but it will unfortunately vary slightly, from week to week. It'll change next
so
semester too. Next semester I'll be able to start a little earlier too, and I probably will just so I get more sleep. Because the schedule is different. It's only in the fall term that I work until 4 p.m. on Fridays.
so for anybody who's interested in the future lives, If you make sure that you hit follow at the top and set your notifications, it will let you know when Liam is live and also when he posts. Excuse me, my voice is going a bit funny. Yeah, if I can think of another way that you can be alerted, I will definitely let you know next time. But so far, those two work. So follow, set your notifications, and then you'll get the alert when he's live next. And the regular slot is Friday evenings between 8 and 9.
Yeah, I'm generally by 8 p.m. It might be running late sometimes, but generally by 8 p.m. is fine. And that's Pacific time because I'm in California.
And there's
Someone's
one
asking for
final
book
request
covers,
to
but I don't
show.
know what book. Like
I think the couple of books that you have on your desk that I think you might have shown Alex earlier on.
nothing here now, so I don't remember. Like what was this?
I think he was talking about.
Like reform and democracy and whatnot in the Arab world, or whatever.
I believe so. Yes.
Oh gosh, let's see. There's a bunch up here that fit that. Let's see. I think I grabbed this. Let's see. Gosh, there's
here. And somebody said the book with the red and white cover.
Let's see. That's helpful. Okay, let's see. Not sure I remember what all I grabbed before, but I grabbed a few that I think fit there. So, Sashadina is always great on if you want to take it from like an Islamic religious perspective, go through the sources. How can you actually defend democracy and pluralism and all that kind of crap? This is a great one here. I've actually assigned this in courses. Let's see.
Always best to screenshot if you want to remember the books. It's the quickest way.
Let's see. No, leave that. Let's see. And then I have a real fondness for like politics from below, people organizing themselves, especially since governments tend to crush people and things like that. So if you want to think about, do Arabs want a democratic world? Look at what they actually do on the ground when they're organizing themselves. So things like, let's see, Workers and Peasants in the Middle East by Biden is good there. The Power in the People, Paths of Resistance in the Middle East here by Charles Tripp is good. So that's fun. The Life as Politics by Asif Bayat is a neat way of looking at how people kind of like organize themselves on the local level again and push back. Or Social Movements, Mobilization and Contestation in the Middle East and North Africa. This is also Binen, but it's an edited volume. But again, this is all like people power type shit. So ordinary people kind of fighting back against power structures. And there's a whole bunch of ones like that here that I have, but these are ones that were all next to especially the second book again. I think that was the second one I held up, but not positive. It's good book recommendations for what about I have Native American history. Close enough. Give me just a second. Let's see. They're right here. Oh gosh, good fun places. That's good. That's good. Let's see. Okay, I don't want to get distracted and grab too much shit, so I'll just grab a few things here because we're supposed to go to sleep anyway. So Native American history, right? Guys, everyone should have read this one at some point in their lives. This is a classic. This is just every freaking American needs to read this book. So please buy a copy if you don't have Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee. If you're kind of interested in, how violent the settlement of the New World was, this is a nice one. So American Holocaust here by Stannard. If you're interested in where I'm from, so yeah, it flips everything around, sadly. So I'm trying at least to say the names. So American Holocaust, The Conquest of the New World. So for California, pardon me, I almost dropped it. An American Genocide is good here. That's by Madley, and that deals specifically with what happened to the indigenous Californians. Indigenous Continent is great here. I frequently butcher Finnish names, so I really probably shouldn't try to pronounce that one. But yeah, this is a neat kind of like broader history in there, and then there's sort of like a neat classic here on the Lakota, also same author. So up here. So these are just, I mean, I don't know, that it was a pretty broad question. Books on Native American history. I just grabbed 5, but not my specialization, but something at least that I've been interested in. I frequently have been fascinated by different minority cultures and struggles for independence and dignity around the world. So I've got a lot of stuff on that in different areas.
As always, thank you so much. Yeah, just a reminder that if you're interested in future lives, click follow and set your notifications. But other than that, we appreciate your time greatly. Another great live.
Oh, always my pleasure. So hope to see some of y'all on Friday next. Fox.
No,
this is
people have been
Minerva.
stuck.
She's my little Roman war goddess.
Yeah, the 200 people have been here now for several hours and it hasn't moved. So I think it's guaranteed that you're going to definitely see a lot more people coming back next week.
Yeah, it's neat. Yeah, and as I understand this, and again, I'm still kind of a newbie in this. This is only my 3rd week or whatever. I think the more you do these, the more it kind of like throws you in and notifies more people or something. So, we really need to find more people willing to do what you do, and I am so grateful that you help out this way. But the bigger this gets, the more trolls it's going to attract too. So
yes, absolutely.
I'm already kind of worried about that.
Yeah, and I think Lisa, Faisal, there was somebody else. I'm glad they were here to kind of.
Awkward Plant Girl. Yeah, I followed back. Let we can set that up. Yeah. So yeah, but anybody who's wants to come to these things and can help to keep because there are people going to pop up here and do all kinds of horrible shit. So
yeah. Sorry,
yeah, thank you very much for your help. It's always great.
No, happy to. Thanks again, and we'll see you next week.
Yep. Have a great evening, folks. See you on Friday. Oh. Look at the screen. Sail away.